All right. We back. Hello. Welcome, chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You are about to be mentally tortured beyond your wildest dreams here. I will give you a heads up. We went over Chuuli's most recent video, and I found two particular people to be pretty interesting. I think me and Beckett both did. Two people that have kind of like I've had in the periphery, but I never really like sat down and went over this individual known as Hiten. Now, with Hiten, I continuously hear terrible things about Hiten. Now, I know other people in the art commentary community love Hiten or have had good interactions with Hiten. I am going to tell you all now, I don't care what you think. This is me going to look up everything that I can on Hiten. We're going to look it all up. And I'm going to be putting all of this in a comprehensive stream today. It's going to be a long one. There's also some things that I want to see if I have permission to show, but we're going to have to wait. We're going to have to wait until a certain somebody hits me up and goes, "What are you doing?" Let's take a look at a few things. But first, I want to start off with my favorite drama of all time: Ethan, Hassan, Destiny, Denims, Mike from PA, Sean the Black, and Frogan the Hut. I want to start on that drama real quick. Okay, what's up, Wings? I want to just like bring this drama up real fast. This individual in particular, Denims, I have said probably has a smelly pussy, is a dumb bitch. Like, I've said a lot of mean things about Denims, which all of them are entirely accurate. Everything I've ever said about Denims is completely accurate. Dumb whore, shows her tits for money. Hassan's dick sucker. Wants to be with Hassan so that she can cloud shark her way up to the top. Like, I've said all of these things, and I still stand by it. There is nothing that will change my perception of Denims. There has been years of me seeing Denims content that makes me want to fucking put a gun in my mouth. If you didn't know, Denims was attempting to sue Ethan Klein. Now, you see that $150K goal right there? Over the course of a few days, they raised $46,000. Yeah, people are really against Ethan Klein, right? That Denims can't even hit a measly $150,000. Much like the esteemed Innuendo Studios that we will have a clip out shortly. The thing is, though, is that the Snark Reddit's not happy about this. Nobody's happy about this, like, at all. In that camp of people. This is actually the funniest outcome imaginable for the Denims aspect and the Denims arc of the Ethan drama. Let me just read this to you, okay? 1 week, 1,692 donations, and $46,000 later, I'm refunding the GoFundMe. Oh! Denims, I wonder why you have to refund the GoFundMe. Why did you have to refund it, Denims? Why? Why would you ever have to refund it? Oh, I have an inclination as to why they refunded it. Okay, chat, I have an inclination. Here's the reason. It's because her lawyer probably said, "Hey, you're going to lose. You're going to lose. You're going to lose. You're going to lose. You deleted all the evidence off of your YouTube channel and tried to cover it up. You're going to lose." Oh, Denims. Why are you trying to, like, make this sound deeper than what it really is? Okay? Why are we doing this? Why are you trying to lie to me here? Why are you trying to lie to your audience, Denims? If/when this means that they're not going forward with it. If they do go forward with it, I will be shocked. I go forward as a plaintiff. I will be self-funded. Methinks that's not true. Methinks, and I'm going to put it out there, and I'm calling it like Babe Ruth. Just kidding. That's Nick's fucking shtick. I'm just going to call it. I'm pretty certain that if Denims decided to actually pursue Ethan Klein, all of her friends, Frogan, Sean the Black, Mike from PA, Hassan, all the lefties, Millhouse, Bad Empanada, all these people, right? They're all going to crowdfund for her. They're going to put it out on stream. and say, well, as you know, Denims kind of like, she's going through something rough. You know, guys, if you want to donate, there's a PayPal link to Denims' account right there. How about you donate a little bit of money? Or Hassan got her a lawyer and is paying it pro bono. We don't know that for a fact yet, but I wouldn't be shocked if Hassan is helping pay for the lawyer. I wouldn't be shocked. With how Hassan like constantly brings up Ethan all the time, and Ethan brings up Hassan all the time, it wouldn't be shocking to me that Hassan would defend one of his best orbiters, his best whores, from Ethan by paying for a lawyer. But that's just speculation. I have no proof of that, but it wouldn't shock me. Thank you, everyone, for proving Ethan wrong. You didn't hit the goal. What are you talking about? Thank you, everyone, for proving Ethan wrong. You didn't hit the goal. What did you prove? What did you prove here? You didn't even hit halfway to the goal. What did you prove? That less than half people you expected give a shit about you? Give a shit about your lawsuit? Give a shit about how you've conducted yourself in this entire drama? Who are you proving wrong here? You're not proving Ethan wrong. Everyone said nobody is going to give you money. And now you're turning around and going, well, they gave me some money. Yeah, dummy. We were saying you're not going to hit anything. No one's going to care. You made a couple $1,000s. Great. But you didn't hit the goal. Something tells me if you hit the goal, you wouldn't be refunding the money. Proceeding with a defamation suit against Ethan Klein is a monumental undertaking. Oh, we're doing the whole, like, feel bad for me. I'm the underdog. Feel bad for me. I definitely don't feel bad for me because I uncritically reacted to a bad Empanada video and contributed to the call to the CPS. Yep. Feel bad for me, though. His suit with Kavanaugh started almost 4 years ago and is still ongoing. I don't want to fundraise to start the fight I can't finish and feel like I've let down those who donated. You're killing me here. With that in mind, if this is a journey I wish to undertake, I'll be doing it with my own funds. She's not going to. She's not going to. She does not have the money to go up against a multimillionaire.
Cope never changes.
She does not have the money nor the recourse to do that. Unless Hassan pays for the fucking lawyer, there's no way she's going to win. I'll keep all of you posted if anything happens while the statute of limitation runs for the next year. And I'll be elaborating on stream Friday. I appreciate all of you for your support.
Longer than her.
Yeah, Concord did last longer than her. I appreciate all of you for your support. I mean it. It's more than you know. Why issue a retraction letter and crowdfund if you weren't serious about your legal threat? She saw all of people making fun of her. This is the real Cope response. I wasn't am. If CC3 at 48A applies, you must issue a retraction letter within 20 days of the defamatory statements before you can pursue a lawsuit. This is why Ethan was so prompt in his letter to Noah, but has yet to file a suit. If he ever actually planned on doing so, Ethan is planning on doing it. Ethan's going to do it. Ethan's going to do it. It's going to happen. You're dealing with a man that has nothing to lose. He's got the money to burn. I changed my mind about crowdfunding because I realized that I didn't like the money-grubbing narrative. What do you mean? That's what you did immediately. And then you tried to, like, make yourself out to be, like, some sort of underdog. Denims, you did this to yourself. On top of that, everyone pointed out the fact your career has skyrocketed because of the Ethan Klein drama. Where are the damages going to be? What companies have said they won't work with you because Ethan Klein said something mean about you? Where are you going to report those damages? You've seen an increase in viewership, money, reputation, and station. You were not affected. Normally, this wouldn't be an issue, but I could just be transparent with how the money was spent. But over the lengths of time that lawsuit would span isn't realistic. And just doing my best isn't enough for an offensive lawsuit. Anyone that's disappointed needs to realize that they would have been waiting a very long time for any kind of emotional payout on this anyways. And it's easier to take my time on this when I'm not being perpetually scrutinized as a scammer. No one will stop doing that. You defended Keffals for scamming $100,000 out of people. You will forever be known as a person that supported a scammer because you didn't want to infight with another leftist that had real, heavy, significant allegations on them. This is a lawsuit. Anyone's disappointed. Okay, where are we? To anyone that does not care about the money and just wants to see Ethan take L's, the Kavanaugh suit will end before my potential lawsuit of mine gets off the ground. Okay, so basically, she's going pro Kavanaugh, which, to be honest, Ethan did lose that slap suit, so Ethan might be fucked on the Kavanaugh thing. I'm not even going to pretend on that one. Ethan needs to stop getting into lawsuits. I think it's kind of gay to keep suing people, but, you know, who am I, right? Not to mention, if it ends up filing something against me, it feels strange to crowdfund for a defamation suit and for a defense at the same time, and mixing the funds feels even stranger. This is the cleanest way to move forward. This is total cope. This is total cope. She was never gonna make that money.
Story about his family getting Giardo.
And he's all over his
True.
house.
Well, so now the house is just like covered in dog shit, and he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something.
How is it that like maybe once a week I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit? How is this happening?
Yeah, so, you know. You get the point. Denims knows that they're fucked. They deleted evidence. Let me show you real quick. Rob's Media put out a nice little tidbit here. Maybe you shouldn't have hidden the evidence from the public. Just a thought. What's this stream right here? Oh, oh. Is that the stream? Is that the stream talking about the child abuse, the alleged child abuse? Is that what that is? Is that you hiding that, Denims? Ooh. Almost looks like you deleted something. Ooh. 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 It looks rough. That either looks private or deleted, Denims. Why are you hiding evidence, Denims? That was already public record. Denims? Ooh. Anissa is cheating on Ian in Austin. Is that real? Where the fuck is that being talked about? I'll gladly platform that. Anissa is cheating on Ian in Austin. In what way? Is she banging Hassan yet? Is she banging Hassan yet? That's the question I need to ask, okay? Nope. Are you lolcow hunting? Well, we got some interesting stuff today. Yes? Is it real though? Is it though? Where can I find that, Spectre? Where can I... You know what, Spectre? I will make you a temporary mod. You find wherever that is, you post it in chat, and I will gladly platform it. I don't care. I hate Ian and Anissa enough. It's probably not real. But I'll still do it. Apparently, she's been hitting up dudes on Twitter. She's hitting up guys on Tinder and Hinge. Show me, Spectre. Show me. Show me now. 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 Spectre, you can't tell me that Anissa is hitting up dudes on Tinder to cheat on her husband. You can't tell me that. Tommy C talked about it? What? Tommy showed it? Stop. Stop, bro. Hold on. Hold on. Shut up. You're not. Okay, chef. No. Show chef. No. Okay. No. Bubba. What? Why are you smacking me? You smacked me. That's crazy. Where is it? Okay, so Hassan talking about this. Oh, no. Internet versus. It might be a catfish account. It might be, but I'm still gonna platform it. I can't find it in Tommy's stream. No! Spectre, please! Nope, can't find it. He had someone on, they talked about it. I need to see the proof. I need the proof. I need something tangential to work with here. I can't just go on word of mouth, okay? Now, to be real, I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked if Anissa is bagging other dudes. Would you be shocked? Chef? I mean, chat, would you be shocked, chat? Would you be shocked? Anissa Felted. Okay, is this it? Because that was her debating vegan gains. Oh, wait. Wait. Okay, so they found the Tommy clip. What is this?
Of Austin.
All right.
Apparently, Anissa is monkey branching away from iDubbbz.
No.
She's been hitting up
No
Tinder
way.
this weekend.
No
She's
way.
been hitting up
Wait, what?
Hinge. Yeah, she's trying to
No
find
way.
a new man.
No. Wait,
No
Okay,
way.
fair enough. Dude,
I don't even care if you send me a farms link. I need to see like a screenshot or something. It's at the end. I'm being trolled, dude. You're trolling me. I got too excited. Damn. L, I'm getting trolled. That's crazy. I was so into that. I was so into the idea of Anissa actually like physically cucking Ian. That would be so funny. That'd be perfect. Hold on, Kiwi. We're looking up on the farms. We're going to the farms, chat. We're going to the farms. Anissa Jomha. I'd believe it too. Okay, Noah Atweiler. Yeah, I don't see anything on the farms right now. Damn, that sucks. I got trolled. That fucking sucks. I hope it's real. Okay. We need to talk about some stuff. Okay. We have a lot to get through. Okay. We have a lot to get through. All right. A lot to get through. Okay. We're gonna be here a while. We need to talk about two people. The person that is in the title is Hiten. Okay.
Don't advocate that.
Okay. God damn it. Pooh. Hold on. I'm asking permission of something right now. All right. Yeah, we're going to do some DGen time. We're going to do some ACC slop time. Just understand that I am trying to finagle some stuff right now while I'm doing this live, okay? I'm trying. Anyways, until I get permission, we're going to have to ignore that. So, Hiten was a member of the SEC ACC community. They were close to the old Senate Guard. Basically just a part of the old art commentary community in general. In my opinion, and not even an opinion anymore, I'm just calling it a straight fact. Hiten is the new Hopeless Peaches. Same mannerisms, same arguments, same ways of guilting people, same way of using their emotional trauma and dumping ground and self-harm for essentially trying to blackmail people into feeling bad for them. You need to understand that Hiten, to me, is nothing more than a complete fucking loser. They are somebody that should have never been taken seriously in the first place. We are having full-blown art-tard time, okay? We are at the art-tard school of special needs kids. Now, there is drama that we are going to cover that happened about 3 years ago involving Chuuli, Feghost, and this individual named Hiten. Now, if you remember correctly, when me and Beckett were going over the Just a Robot Mally call, do you guys remember who was mediating said call? Wasn't Lio, wasn't Peaches, wasn't Lin, wasn't Thuman, wasn't Chuuli, wasn't Ponder. Who was it? Oh, Hiten. Hiten was the one mediating that call. And I was like, that name sounds familiar. Hiten sounds like a very familiar name. I've heard the name before. And I didn't remember until very, very, very recently. And Hiten has gotten into drama with Chuuli before. And there's been a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for here? Deceptions, lies, exaggerations, many different things that has ultimately escalated into what we're dealing with today. Now, I feel like we need more of the, I feel like we need all of this information first, and then I'll leak what I have. Because honestly, it's already been made public in places. If you haven't seen it yet, probably not, because that Discord server is scary. I will not join that server again. But we need to get a little bit of history before I start showing you things that are going to be very interesting to certain people. He was the one justifying the Rosa call, calling Rosa a whore? Crazy. So we're going to go over the Feghost stuff first before we get into Hiten. Feghost, if you remember, is an individual that lied about sexual assault and lied about suicide to Chuuli and Ponder and others to try and get them to feel sympathetic for them a couple of years ago. And it made all the girls kind of have a panic attack that they may have harmed somebody, even though they didn't. It's a total lie, made up by Feghost. Now, Feghost wasn't active for a very long time and kind of left the internet until recently. And they put out a video responding to Chuuli in their most recent video. So we're gonna learn about Feghost more in depth. We're gonna go over how Hiten handles everything. We're going to go over Heaton's document, which I believe Chuuli already does, but we'll double check that. We'll go over Akumu's tweet, and then some very interesting messages from Feghost. And then I'm going to show you the Hiten stuff that I have in store. Okay? Don't worry, guys. When I get to the leaks with Hiten and the rest of them, it's not going to go well. Oh, okay. It's public. Oh, okay. My bad. These are public, not the other stuff. These are public. Okay, thank you. Thank you. These posts and all these collected items from a private Discord server are here. Just get used to it.
This is really awkward. I want to preface by saying that I know this feels like a very weird and out of place video for me of all people to be making, and this is definitely not at all how I wanted to be returning to the platform, and it would honestly be a lot easier if I just quietly moved on. However, after consulting some friends and having time to finally breathe and reflect, I feel like if I didn't come forward with what I know, I'd be doing a disservice to the fans and friends of this person, especially with how they have continued on with their behavior both privately and publicly for nearly 3 years in my experience. I also need to give a big trigger warning, as this video is going to be touching on the topics of general mental health struggles, sexual assault, suicide, and CP. I understand that that's probably very alarming, and if it's something that you don't feel that you can handle right now or at all, please don't feel pressured to stay. So today's video, as the title says, is about a person who goes by Feghost, who has been on this platform under that name since 2016. A lot of you...
I hate, like, all these fucking names. Feghost. Hopeless Peaches. Hiten. I hate all of you people. I hate all of you people.
Probably know them from their own videos or appearing around our mutuals online, but in case you don't know, Feghost is a content creator who's been around for a while and established an online presence as well as a lot of connections, which, quite frankly...
Also, I was not aware that Feghost had almost 20,000 fucking subscribers. Like, I did not know that.
Under that name since 2016. A lot of you probably know them from their own videos or appearing around our mutuals online.
It's wild that Chuuli got shit for being happy to get Feghost to leave when he was a creep. Yeah, isn't that crazy that certain people, namely Hiten and others, did that? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that kind of crazy, dude? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy, chat?
But in case you don't know, Feghost is a content creator who's been around for a while and established an online presence as well as a lot of connections, which quite frankly is extremely worrying to me. If you're able, I ask that you please bear through everything I'm going to get into, as you'll see this very quickly outgrows the scope of someone just being a bad friend. Obviously, in addition to my own testimony, I'm going to be showing whatever evidence I can of what I'm talking about. Obviously, since some of this stuff happened in VCs, I cannot show literally everything that's happened, but I will be showing all the evidence that I have. I know some people aren't always looking at the videos they have on, so I'm going to be playing this sound effect whenever I put something on screen. So with that, I'm just going to get into everything, basically. I want to preface by saying that I know that Feghost is a person who needs serious help, not from us, but professional mental help. And I understand the possible problematic implications of warning people to stay away from someone very clearly suffering from mental health issues, because I agree in terms of principle that someone suffering from mental illness is not something to be ashamed of or a reason to shun. I would never cut.
It's depending on the mental illness. That's my argument. Depending on the mental illness. Depending if they're a serious fucking problem, maybe cut them off. It'd probably be better for you and them, but okay.
A friend because of that, and I wouldn't have a lot of the friends that I do now if that were the case. However, I've had to learn that letting someone use their mental illness to hurt others and or guilt forgiveness is wrong, especially when the person
incredibly wrong. Just because you're mentally ill, just because you've been raped or groomed or treated like shit, does not give you the right to start treating people like shit and raping them or grooming them or anything because you had a bad experience yourself. This is the thing that the ACC needed to understand, and I'm just gonna lay it out for you. Just because you were raped and you were treated like shit doesn't mean that you're allowed to rape and then treat people like shit and then weaponize your previous rape and the shit you went through as a shield to deflect from the thing that you did, which is the exact same thing that you had happen to you. You're not allowed. You're not allowed. No more. No more. If I hear one more person fucking do that again, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Person shows no willingness to change for the better. And one of the long-standing issues that's been causing so many problems is not only their absolute refusal to seek out professional help, but their extreme unwillingness to put in any of the work that they can without therapy or the help of a psychiatrist.
Let's see here. Well, I can see you on the money if you need it, but your general family doctor might also be a good option. I'm not seeing a therapist, but I've gone to my general family doctor for certain mental health issues. Do you have a psychiatrist? No. Obviously, they can't cover it the same extent, but talking to someone might help, maybe. I feel like a lot of this won't be worth the effort, because last time I got better, I dipped down again. Dude, I am so... How many of these people need to just be talking to therapists in general? I don't really feel bad for somebody. If they recognize that they're mentally ill and have made 0 attempts to try and help their mental illness, I don't really feel sympathetic to these people.
Some of my friends have expressed a worry about how they react to me coming forward because they have a tendency to react to things very destructively. I'll be honest, I have my own worries about that too, but personally, I'm done catering to this man instead of the people that they've hurt. I've been doing that for almost 3 years now, and in that time I've grown up a lot, especially this year, and this is me making the decision to finally say enough. I wanted to get this out a lot sooner than I am, but if I'm just being 100%, writing the script and having to relive everything in such detail has been one of the most difficult things I've done recently.
Therapist or rapist, you decide. Will you take the blue pill that makes you normal and you get actual therapeutic help and maybe work through your problems? Or do you take the red pill and become a rapist pedophile?
I want to start off by talking about how things were before they got really bad to show that it already wasn't great, and also to show some patterns that we'll see continue on so you can know how long some of this stuff has lasted. Firstly, one of the biggest issues I've come to realize is that Feghost has an extremely hard time respecting the boundaries that other people place. Problems really started to arise in early 2019. Allow me to preface this by saying that Feghost, at the time and until very recently, was friends with me and my friend Kylie, otherwise known as Clown Teeth, and who previously was known as Icy Hazard. And a lot of the stories I'm going to tell revolve around our experiences with Feghost and how they have treated us. So, early 2019, Kylie was dealing with a very traumatic, long-lasting, and difficult to manage situation regarding romantic relationships. I'm not going to get into specifics of what she was dealing with because that's her story to tell, but Kylie asked me and Feghost to help with the situation, and
I totally forgot to remove that.
Reaching a resolution with some of the people involved in her situation. However, over the course of planning things and making the necessary connections, Feghost had several moments that made us think he was not a good candidate for being a mediator in anything. The straw that broke the camel's back was when Feghost...
Here's the thing. We need to stop, giving people any sort of mediation powers. This is the thing that kind of annoys the fuck out of me the most is commentary channels think that they have to be intrinsically involved in the drama in some capacity, or they have to be a part of the calls. They have to be there when the bad guy gets fucking caught and all this other shit, right? Dude, you don't have to. You know what's great? You don't have to. You could just let it all happen around you and just reap the rewards. Why would you ever want to be the ones breaking allegations or stories or being a part of these fucking calls, man? Like, why would you want to? Just cover it when it comes out. Enjoy your time. Goddamn, dude. Sometimes it happens, but you don't need to do it all the time.
Would not let up on an argument with me in a group chat regarding whether or not it was okay to spread rumors about someone being into incest of child characters in meme form. I was of the...
I'm sorry, incest of child characters in meme form? Chris Chan? No, Chris Chan fucked their mom. Unfortunately, the SEC ACC space puts heavy emphasis on the mental illness. Usually the wrong people is treated almost like a badge of honor or a deity to be obeyed and blindly. See, that's the thing that aggravates me the most. Stop giving people space because they are just mentally ill. These are the kinds of people that need to go live out on the street like a homeless person. Half of the people that I have covered in the ACC are people that are fundamentally, psychologically so buck-broken that they are going to end up being homeless if it wasn't for the internet. Okay? Stop it.
Opinion that it wasn't, and they thought it was perfectly fine and harmless. After arguing an obnoxiously long time and not getting anywhere, I cut the argument off for the day and the group chat was deleted, but Feghost decided to start things back up and again.
Let's see. Doesn't negate the fact that Blank already recognized the disclaimers weren't doing much. It was a big enough deal for Blank to want to confront her, deleted user. It wasn't that damaging to the point where she needed to delete things, except that it was spreading a rumor that people believed her. It's just irresponsible, instant meme thing like Blank does. And on that note, Blank took action on his own belief.
RFK, I found all the autistic people.
True! We need RFK more than ever. And from what I've seen, has only been bothered by the fact that his ex was involved, not with. All right, I can see that. I can't say for sure, but he hasn't replied to Blank on his YouTube account. That's a reach then. He was obviously bothered enough to comment in the first place. True, but there was also the fact that the video is still up and Blake didn't demand it to be taken down. If it was actually that bad, I'm fairly certain Blank would have typed to would be the type to confront Blank directly about it and had a conversation, but we don't know of what he did or didn't. And stop trying to use this, well, Blank didn't get super mad, so you shouldn't eat her defense. Since one, I didn't. I got mad at Blank for being a human shit on Twitter. And two, you yourself denote that you became desensitized to people making horrible claims about you. So that means people shouldn't do it. So does this mean people shouldn't do it? This is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. Yes, it is suck. It does suck you supported Birdie. I see you, Scarlet. I see you, Scarlet. How dare you? I know, you didn't know. I will let it go, Scarlet, because you're here now, and you are red-pilled, and I am going to make all of you Nazis one day. I was trying to use that as an example, as there are worse things that people can be accused of, like liking incest of cartoon characters. Isn't that big of a deal when you look at the oceans of accusations out there? It's definitely pretty big. I wouldn't say it's like raping a kid big, but it is kind of disgusting and disturbing that this person is like totally fine about like incest rape. Did you see Queen's new doc about Birdie? How about Queen stop being a fucking How about Queen stop being a fucking clout sharking piece of human trash and just put all the information out instead of slowly leaking it out so that they can keep gaining sympathy as they go? How about Queen does that for me real quick? God, I hate Queen. Chris is part of the Sweet Squad. True, I am. I've been a hardcore member of the Sweetie Squad. Of course, the Sweetie Squad is where we should all be. The Sweetie Squad, the Sweetie Squad is goated. Let's see here. When you look at the ocean of accusations out there, and even then, when it's mentioned in jest, the vast majority of people will pick up on that.
In my DMs the next morning, and when the same thing was happening, I told them to stop or...
Oh, God. That's a horrible defense. There are worse things out there, and even though some will believe it, most won't. It's a meme, Chuuli, not a call-out post. It's not a serious accusation against Blank. If it was, I'd be happy to, to kick Blank to the curb. Yeah, a meme spreading a call-out, and people were believing it. It's not a call-out given the fact that she made a note that might not be true. Stop hiding behind it's a meme for 2 seconds. Yes, and people still believe the truth. If it was a call-out, she believed it was true, but she doesn't. She literally said that she was willing to believe it. So wait a minute. So this person that they're discussing and having an argument about put out allegations, then did the whole like, well, it's a meme, but I could believe them doing that. the thing is like I could do that, right? Like I could joke about like Denims getting paid by fucking Hassan, like Hassan paying Denims' lawyer because Denims is under his desk sucking his dick. Like I could make that joke. That's a meme. That's not, I don't know if that's real, but I could believe it. But I think it's a little bit different when it's like the ACC style of shit where all you guys ever do is cover predators and pedophiles. I feel like that's more of a life ruination than a meme, but okay. Okay.
I was going to block them. They didn't, and so I did. So Feghost went to Kylie and ejected
So I guess I'm out of the conversation. Great. Y'all just need to chill for fuck's sake. I'm done with this shit. Yo, based. Based. I'm down to be chill. It's just that it's an argument instead of a conversation. It's almost like you're not understanding the argument and you keep trying to deflect and saying it's just a meme. It'd be fine if Chuuli didn't get all in your face about it and block me. Oh my god. Bro, you're an annoying fucking sped in DMs. Like, of course you're gonna get blocked. I understand that you're a large YouTube channel, but like, if you're a sped, you're a fucking sped. Like, if she's right, she's right. But it's an argument based on morals, and they're subjective. Feg, I said it was done. Stop. I like this person. I like I don't know who they are. They might have the worst allegations against them, but this one little screenshot made me be like, yeah, I'm on this person's side. Shut the fuck up, Feghost.
themselves from helping her simply because I reinforced the boundary that I set pretty clear and then tried to spin it in a way that made it sound like I was down their throat in the situation when you can see I was very calm when challenged.
There's word things out there. Yeah, that's a horrible defense. So they could argue, Chuuli, just to be real here.
I cordially invite every ACC autist to this year's 12-gauge tasting party.
True! But like right here, Chuuli, this is where all the soy tards are going to be. So this is the thing, Chuuli. And if you're watching, this is like my advice. If you're in DMs like these and you know the community that you're in, keep doing this. You did nothing wrong here. But in their little like fucking retarded minds, right? All these fucking incredibly weak-minded, mentally ill people that you're constantly dealing with in this community, they're going to take that as a full-blown frontal attack. And that's how you ended up in this situation, because people wanted to lie about you and over-dramatize things about you to make you feel like shit, because this community is fucked, all right? But you did nothing wrong here. I agree with you. You did nothing wrong, but that's what they took it as.
Ideas as awful as the reckless libel is okay because there's worse accusations that could have been made. And I wasn't even the one who started up the debate again, but fine.
Wait, yeah, hold on. Wait a minute.
It's okay because there's worse accusations that could have been made. And I wasn't even...
Okay. Didn't really appreciate you calling me a stupid and blank and all when it was pretty clear I wasn't dropping any kind of insults. I didn't call you that. I called you stupid for thinking calling someone stupid and saying someone's into incest were comparable. I see houses now clown teeth. Okay, another one of the victims. Is that one of the people that were involved where they were like faking their death/rape? Like, is that another one? Let's see here. But I don't have any screenshots or evidence to back that up. But it's besides the point. I'm not good at arguing with people. I think it should be pretty clear right now. See, this is the thing. If you're not good with arguing with people, don't argue with them. Don't put yourself in a position that's going to make you argue with them and then look like a retard down the line.
The one who started up the debate again, but fine. After having to be told...
Oh, Jar finally released the abortions rights video. Should we watch that?
Told by Kylie to drop it because...
All right. Chat. One's in the chat if you want to watch Jar's abortions rights video. If it's out.
I guess me reinforcing my boundaries twice wasn't enough. They decided that they wanted back in, but Kylie decided that they were complicating things too much with their rash decision-making and wanted to cut off their involvement, which Feghost continued to push even...
Hey, what's the word on the talk? It's really not a concern for you. Why? Since you aren't really involved with it now. Well, I was until I was kind of ejected from it because of majority rules. They don't want you involved. You can't get pissed off and do this shit again. You can't do this. Like, you can't do this. You got kicked out of the convo. It's not your convo to have anymore. You've been removed. You got kicked from the cabal, kid.
After, which understandably...
I guess a lot of people want to watch Jar talk about abortion. I kind of want to kill myself, then watch that.
frustrated Kylie. This wasn't even the first time that Feghost had specifically pushed a boundary regarding being asked not to get involved with a situation. There was another
It
situation
doesn't look like he posted it. Okay, if he posts it, then we'll do it. Okay.
in March of the same year involving a lot of Kylie's friends that needed to be handled quickly because it was getting out of hand and a bunch of people were getting involved, not even knowing what was happening. And people were threatening to take very minute.
Yeah, I'm curious. Some of the cheeky little shits have been pulling exactly what time of a friend of mine. Claim they hate drama, yet cause drama. Claim they're not spiteful, but go out of their way to talk shit about friends and other friends. 3, twist context about friends and try to look morally superior. 4, use the excuses why they're so mean and shitty to people. 5, uses goons to harass friends. 6, friend cannot publicly vent about the goons attacking them because they assume any vent is about said shit. Why are you even tweeting venting in the first place, you fucking dumbass? Why would you even want to do that? Why would you even want to do that? You got the video, Ahsoka? All right, temporary mod. Just post it in the chat. Just post it in the chat. And I'll pull it up for later.
Squabbles public, and she asked me to be there just while she tried to contain the situation. And I don't know what it is with this hero complex stuff, but Feghost decided this situation that had nothing to do with them was actually all about them and really just showed.
Wait, what? How? It's a totally different situation. What do you want me to do? If you don't have to do anything, you just want. I just want you to be okay. What? Since it got buried, Clown is another victim of Feghost that Hiten said was more of a victim than Chuuli. Clown then defended Chuuli, which got Hiten so pissy. Classic. Somebody goes against what Hiten says, and they get pissy and start making shit up or like being super, super manipulative about shit. Shocking. Shocking. Here's the video. Oh my god. It's 4 minutes. We're gonna have to watch that out. Look at this thumbnail. It's fucking crazy. Look at this fucking thumbnail. It's fucking crazy, dude. Oh, I'm so curious. Oh god, that's gonna be a good palate cleanser.
Ghost decided this situation that had nothing to do with them was actually all about them and really just showed that nobody cared about them because they weren't invited to help contain the situation, and looking back, honestly displayed some of the most guilt-trippy behavior I've ever seen. Even during the time of this later situation, I even tried to help Feghost realize some of the manipulative behavior.
Yeah, I'm curious about this, but whether it was intended or not to negate the fact that you did, in fact, manipulate things in a way that made you look, put you in a sympathetic light. The action of manipulating someone is a clever and unscrupulous way. Oh, ew! They're arguing the definition. Gross. You know you're talking to an autist if they throw, like, actual definitional terms at you. You're speaking to, like, a genuine autist that will never learn from what you're trying to tell them. They just can't comprehend it. That literally does not mean intent. Mention intent. Those are two different definitions of manipulation. Okay, and I've never tried to cleverly manipulate facts or anything, but you did attempt to manipulate through your argumentation and paint yourself in a better light. Doesn't matter if it's Machiavellian or if it's cleverly done. If you are telling people the thing that isn't true and telling them something different, that is manipulation. That is a manipulation of the facts, Feghost. Okay? I understand this was 3+ fucking years ago, but like, buddy, come on. This the talk that Hiten said made Chuuli a monster. Yeah, Hiten sucks ass. I hate Hiten. All my homies hate Hiten, bro. We hate Hiten here. I have never been more angry at a person in my life until I started looking deeper into Hiten. I've never been like more like hateful of a person. Oh god, that's gonna cause them to have a mental breakdown. Hi Hiten, go get a therapist. No one gives a shit. Go cry to anyone else. Stop crying on the internet. Stop crying to people on Discord. Become an adult. You're an adult. Get over it. Let's see here. Can't you get a chat like you? Okay, and I don't really have time to keep a logbook or if screenshots are constantly fact-checking myself. Then why are you getting involved, Feghost? If that's the case, you need to be smarter about what you say. So true. Because it can be very manipulation like it was with you.
They were displaying that was making things really difficult to push through. And
oh, Heten conveniently turned into a VTuber, ran to Blue Sky? That's crazy, Heten. That's crazy, Heten. If that's the case, you just need to be smarter about what you say. Very manipulative with the likes of you. I'm not a manipulative person. Maybe not intentionally, but at times you have been. Maybe with the way you see it, but intent is a large factor in actual manipulative people. I have never had malintent with my conversations with Icy. Most manipulators don't try to be manipulative, but believe it or not, what manipulation and malintent isn't at the forefront of their mind. Stop fucking with me. What the fuck? Like, Chuuli's like, hey, you could still manipulate people without understanding that you did manipulate them. And Feghost is like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Of course, that didn't go well because Feghost was so obsessed with their intentions while completely ignoring the actual effect that they were having on a thing that was supposed to be helping Kylie with the situation.
Seriously, I need to stop with this out of logicking stuff. Like, I'm not trying to do anything bad to Icy. I know that, but I'm calling what you did. It is what it is. And you always put fact in front of shit that I'm trying to do right. I'm literally giving you the chance to recognize that behavior and fix it. I've been trying to fix it for half my goddamn life. Yo! Isn't that what Nezzy Monster said? I've been trying to fix my life for my entire life. You're killing me with this shit. Like, just R. Kelly moment right there. My goddamn life. Like, it's just R. Kelly moment right there.
That was, again, very traumatic to her. Once again, I understand that mental health struggles can push you to do some questionable things. I literally gave them this.
Yeah, hold on. So Chuuli, here 3 years ago, Chuuli, here's my thing, and you've gotten way better with it. Just because somebody has mental health issues doesn't mean that they get away with shit.
Hiten complained about how toxic the ACC was and then ran off into tubing. Because you know, that community totally isn't also toxic, Lamau.
I know, crazy. It's like VTubers are definitely not toxic. No fucking way. They're definitely not toxic. No way! No way! No way, dude! No way!
Suicide hotline because they were freaking me out like this when, reminder,
I want Peaches to come back. I want to farm that fucking cow, man. Peaches! Where are you? Where are you, Moon? Where are you, Peaches?
only 16 years old and knew they needed someone to talk to that wasn't a fucking minor on the internet.
Wait, what? He's talking to minors on the internet doing this shit?
Out like this when, reminder, I was only 16.
Wait, it's not that. Oh, right. Chuuli was 16 at the time. It's not that. What could it be? It wasn't a thought or anything like that because it turns out I get forgot about a lot, so I'm used to it. Oh my god. This is manipulative as fuck right here. This is so manipulative, bro. This is crazy. You aren't forgotten. I'm sure used to it. We're just dealing with the situation right now, and it's working with what people we have currently. I'm literally just there with Icy because she felt like I was a good moderator. She's taking me with her to the people involved so we can handle the situation quickly. We're not forgetting you, dude. Icy's just been through this stuff all afternoon, and I was talking to her about it. I was gonna do something about it until Blank blocked me. So yeet, haha, he unblocked you.
16 years old and knew they needed someone to talk to that wasn't a fucking minor on the internet.
Another night wasted doing nothing. Haha. You're pathetic, Feghost. I know this is years ago, but this is like the most pathetic shit I've ever seen in my life. It's nothing personal with you. Okay, cool. Cool. I know you don't mean that. Yes. Please don't do anything irrational. Gaga. Okay. I fucking hate these people.
But as you'll see, it gets worse. Unfortunately, all of my advice seemingly fell on deaf ears because when Feghost asked why Kylie had been so...
Wait, what? I miss you. Like a lot. I don't know what happened. Hey, sorry. I've been thinking a lot and taking some time for myself to think. It's all right. I've just been thinking about a lot what happened these past few months. I'm not really comfortable talking to you due to the things that have happened. What's wrong? Oh, no.
Kylie basically said that they didn't feel comfortable talking with them after all the trouble they were causing, especially with the guilt tripping over not being allowed to help, which was honestly becoming a...
Wait, Hiten made a response? Where did Hiten make a response? Where Hiten did what? Hiten did what? Oh, could somebody send me... can somebody send me their Blue Sky account real quick? Can somebody send me Heaton's Blue Sky account real quick? I just want that. Okay, I just want it. I want the cope. I want the cope. I live off the cope. I live off of it. I snort it like fucking Nick Rekieta snorted cocaine. I need it. I need it now.
Pattern at this point, and instead of respecting that decision and
is on Blue Sky. That's their name. That's their fucking name? What a horrible Blue Sky name. Blue Sky is such a shitty fucking website. I don't know what kind of tards want to be here. People. Okay, it's not showing anything. I just searched the name and it's literally not doing it. Dude, Blue Sky sucks. You have to be retarded to be on Blue Sky at this point.
Just apologizing in response to Kylie simply saying they were uncomfortable with the manipulation. Feghost went on a diatribe about how they...
Oh my god! This is a paragraph. This is a paragraph. Oh, there's Hiten. Where are their cope tweets? Looks like they deleted them. I don't see anything that looks like vague posting. Sorry about no Miku yesterday. I was having a think in the worst possible way. So I could barely function, but no hospital visits, so that's an upside. No one cares if you go to the hospital or not. No one cares! Honestly, I never wanted to guilt trip you in any kind of way. This is already starting off like a guilt trip. You just have to say, I totally understand your boundaries. I didn't want to make you feel that way, but I apologize. That's it. That's it. That's not manipulation. That's just owning your shit and saying, I totally get where you're coming from. I apologize. That's all you have to do. You want to, if you are genuinely apologetic, you're not going to write a fucking paragraph about it, okay? Nobody's going to write a paragraph if they're genuinely sympathetic to you, or they sit there and go, oh, I actually feel terrible for the actions that I did. This is a pity me post. By that point in time, I was actually solely focused on giving you the help you need to go in there and help in any way I could because I genuinely want the best for you. I had a few bumps after a couple of weeks, both IRL and online from that point on. My mental health took a blow. This is manipulation 101. Not a big one, but big enough to make a dent in my whole psyche. So that sounds pretty big if your whole psyche's going into fucking flames because you had one little moment that made you feel bad. Like, that sounds pretty significant if your normal psyche is just decimated. I don't know if I'm guilt tripping you now. You are. I'm reading this for the first time, and this is a guilt trip and a half by saying this, but I really want to make sure I'm not guilt trippy by saying any of this, but I genuinely wish the best for you. This is literally a guilt trip right here before he says, I don't want to guilt trip you. I was so against the idea of being left out because I wanted to be there every step of the way, but seeing you favor Chuuli over me and not being there really crushed me. I don't want to guilt trip you, but you hurt me. I love. I slipped down way too far with that whole defending a meme kind of thing. And while the contents of that argument don't matter to me in the slightest anymore, what happened because of it really drove me to despise what happened. I genuinely, I'm going to say this in the most fucking, like, pathetic way possible. I genuinely didn't want to bring up my state of being. But ever since that whole shitstorm happened, I've been really off the rails. Yeah, not guilt tripping. No. Yeah, not guilt tripping. Oh, wow. That was like a lot of oxygen I just put in. Fuck, man. I got to stop smoking. I haven't done anything to help myself because I've been thinking over and over about if I'm guilt tripping people or not by talking to them about my stuff or whatever I'm doing. I'm forcing myself to be apathetic. iDubbbz moment? He's learning apathy. Got it. And not cause a shit stir, even though I'm still mad, upset, or sad or anything. I genuinely did not know I was guilt tripping you in that time frame. The entire time, I just wanted to be there throughout all of it, and that was it. But now the outcome doesn't matter to me as much. I'm disinterested in a lot of things because of this mindset. I kind of forced myself into myself. Guilt tripping. Dude, I've seen like 4 or 5 sentences of just pure guilt trip. I want to see this whole thing through. I'm sorry for bringing things around, but considering it's been months and I still can't bring anyone around to even agreeing with me on this is a guilt trip. This is a guilt trip. This is a guilt trip. This is him trying to go around to get people to feel sorry for him, to feel sympathetic for him, because he feels like he's alone on an island. So he's trying to guilt trip people into caring about his position when his position is wrong. I just want to say something real quick. We're gonna save that. We're gonna save that. We're gonna save that. We're gonna save that. Okay. Hiten, don't you dare block me. If you do, it will only make it worse for you. This is your one and only warning. I'm trying really hard not to be guilt trippy. I genuinely don't know how I could word any of this without it coming across as feel bad for me, please. You're failing miserably. But that's not what I want to do. I know I messed up with things, and I expressed most of it to Chuuli, but I'm not going to get anywhere if everyone is going to be mad and upset with me for this long. Yeah, okay.
I didn't want to guilt trip her. In between guilt tripping, Feghost decided that Kylie was playing favorites and talked about how crushed they felt to see Kylie choose me over him, as if we weren't just trying to get through a stressful situation that they were actively inhibiting the resolution of.
I am warning Hiten. Okay, this is a shot off the bow. Do not block me.
And worst of all, right after saying for the millionth time that they aren't trying to bait forgiveness by trying to make her feel bad for them, they immediately say that they're not going to grow or get better if the people they affected aren't going to stop being mad at them for what they did, which is S-tier guilt trip.
No, Frogan didn't fucking block me on Blue Sky. It's totally horseshit. I am mad.
And honestly makes everything they said about not trying to guilt trip completely void. Like,
true. Stop.
Let me just pause to say this. You are never responsible for another person's growth or well-being, and putting the responsibility of that on another person in order to get forgiveness for the hurt you caused is blatant manipulation. And I wish that I understood this back when...
Hiten, I'm just going to say it. The realistic reason that I'm doing this, Hiten, is because the more I hear about you, both publicly and in certain other areas of the internet that I will not disclose, I hate people like you. People like you don't deserve to continue making content. If you're going to keep acting this way and keep doing what you've been doing and the way you've been engaging with everything, even if you're not doing drama anymore, Hiten, you're a shitty person. That's going to carry for the rest of your fucking content career. Doesn't matter if you change to a VTuber. Doesn't matter if you change everything and get a new voice and pull a Doodle Tones moment. It's going to follow you forever because you're a shitty fucking person.
Feghost started perpetuating this idea.
There you go.
Back when I was just 16 because I fell for it.
Clip it, ship it, send it to Hiten.
If someone tries to guilt compassion from you, they're not being genuine, run. From this, I hope you can see how you learn very quickly that dealing with Feghost, even when you're being as calm and as nice as possible, is extremely difficult. Not if you're letting them have their way, but if you reinforce any boundary or confront them about any harm they've done in any way, it's never an easy situation. This is kind of where this particular series of events ends, but I want you to keep in mind a lot of the behavior displayed by Feghost as we're moving forward. So now comes the time when I have to talk about...
Now again, the reason I'm showing you the Feghost stuff is because Feghost is very important to the Hiten stuff.
About what made everything a lot worse and get into a story that's extremely dark. And honestly, looking back, it still doesn't even feel real.
Was Hiten watching? No. Heten's not watching. But something tells me that they will be very, very soon.
I'm going to try and tell this as matter-of-factly as possible just so I can get through it. So I'm sorry if I sound emotionless while going through things. So back in mid-2019, a random Twitter profile appeared accusing Feghost of multiple crimes, including sending illicit pictures to minor under the age of consent, being
Jesus!
Sexual with their ex, who I'm not going to name here, there's no reason to, while she was under the age of consent, and sexually assaulting 2 girls in a bedroom. It tagged quite a few people, so Kylie B, otherwise...
Isn't that the fake story? They like sexually assaulted people. Like, that is an insane fucking op to do on yourself. Why would you even do that? Why would you do that? Why would you op yourself like that? Why would you even consider doing it that way? Why would you do it? It's so fucking funny. It's not even dark. I'll contest to Chuuli that it is not dark. It's actually like a really funny fucking thing that you did. Like, really funny. Like, that is insanity. That is insanity. Insanity. That is funny. I'm gonna be honest. Like, them lying about, like, sexually assaulting people for sympathy is crazy.
known as Ponder Sprocket, and I decided to look into things and reach out to Feghost to see exactly what was happening. After a bit of looking into things, we recognized the doc showed screenshots of Feghost conversation with their ex from the perspective of their Discord account, which led us to realize that they'd been hacked. Some of you may remember in 2019 there was a situation which prompted
Embra, you missed a lot already. Hello all, Discord update for whoever my mutuals are. You know who you are. My old Discord account has been deleted miraculously because of a very tense and very stressful situation that's on its way to being resolved. For whoever wants to add me, my new account is this.
Feghost to have to create a new Discord profile. This was that situation. After getting Feghost's new account into the group, we eventually found out that someone that Feghost used to know in real life, who we'll call Jay, had broken into their house and took an old phone of theirs in order to get access to their accounts and fabricate.
That is... How did you believe that? How did you believe that? I'm gonna be honest. How did you people believe that?
Evidence of then sending porn to a minor under the age of consent, because the messages came...
It just sounds fake, like off the rip. It's like, what? So Feghost, you're telling me that somebody broke into your home without your knowledge, like crawled through a window or like pulled a Home Alone moment, stole an old phone of yours, somehow got past your passwords, and then sent pornography to a minor? If I was approached with that and I was told that story, I'd be like, that is the most bullshit fucking story I've ever heard in my life. Do you have a police report of somebody breaking into your home and stealing your items? Do you have that? Prove it to me. Show me a police report. If they don't produce the police report, I ain't believing it.
Literally right
And
before
even then, I'm still skeptical.
the exposed doc was made and were, again, taken from Feghost perspective. Jay was not the story's account, however.
Yeah, it totally happens all the time.
That person was just an accomplice who was helping in the effort to ruin their reputation. By the end of one of the days, pretty early on, I had actually gotten into...
Because he committed libel and allegedly broke into his house to get his old phone, and she used to hack his accounts and fake child grooming scenes. Yeah, she used his phone, but she got permission from his other friend. His other friend isn't the owner of the house or the phone, has no authority. Oh! Interesting. This is funny. Chuuli was 16. True. Chuuli was 16. I need to remember that. But it's still funny. Even at 16, I'd be like, bro, what? Like, someone broke into your house? Like, what happened, dude? Like, what do you mean?
DMs with the story's account, in which they literally ratted out on themselves and Jay for breaking
But Chris, a robber broke into his house and downloaded men kissing each other on his drive. Yeah, that's totally believable.
the law, and both fabricating evidence as well as stealing their phone. Things quieted down publicly after that specific night, but the situation actually continued through November of that year. Prior to November, though, Jay ran away from their home and was put under a missing persons report, and they were found later, arrested for burglary, but before she really served any time in jail, we found out that she actually committed suicide, and none of us knew how to process that.
That is just demonic. That is a demonic thing to do to people. That's demonic, Feghost. I know this is years ago. You've probably gotten better, yada, 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 yada. But like, bruh, you're never going to live this down. Like, this will never go away. Be there for the rest of your life.
At that point, all of us just stopped talking about the situation entirely because, like, what was there even to say at that point? However, in November, another individual who was a friend of Feghost and Jay came forward with a paste bin that was basically just a list of testimonies about various wrongdoings that Feghost had allegedly committed, and nothing else happened after that. However, something that is absolutely crucial to why I no longer talk to Feghost and want to make this video is that there's no easy way to say this next part. As I said, another allegation made in the doc, as well as the pasteman later on, was one of Jay alleging that Feghost sexually assaulted her while making another girl, who we'll call A, watch after trapping them both in a room with them. A was said to have later committed suicide, and the pasteman stipulates that Feghost was mentioned in the note, or at the very least the abuse was. Some may think that seems implausible because they think justice would have come of it, but I believe that's an ignorant view to take on the matter, as the sentencing rate for silence is extremely low in both the US and in Canada, where Feghost is from.
Yeah, I saw the Hiten thing. They're scamming money. I'm not shocked.
Even worse by the fact that the victims, Jay and A, were said to have been trans women who the law is already incredibly unkind to. And I brought this up to them to ask to clarify if this was just another lie or if they could expand upon what was being talked about, and I'll never forget how they responded in the call, because to this day it sends such a chill up my spine. Feghost said, "I was hoping you guys wouldn't ask about that," and
I was hoping you guys wouldn't ask about the fake transgender rape that I totally definitely committed. Why would you say that? What an insane What an insane fucking thing to do. Why would you even consider that as an option in your life? Like, why would you lie about raping trans people? Or just rape in general? Like, why would you do that?
Admitted to being drunk and not only locking both girls in the room with them and groping Jay, who was drunk and couldn't consent, while the other girl was sober and had to sit and watch, but they also admitted to keeping both girls silent on the matter. Feghost also admitted the acts at a later date when the other individual came forward with the situation in the form of the paste bin. The assault happened in 2015, which, mind you, is when Feghost became a legal adult. Both the Google Doc and the paste bin contain half-truths, like mentioning that Jay killed herself but not mentioning that she was in jail at the time with no contact to anyone, and the doc, as far as I'm aware, does straight up lie with fabricated evidence of a fake offense regarding sending illicit photos to a child. But the fact of the matter is that Feghost admitted to the assault and trying to keep both girls quiet about what they did. They're a sex offender who clearly permanently altered these girls' lives for the worst. And this is something that Feghost has tried to keep me silent on ever since, both in VCs and in text, which, mind you, isn't a trend that started because of this. This is something...
Oh, wait. Did I just see, like, sweep conversations? Hey! You haven't told anyone else about what I told you guys a while ago, right? You know, the thing involving me drunk in a bedroom? This is so fucking crazy.
Silent on ever since, both in VCs and in text, which, mind you, isn't a trend that started because of this. This is something that Feghost has done to me as far back as early 2019. Whenever we would have an altercation or anything, if I was in a shared space on Discord, like in a server or anything, they would find where I was and join, staying completely silent just to make sure I wasn't saying anything. And better yet, after I dropped them and started warning some of my friends, I found out that they also did this to another person who was even younger than me, back when they were a minor. And the fact that they listed the exact type of behavior that I experienced without me even telling them that was something Feghost did freaked me out. As far as this situation in particular goes, nothing really came of it, and I'll get into why later, but for now we need to move on to a situation that really showed how things got worse after this. Going to fast forward to a pretty egregious series of events that took place early this year just to keep things moving and kind of relevant to what we just talked about. Some of you may remember a big situation kicking off in the beginning of the year involving Call Me Carson. Stay with me. In
Carson. Leave. God damn it.
which he exchanged nudes with a minor, which getting nudes from a minor is illegal. I bring this up because Feghost was projecting their previous relationship in which their partner was a minor when they started dating and was basically going crazy thinking that the two situations were one and the same. So that honestly made me really wary. It was also around this point that I really started to question Feghost's past and how it made me feel, as I'd grown up a lot and became a legal adult myself and had also been sexually harassed by guys online while I was a minor still, actually. It's not as uncommon as we'd like to think it is, especially for more femme-presenting people like myself, so it had me thinking, but I wasn't sure how to go about taking action on any of my feelings, and I didn't want to confront Feghost in a time when they were so mentally unwell. I did, however...
This is the problem. Oh God, I understand. Chuuli was 16 at the time. Chuuli was 16 at the time. Chuuli was 16 at the time. And either this is something that needs to be said. If there is somebody that you know is admitting to all of this shit, and you hear something even worse come out for that, it doesn't matter if that person has a fucking knife to their arm. You confront them on it. You go, hey, are you a fucking piece of shit or not? And if they go, yeah, I am, just hang up the call and go cut yourself. Like, just do what you gotta do. Cut up, not across, you know, for real effect. Like, if they're truly a piece of shit, don't care about their mental health.
Confide in Kylie about my feelings while we talked about the situation, since she was the only other person who knew exactly what had happened that I could talk to on the daily. Fast forward another month and Feghost irresponsibly made what at the time appeared to be a suicide tweet. Having his phone number, Kylie was able to reach them and get them to clear up what had happened.
So to explain my headspace from last night, I got really frustrated at work. I want to do like a Chris Chan voice because this is like such the most lolcowish behavior I've ever seen. And I had a massive headache. To note, I'm not suicidal in any way. I can't do it. I can't do the Chris Chan voice. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I've only been in that state once in my life before. So I asked about painkillers, and they gave me a bottle of ibuprofen type stuff. So I took a handful of them and instantly regretted it because I realized that that was way too much. Instead of 2 or 3, I think I took 10. I can't remember. The next thing that happens is kind of foggy. I remember going back to my workstation and losing consciousness about 10 to 15 minutes later. I made a tweet meaning to be funny in an ironic sense. Like, oh boy, here I go taking a bunch of pills. I hate my life. Yeah, okay. This is the dumbest cry for help I've ever seen.
I'll have their explanation up on the screen right now. They were understandably upset with the panic caused, and I basically just said, yeah, I understand that. I've been keeping my distance, which, as you know, we had discussed prior. This time, however, Kylie decided to confront Feghost about the situation herself, which is something I also wanted to do once I had the time. I bet we can all see where this is going. Kylie confronted them and asked if they had done anything sexual with their ex while she was a minor, and Feghost straight up lied and said no, which we have evidence to prove against. I'm not going to show that because this isn't about her, nor was it illegal because she was the age of consent. Point is, they lied. So I already lost trust from Feghost because of that, but decided
Jesus Christ, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
I would deal with everything when I got home from an out-of-state vacation I was on. However, I didn't get the chance to do that, even though Kylie told them I wanted to talk to them about my suspicions when I had the time, to which Feghost told Kylie that they knew I was wary of them, which, yeah, we know. So literally the night I got home, before I even had the chance to come out and lay exactly what my concerns were to them, Feghost decided to take it upon themselves to message me both while I was asleep and when I had just woken up the next morning about how they didn't appreciate me being concerned about their past and how it was shrewd and
I don't appreciate you being concerned about me admitting to raping a trans woman. Yeah, I don't really appreciate you digging into my past when I told you that I'm an alleged rapist. Like, hey, so I know that Icy's talked to me about Blake and the whole thing, and I also know that you were the one that brought it up. I just want to be clear the air and make sure I'm not imminent shitville because of one reason or another. I know the screenshots you got were ones from a while ago when you guys were helping me out with the whole Blake situation. I would appreciate. But what I don't appreciate, however, is the suddenness of this being brought back up for primarily two reasons. I cannot, for the life of me, remember if she sent me CP. And I know for certain in the past few times I asked Blake, she always said no. She hasn't. Two, this seems like not a normal thing to occur of Icy venting out her justified frustrations. While I get why she was mad, I also know that she was justified in being mad. I don't, however, understand why you picked that kind of moment to bring this up.
Chris, your Chris Chan is better than Bo Blacks's. Also, hi, I'm the schmuck who derailed Nick's stream yesterday with Innuendo Studios. Fun times.
Base flatworms. Base flatworms. Nick needed to see the lore. I wanted him to watch the cuck video, but I know for a definitive fact, if I did not tell Nick about the very poorly censored cuck pornography that will be put on his screen to 6,000 people, he would murder me. Like, unironically. I think he would, like, come up from where he's at and, like, come to kill me. So I wanted him to watch the cuck video. It would have been funny, but no, I made a mistake putting that on screen. Stop fucking messaging me. You literally know nothing about what her and I have been talking about. My thought process or my life situation right now. Don't come at me.
Okay,
kind of
I just gotta say, imagine lying about graping someone and then being surprised that people are looking into it.
I know.
Emoji.
Crazy.
I didn't even know about this.
Crazy, dude. Crazy, right? Let's see here. I'm not coming at you. I literally just want to know what spurred this on. And maybe don't call me underhanded if you don't know then. The reason why I said underhanded is because I thought this was already resolved where we left it last time. We talked about it. And now it's brought to me like it's a pattern. It is a pattern. There is a pattern. There's a pattern of you saying and admitting to crazy shit. Like... Or is it issue now versus back then? I'm sorry, but I'm just confused and surprised. I don't want to talk to you right now. I literally just got home from vacation. Don't spam me with shit when I'm not replying and make comments like that. Stop messaging me. I already asked you to.
Underhanded of me to confide in Kylie with that during a moment of frustration with her. So it's again with this pattern of thinking that there's some weird battle between us for Kylie.
Okay, if I did flashbang Nick with the cuck video, again, Diorio would murder me. Okay? According to certain leftist channels that is run by a guy with a big forehead who wants to sexually assault me, apparently. I'm just spreading total shit. I'm totally paid off by the mafia, dude. And Nick is the head of the mafia, obviously.
As though I'm trying to get her to choose one or the other by putting a wrench in their friendship. And before you say
I don't want a dead pup in the cup head in my bed, dude.
That this isn't enough for me to come to
I don't want a decapitated pup in the cup head in my bed, dude.
That conclusion. This was something that they continued to perpetuate in the following month that they refused to drop it to Kylie. Feghost, She's allowed to have friends. And better yet, she's allowed to have friends who don't vibe with you. I just had chosen to discuss with her how I was feeling because you had been making sure I wasn't telling anyone about your past. Although I'm sure you would.
I also worry for my mental health. Thank God I am a steel trap. I am a steel trap. And if my mental health takes a dip, I don't go online to complain about it.
Have rather me just forgotten about it entirely and never brought it up again or think about it in any way that brings consequences to you, right? I know my response here seems aggressive and I seem angry.
I'm going to be honest, you were justifiably angry because it's just like, dude, I told you to stop messaging me. And he continues to keep messaging you because you told their friend that you don't like them. Oh my God, this is high school as fuck.
And that's because I was frustrated because I already couldn't deal with confronting Feghost about anything, even if I was incredibly calm, without some shit happening. And it's like, now I can't even find the time to confront them without them spamming my DMs and ascribing intent to me first. You'll see, I had to reinforce the fact
I will never become Boblax. You will never see me in a dress. If the money is no longer viable on this channel, if the views are no longer viable on this channel, I am gone. You won't even know that I'm gone. The Discord will just be deleted. And all my accounts other than the YouTube channel, I'll keep that up for like archival reasons. But like, if I left, if I was going through like a fucking mental health crisis like Boblax and I was done with doing content creation, I would just poof, you never see me again.
that I was not open to conversation at that moment because I specifically sent this to them to stop because they just kept typing. They obliged, but if we've learned anything from their 2019.
Also, yes, just I'm going to let you know. If you want to clip stuff for my channel for your own channels, I've given permission to do this before. All I ask is that you do not do a strict raw re-upload. Okay? That's all I'm asking, because we usually clip out this stuff anyways. Just don't do like a full fucking raw re-upload. That's all I'm asking.
Antics. Who do they go to when I reinforce boundaries with them? Kylie. And holy shit, she got the absolute brunt of it. For the following month, Feghost was essentially in full manipulation mode. They were pissed that I was refusing to talk to them about my suspicions after the way they came at me upset me. And it's here that we can see a lot of the same behaviors that they showed in 2019. There was a lot of pressure on Kylie from Feghost to stay, as not only did Feghost repeatedly express fear that Kylie was going to leave them, to which they later literally
Were they dating? Was Kylie dating this fucking person? That they were concerned that they were going to leave? Or was it just an internet friendship that they were concerned to lose? How pathetic are you that you're that concerned about losing an internet friendship? Are you pathetic? Are you pathetic? How sad are you in life that you're that concerned about losing an internet friendship? That's an insane fucking thing to care about. Okay, I feel like you're not going to want to talk to me anymore after this. I still do want to talk to you because of how close we are. I just need to think about this. Yeah, I'm going to be more honest from now on. I'm not here to make enemies. I just want everyone to be fine. You got to be kidding me. Right. I'm still trying to be calm, not freak out. Think about this logically. Pray I don't lose friends over it. Blank is coming over, thank God, so it could ease my head a little bit. You can talk to Blank about it if you want. I just don't want people I can't trust knowing about it. Jesus.
Told her that she was their only friend, but there was a return of them complaining that when friends cut them off for being toxic or a problem, they lose the...
I'm sorry. Yesterday was shit. I still got work today and tomorrow. The whole time my manager is going to be on my ass about X, Y, and Z. I'm fucking fed up. Get a new job. Literally brush off your resume, find a new job. All my life, I've been given no time to heal from anything. Shut up. Shut up. Get a therapist. Take a Saturday to yourself and enjoy the outside world. Go to a park. Go to a lake. Enjoy nature. Those are things that can help heal the soul. Don't sit on Discord. Oh, God. And there's been nothing I've been able to do about it in case once I'm the aggressor, or if I raise my voice a little, I'm the problem, not whoever hurt me. Yeah, you're going to heal from what? Fake trauma? The fake rape that you put yourself on? Holy shit. I'm sick of this always being the case, where I'm trying to defend myself, and I have no other incentive than to just bury the hatchet over something. Every single month this shit happens, where I only ever gotta ask if I'm the toxic one. Yeah, dude, if you have this many falling outs with people, maybe introspectively look on yourself. maybe introspectively look on yourself, you know? Like, take a look at what you've done and identify your actions towards other people. If you have this many falling outs with people, okay? That means you're the problem. 9 out of 10 people who are in other friend groups say, yeah, you were. And once again, I can't do anything about it. That's because you were fucking toxic. Eat dinner at Russell's, of course. True. Pro casual. We should go back to Russell's. you should come up, bro. Let's go back to Russell's. I just want to go back to Russell's. Okay, I'm totally derailing because my favorite lolcow's been mentioned, and I have autism. Dude, I want to go back to Russell J. Salvatore's restaurant. I love Russell's. I love the placards on the wall where he says that he had to leave his family of 3 to pursue the restaurant hotel business. Come on, pro casual. We have to go back to Russell's. 10 years from now, we'll go back to Russell's. How about that? 10 years. Okay, 10 years and we'll go to Russell's. Hold on, wait. I'm going to tell you guys. Okay, one thing. Okay, one thing. Okay. One about Russell. I stole his autobiography from his hotel/restaurant. Not a lot of my new audience know about my Russell love. Here's a real excerpt from his book. Where is it? Where are we? This is what he says. Age is only a number, and time is only a place. This book is the funniest autobiography you will ever read in your entire life. And this guy is beloved in Buffalo. I hate him.
The ability to...
I didn't finish reading. Sorry, I got distracted by Russell. I gotta go. He's about 95 now, if you're wondering what his age is. I gotta go to work now, but I just want to fucking talk because of all this. All this has been grabbing my brain. Like grabbing my brain like a fucking parasite for weeks now. And if you don't want to talk, fine. I'll just do something else. So it turns out they only needed me for a little bit. You there? Yeah, busy. Good news. I'm getting vaccinated on Monday. Wait, so this guy have water? Yes. He has water bottles on. He has his face on his water bottles. He has a little Bentley golf cart. So he owns a Bentley called Russell 1. And then he has a small little Bentley golf cart called Russell 2. I love Russell.
grow as a person.
You guys don't understand the magic of Russell J. Salvatore. You don't get it. You just don't get it. Okay, I'm just gonna show you like one clip of Russell, and we're gonna go back to it.
In a world held hostage by hunger, they turned to one of the toughest men who ever lived, Russell Salvatore. The Steak Man. His mission to deliver the finest cuts of beef.
Here's a ribeye for you. Here's a strip steak for you. Nothing but prime beef and Russell's steaks, chops, and more.
Cut.
Be my guest and let us do the rest.
I'm sorry. I fucking love that commercial. I love that commercial so much. Oh God, that's a real person. He built. Okay, here's one last thing. One last thing about Russell, and we'll get back to Feghost. He built his own mausoleum, like his own tomb. He built his own tomb in the front of his hotel so he could be buried right outside the hotel. Like, I'm not kidding. It's literally a couple of feet away from the hotel, and he's going to bury his dead body there. I'm sorry. I'm done. No more Russell.
So we're back at putting the responsibility
It's
of
still funny, Soul.
getting better on other people, on top of everything else they were feeding Kylie, just because I wouldn't talk to them and justify my wariness. Beyond that, they insinuated that I hurt them by even being wary.
Yeah, I don't know how they hurt you when you were the one that was faking shit, Feghost. And even then, if they didn't want to talk to you, that's not hurting you. That's just venting how they dislike you.
or having suspicions to begin with, and that I was making assumptions and talking shit, which I didn't do. They literally made assumptions about me when they decided they didn't want to wait to hear what my actual concerns were and continued to perpetuate them.
He doesn't have Bibles. It's autobiographies. So he doesn't have Bibles at his hotels. He only has autobiographies at his hotels that he self-published.
To Kylie, I don't understand how you can be out here claiming that I'm the one with ulterior motives by voicing my concerns about you to a mutual friend when you're the only one here pushing that narrative, manipulating the situation to be like I came after you for no reason, and insinuate that we need to let you, the sex offender, back in order for you to grow as a person, and how we should really be empathetic and consider how you feel when deciding to be wary about your history of sexual misconduct so that we don't hurt you. You're lucky you never served jail time for that. Hell, you're lucky you're not even on a sex offender registry, which you should be. I don't understand how you can even find the gall to say you're not a manipulative person at this point.
I'm going to go over that eventually. Probably not today. Soon, though. I want to see where it plays out.
Like, I'm not manipulative, but also, God, I'm not going to get anywhere if you choose to stay mad at me because I can't do anything to get better without my friends. And also, you're my only friend. But again, I'm not manipulative. I honestly can't tell at this point if Feghost is just lying about not knowing what they're doing, or if they've actually deluded themselves into believing that only their intent matters when evaluating what type of person they are and how they...
It's delusion. It's more delusion than anything else. But also, they recognize when they're lying. Because, like, in the call, if you watch the call on Lyo's channel, which is the Feghost call with, like, Ponder and Chuuli and the rest of them, it's, like, stupid obvious that Feghost just knows that they were lying at this time.
treat others. This on top of how they can just say they're not a predator.
I see. I'm not a predator. You literally said that you raped a trans woman while they were drunk.
With
for attention.
Such confidence when they're actively trying to keep someone who knows about them being a sex offender silent and is manipulating the other person.
I will not do an IRL stream at Russell's. I won't do it. Here's why. Russell absolutely hates people like myself. He said so to my friend who got married there. He did not like our group of people, and we paid extra to keep the bar open late at night. You know, like they paid extra so that people could continue drinking after the wedding, and Russell didn't like us. So Russell came up with an excuse that he had a bad night and closed the bar, even though that we all paid extra to keep that open for our friends who were getting married. Yeah, fuck Russell.
Who does into feeling bad for them. Something else confusing to me is how they were both mad that I chose not to come to them about my concerns and wouldn't talk to them about it, but also got frustrated with Kylie for bringing up her concerns about the exact same thing. That's because I believe what Feghost really wanted is for us to not say anything at all about it ever again and go about life as if we just forgot everything. That's why
I did not piss on his tomb. Okay, I didn't pee on his tomb.
Why the second we started reevaluating how we felt about their past as a sex offender and other possibilities.
Maybe. I don't remember. I was pretty drunk.
But
I definitely did it. I definitely did not do that I remember.
Conduct is something that we were...
And he's also not dead. He's alive.
Just sweeping under the rug and ignoring. They viewed ever coming to us for help and telling us about it as a mistake. There's no version of reality in Feghoust's mind.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention he's also being accused of being a rapist. Forgot to mention that.
That is moral or just. That
stop distracting me with the Russell lore.
Involves them receiving any consequences for literally sexually assaulting two girls, or hell, even receiving consequences for the other.
Sub special stream. We all jump Russell at once.
If I hit 100,000 subscribers, I will do an IRL stream at Russell J. Salvatore's. I will do that. I will, unironically, do that.
Awful shit they did, and I think I've made that abundantly clear by now. Some of you know that I started streaming this year, which was something that I've wanted to do since I started my channel, and I was extremely happy.
I'm saving
when I was finally able to. However, what none of you know is that I started streaming in the middle of this situation, so of course I couldn't even have that for me, because since I was using my time for myself to do something that I enjoyed instead of letting them disrespect my boundaries so I could try and justify why I was wary of a self-admitted sex offender, I couldn't even stream without Feghost going on a tirade to Kylie, who was...
Wait, what? What is this? Hey, I'm home, and we have internet finally. Hey, I'm in Chuuli stream right now. Ugh. Well, I can't stay around long because I got to drive my mom somewhere tomorrow morning. Yeah, no worries. My mom picks me up from work. Also my mom. Hey, let me go over to IKEA real quick, which is like halfway across town, by the way. You have to carry furniture. Well, what do you mean, gee, thanks, Mom? Your mom is nice enough to like pick your ass up from work, you fucking tard. Legit, though, I feel so awkward having to dance around a Dodge Chuuli because of this shit. Like, I'm not even mad at Chuuli. I'm mad that I gotta stay away from like be like excommunicated. You were kicked out of the house. Like a fucking talk or nah? I'm just really, am I really a fucking problem? Yes. Well, to be honest, considering you went to her saying you thought she was trying to keep me away from you, that set her off. Yeah, no shit.
also just trying to literally enjoy times with her friend, me, without them, about how unfair it was that they couldn't be there amongst 1,000 other things. Feghost, you're not entitled to my time or friendship or Kylie's
Just because you think we're
I will
responsible for you
say
getting
that.
better.
I don't understand how someone can be so gross. This type of behavior lasted for around a month, like I said, and it was just extremely tiring, especially for Kylie, who experienced the brunt of it a lot of the time. And I'll just be honest, it got to the point where, and I'm not proud of this, but I was honestly a bee's dick away from straight up blackmailing them with what they were trying to keep me silent on because we were so tired. It's hard to convey just how
It's kind of based, actually.
much I hated going to bed during these times and knowing that there was a pretty good chance, especially if I dared to do anything public for myself, that I would wake up the next day and have to see my friend dealing with this grown-ass man not be able to handle the consequences of their actions and have to remind her constantly that it wasn't her fault and that she didn't have to listen to them. All this because I was wary about possible sexual misconduct of a sex offender because they were projecting their past relationship onto a case of sexual misconduct, and I chose to confide in the only friend I could at the time because a sex offender had been keeping me silent the whole time. What the fuck? And obviously,
I have like a question though, like why were we keeping that silent like in the first place? I don't know. Maybe Chuuli will explain it a little bit more in depth in the second video. And I get you were a minor at the time, you didn't know what to do. They were definitely manipulating you and all that stuff, but it's kind of crazy that nobody like brought anything up.
Also, apparently,
It's crazy.
Hassan Piker got
But that's just
arrested
me.
by
That's just
ICE.
me. That's more of a nitpick than anything else. I know he was arrested by ICE. We're putting a clip out.
I wasn't going to not listen to her because A, we were and still are really close friends. They had us believing that we had no one else to turn to about any of this. Actually, that's not entirely true. They allowed Kylie to talk to an IRL friend about me being sus about the nudes, as in someone who didn't have an online platform or connections with our mutuals. That's the reason I believe they let her do that. And that's why after that first day, they really
I'll send a voice message. Thank you, Lio. I'd like to know the context as the reason as to why nobody really said anything at the time. I understand they were probably concerned about like Feghost mental health or whatever, but like I feel like this person didn't deserve this much grace. I feel like this person deserved to be like burned at the stake at the time, but you know, that's just me.
started to see my wariness as a threat and started freaking out. I believe that 100%. And actually, I also did confide in a friend about everything because he was the only friend I had that didn't really have an online platform, already didn't like Feghost, and wasn't the type of person to come out and say anything. He's cool. We watched the entirety of Legend of Korra together for my first time while this was all happening, and it was a really nice distraction and cleanse from all the batshittery that Feghost was putting me and Kylie through. If you're watching this, friendo, I love you, and thank you so much for being there during that time. You helped me feel a little less insane and in a chokehold, and also I'm sorry that I haven't gotten back to your DMs. Eventually, Kylie was able to emotionally convince them that I wasn't going to ruin their life, essentially, and thankfully, from that point forward, they finally dropped everything. Of course, we still had our awareness regarding what they did to the girls and how we should handle it, but we were so tired and worn down from a month of this that we just decided to stomach how we felt and leave it so that we could catch a breather. This is how I knew I wasn't crazy for being afraid about confronting Feghost about anything, because we both noticed and knew that they were a loose cannon, which is something that they even admitted to in the past. And I know we're not crazy, because like...
Yeah, but like if they're a loose cannon, do they like have any of your like personal information or like docs information? Like why would you be concerned here? Yeah, and I saw you gave it to me. I'm gonna watch it.
Back now after
what I'm doing is I'm doing a slow burn. Okay, we're doing a slow burn. We're doing a very slow burn. I'm gonna put the Feghost video and all of these screenshots right after this, because then we're gonna go over Hiten.
Cutting them off and having time to reflect without having them around or feeling any pressure to think about them in a certain way. It's exactly how they were.
Oh, oh god, it's a minute.
Well, Chris and Chris's audience.
It's Lio.
The TLDR of why that.
You know, this guy doesn't believe that like Smurfs are mammals or fish, right? Like he just thinks that they're like a fungi or something.
That was quote unquote kept. Is number one, the claim of sexual assault was groping while intoxicated.
Because the way that was sounded, Lyle, just to kind of like interject here, I don't mean to interrupt, but like they made it sound like they raped somebody. That's how like that's like how it was portrayed, at least from how it sounded. So it wasn't like actual rape. It was like groping, but it was still like sexual assault in general.
Nothing above that. And then everything spiraled from that point very quickly into convincing these people that they were responsible in part for someone committing suicide.
I still wouldn't be that concerned about it. That's just me.
So the truth from what I've been able to see by looking at this as objectively as I could when I first started digging into all this, because it sounded wild to me too. In these types of spaces and these situations, people like Feghost isolate and they control.
Yeah,
there was no way to get outside perspective because there was no outside perspective to get.
The thing, I again, all these people were minors at the time, so I can't be like super critical about it and say, well, they should have known better. To be honest, me at 16 is different than these other people at the age of 16. So fair.
That was the problem. And I say this like with full care. Other people involved, with like Clown, Ponder, Chuuli.
That's fine.
There wasn't much in the way of real world experience in dealing with stuff like this.
Gotcha.
They didn't really know how law worked. They didn't know how any of this stuff worked. They didn't have like that this is sus radar that you and I would have had,
right?
Were we to be told the same type of nonsense. So
Fair
just
enough.
keep that in mind when you're listening to all of this.
Yeah.
That's kind of where they were at.
Okay,
Have
that's
you heard
fair.
of the
That's
Smurf
fair.
Christian torture circle?
I can see where Lyle's coming from. I will concede that question. I get it. I do. And I understand that they were minors at the time. It's just like I feel like my mindset and their mindset at the time were very different at the age of 16. So everyone's got different ways of handling things. We both knew that they would, if we thought how we felt about them in their past and decided to leave them because of it, we would be forced to have to explain everything to mutuals and relive everything repeatedly. We're currently going through that right now. I seriously think all my mutuals. Okay. It's long.
There is no emotionally or mentally healthy way to confront Feghost about the things they've done or avoid them. If you try to confront them, they will lash out, shut down, say things to manipulate you or evoke sympathy. If you try to avoid them, they will push your boundaries or try to get to you through other people. There is no easy option, and eventually you just learn to live with it and stay quiet so that you can avoid any suspicion to begin with. It's not healthy, nor is it enjoyable, because you still feel and think about the things you want to say, but when you're in a toxic relationship of any kind, whether it be platonic, romantic, familial, etc., where communication isn't a viable option, it does become a way to get by. So that's just what we did from that point on. I eventually did let them back into my life after about a month later with the bare minimum of apologies. Everything they had done, I just said, whatever, because that's what happens when you get worn down. And also, they still had a lot of connections and mutuals. So even if I wanted to continue avoiding them, I would just be isolating myself a lot. It wasn't until, I'd say about last month, that an out started to form, and it wasn't until very recently that they were finally cut off. Some of you know that Nani and I have become pretty good friends recently, and a while ago I was added to a Discord server with her and a few other people, one of those people being Feghost. By then, obviously, I was just trying to move past everything they had done and not cause any problems in this new space that I was in. However, that didn't mean that they didn't cause problems for me, especially because honesty is a big thing the people in that group server were pushing for, and if you've been following along, you already know that honesty and Feghost don't mix. Feghost had been going through an admittedly pretty hard time, and it wasn't uncommon for them to take it out on me. It was only after a particular...
That's just so insane that a grown adult would take out their life's problems onto a minor. Like, that's a crazy fucking thing to do. I can't even, like, think about this. I can't even conceptualize the idea of being, like if I was still, like, 21 to 22, and there was a 16-year-old, I'm not going to dump my life story onto this person. That's an insane fucking thing to do. This kid doesn't know what it's like to be an adult, to have a job, to go to college, all this shit. They're just a kid. Like they're a teenager. They don't get it. And you trying to download all of your insecurities, thoughts, bitching and moaning about the world and how the world doesn't treat you right is like a horrible thing to do.
Clearly bad time when they lashed out at me in front of everyone that I decided to write a letter to myself as if it were them. And that really kind of hit me how toxic it was. Like, girl, you're pretending to talk to this man instead of actually doing so because you're terrified of what they'll do to themselves, you, or both. I'm not going to read out what I wrote in the letter because it was quite personal, but I detailed how I felt punished by them whenever I was honest about an issue, by how they reacted, and how they never afforded me honesty in any way other than an aggressive manner. I was, however, able to bring myself to read it to Nani.
I was going to watch, but I don't want spoilers. No, poo. I'm just doing a lore review, okay? I'm doing a lore review of Hiten and Feghost. I am not going super hard yet.
And another friend who were extremely...
Until I am allowed. Until I am given permission, I am not going to fucking go. I'm not going to hit the nuclear button, poo.
Understanding and had never done anything.
I want to hit that button so fucking bad
to make me regret being honest. That really, I guess, provided me an outlet to make me start feeling comfortable telling people exactly just how much I was biting my tongue regarding Feghost. And after that, it was only a matter of time before I just completely broke and came clean about everything, which happened in early November. I honestly just have to pause to say that Nani has been a blessing, not just for this situation, but in general. And I just have to thank her and the other friend of mine who I won't name because I'm pretty sure they don't want to be involved in this, but they know who they are. Thank God for them, because they were the ones who really provided a space for me to be honest about how I felt about Feghost and stop silencing myself for them. Without them,
You've been given permission to post it publicly. Have you? public. Oh, soon. Okay, so not yet.
Honestly, don't know how much longer I would have let them continue on as they were. Coincidentally, Feghost had a bad time the same night that I came clean, and they blocked literally all of us on Twitter. Which,
by the way, Pooh, tell Chuuli I said hi.
A lot of us used to just return the block and stop interacting with them because basically no one I talked to about them sexually assaulting the girls and what they did after the fact even wanted to be around them at all. They did try and reach out to us multiple times, but we simply refused. You can view that as scummy or cruel, and I understand that because in principle, I agree that communication is the key to solving a lot of issues. But also, if you've been paying attention, it's pretty clear that communication was very often one-sided or—
No, Pooh. No, Pooh. No. I was check the group chat again.
expressed destructively and often only led to more problems that I honest to God couldn't handle anymore. So, of course, after Feghost realized they were blocked by a lot of their friends, they did something that they do when they can't force or manipulate anyone to talk to them and went public to get sympathy by joking about how they were going to get canceled. And someone who, I should just say, is well-intentioned and apologized and deleted their response tweet once they were filled in on the context of why Feghost was getting blocked by a lot of people, basically made a response mocking the notion of them having seriously condemnable stuff that would make people not like them. And
how dare you do that to Mr. Ghost?
to get sympathy.
I'm fully expecting my YouTube career will end the rise and fall of Feghost. Where somebody talks about me for 45 minutes. They start with he made animation memes about music and ends off with me being a horrible person with no retribution. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now, except I'm not doing a whole documentary video on you, you fucking idiot. You're not worth that time. You're not worth that time. You're just a funny tard that is my vessel to start talking about Hiten. You're just my vessel.
By joking about how they were going to get canceled, and someone who, I should just say, is well-intentioned and apologized and deleted their response tweet once they were filled in on the context of why Feghost was getting blocked by a lot of people, basically made a response mocking the notion of them having seriously condemnable stuff that would make people not like them, and Feghost liked it. And I'm just sitting here like, Feghost, how could you agree to something like that when you know—
Thuman, make the video. What are you doing? Upload the video, Thuman.
No, you know that you've done horrendous shit to people and have been hurting people for God knows how long. I'm just disgusted. This is also what makes dealing with Feghost even more infuriating, because if you force them to leave you alone, they'll just take it public and start looking for sympathy from well-intentioned people who have no idea the shit they're putting you through. And at that point, I'm literally just pissed off. And like, this isn't a new thing.
Sounds good, Pooh.
This is something they did in 2019 when they were being cut from helping Kylie with her issue because of how erratic they were being and told to stop pushing the boundary set. They made a whole video to people who had literally no business being involved in any way about how nobody cares about them and they're leaving the alias of Feghost.
No way they made a fucking cope video. Dude, they did it again! They did one this year! Oh, no.
Hey there, I know when to take a hint. I know when to stop what I'm doing and say, okay.
Why does this sound like a Cheeto? Why does Feghost sound like a Cheeto? What the fuck is going on? What is happening?
No business being involved in any way about how nobody cares about them and they're leaving the alias of Feghost.
Hey there, I know when to take a hint. I know when to stop what I'm doing and say, okay, all right, nobody cares. No.
This is so pathetic. I know when to take the hit. I know when to do it. I know when to take the hit. No one cares about me. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. You're waiting for Toasty's statement? Tell Toasty to fucking go get... I'm going to get banned. I'm going to get banned, Thuman. I'm going to get banned.
Nobody really cares.
I'm going to get banned. 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 Calm down. Calm down, Chris.
It's like nobody cares. Like I could dish out 1,000 things this year and no one would care.
This is the beauty of what you do, Feghost, is that you just post through it. You don't care. You just keep posting. You keep posting.
Because I've been seeing, I've been watching, I've been looking, and I know I've picked up on a few things. I'm not deaf. I'm not blind. I'm not totally oblivious.
And obviously the people watching didn't know the context behind it.
I'm not totally oblivious, just totally cope posting about shit that your regular audience does not care about.
Kylie and I did, the people who were trying to get through an already stressful situation, and now we have to watch this man go and beg for sympathy from people who don't even know what's going on. It's like, can you just stop?
No, he can't, because it's just a manipulation tactic to get his audience to care about him. Like, it's sad. It's pathetic. This dude has no real fucking tangential idea of what it's like to be a normal human being. They're fucking pathetic back then. I don't know what they are like now. I'm going to figure it out from this fucking video soon.
Feghost, we don't need to process your shit. The people on Twitter or on YouTube who have no idea the kind of person that's begging for their sympathy don't need to process your shit. The friends
True.
you've hurt and may or may not have lost don't need to process your shit and forgive you for the damage you've done. The only person who truly needs to process your shit and can put in the work to find ways to improve and seek out the correct help is you. But yet that seems to be the only person you refuse to put any responsibility on. At the time of me writing this, Feghost has gone on a diatribe talking about how they hate the commentary community, which arbitrarily—
Oh my god! I hate the commentary community. It's so toxic. It's a toxic fucking community, man! This is the part that I love when people do the whole, like, I hate the commentary community. It's so toxic. Yeah, you were engaging with it, and then when it's your turn, you fucking hate it now? Like, dude, you just have to roll through it. You roll through it. You roll through it, and you just don't care. You're just like, okay, I'll take my licks, and then I'll just move on. That's the thing that annoys me the most about this whole, like, the commentary community's toxic. It's like, bro, yeah, no fucking shit. It's always toxic. Commentary everywhere is toxic as shit. That's the point.
speaking, I don't consider myself a part of, and how things have been awful for them. And I just have to ask, do you honestly think you're any better? You say at the end that you're getting help, but from the looks of it, you haven't even done any introspection on yourself. I don't trust that you're changing from this moving on, nor do I believe that you probably actually changed in any meaningful way before you were on Kylie and I, given how many friend groups you've admitted to blowing through and still feeling that you can't do anything after you've been told that you were a problem. And
okay, I feel like you guys got the point, right? You guys get the point. Is there a part where they do the admission of shit? Party wasn't thinking it wasn't anything part of what it was. I can't remember having interaction with him over negatively before that. Either side were able to give us, okay, blah, 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 blah. They are admitted to doing stuff come out. I know it was a really awkward way to handle things, especially after Blank was gone. I think 1 point. Okay, so this is basically the rest of it. Let's see what Feghost has to say after all these years, because Chuuli put it out in her video involving Feghost recently. If you haven't watched that video, go watch it, or you can watch it in my members only stream. Feghost decided to make a response to everything, so let's see how that went.
Putting words to video and to describe things and talk about things in a lot of great detail, but it just hasn't hit any times that I've written anything out or recorded anything or wanted to say some.
Dude, this 1 HP voice shit is so tiring. I'm so tired of hearing 1 HP motherfuckers. Have some confidence, you pussy.
Apology that's worth it in my mind to put it out there into the ether. So I'll just say this. I have not let myself let this go for the entirety of the time that Chuuli's video has been out. And yeah, this is Feghost. I don't know what happened to the channel, but
I don't know what happened to the channel. Yeah, okay, dude. Okay, dude. Okay, sure. Didn't you convince this guy to delete his channel? Didn't you convince this guy to delete his channel? Am I stupid? Is he lying right there? He's just like, yeah, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah, the name changed, everything changed. I don't know what it. Anyways, so yeah, I have not let myself off the hook, and I will continue not letting myself off the hook.
Oh God, here we go. Now it's doing the whole like, I will never let myself go. I will never stop harming myself over this and not moving past it at all.
One of my friends told that I confided.
Feghost changed their gender right after being canceled. Oh, so they pulled a Hopeless Peaches. Got it. Convinced? No, I threatened her. Okay, this is a her. This is a woman. Could have fooled me.
About this situation.
The voice box. They tripped me out for a minute.
Told me that I will never live this down for as long as I live.
You will never live this down as long as you are on the internet, you fucking idiot.
And what I can do from this point is try to be better to the people around me that I have right now. And I think that's really sound advice. And I'll see to it that I try to keep doing that. And yeah, no, that's pretty much it. I don't have a lot of defense. I think it's pretty clear from public perception and everything in general that I
You're a freak. You're a freak. You're a freak. You're a freak.
fucked up
No.
tremendously, and it's something.
I don't think like lying about raping people and like suicide of a person to guilt trip a bunch of like bunch of people about it is like a fuck up. I would say it's like a monumental manipulation tactic that nobody should trust you ever again over. But it was just me.
That I wish that I could take back with a lot of sincerity behind that statement. I wish I could take it back. I have a lot of regret doing what I did and the stuff that led up to it, and just everything in general. I wish.
I'm hearing like a lot of nothing. I'm hearing like a lot of like, man, I fucked up. Okay, what did you fuck up, Feghost? What did you fuck up? Oh, I'm sorry to the people I treated. Who are the people, Feghost? Like, why are you just diatribing?
I lived my life better than I did, and I wish that I had realized a lot of things way sooner, but we can't have that. Unfortunately, we live in a reality where this shit happened, and I can't reverse it. I can only try to do stuff that will help others heal and get their closure.
Like uploading this video doesn't really do much, Feghost. It's not really like helping. It's not really helping. Like when you're making a video like this, it doesn't sound like, to me, enough. Just learning from like the basic shit that I'm thinking here. And I kind of agree with Thuman. It sounds like a fucking afterthought. Like it sounds like a full-blown afterthought. Shinigami Eyes. Listen! I am not transphobic.
One run-on sentence.
It is. I'm not transphobic. Shinigami Eyes slanders me daily.
And that's all that I can try to do. And I hope that over the past year, it shows that I am choosing peace and not trying to be malicious in any way.
Okay, wait. So if you choose peace, you will just let Chuuli say what they want and not make a response video.
This sounds like a teenager tipster.
Oh, Tippy. Tipster DM'd me recently. Oh god, that was funny. I got a good laugh out of that. Oh, he was like, "Oh, you're not gonna talk about me anymore?" Like, try to act tough, and I was like, "Buddy, you fucked up. It ain't worth it no more. Just live your life, homie. Let it go."
Form. I just want to set things.
I'll still make jokes. I don't care. I just won't dedicate a fucking stream to you, homie.
In a direction where people can heal and properly recover from the trauma that they have had. So that's my whole spiel.
Yeah, this literally sounds like I'm trying to force like a shitty fucking essay, and I'm just trying to fill as many words as possible. This is my thing, right? Is like all you had to do was not do this. You could have just taken the lick and just dealt with it and be like, "Yep, I fucked up. Chuuli was right," and it feeds into all the trauma that she's dealt with in her life, and I just should say nothing and just own it. This is not owning it. This is you like trying to make people sympathize with you.
Yeah, that's it. I don't know. You can read my community post or whatever. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I will go back to living my life and doing things.
If you were living your life, Feghost, you wouldn't be uploading a fucking YouTube video about YouTube drama that no longer affects you. If you were living your life, you wouldn't give an ounce of a fuck anymore about this. You're insane. All right, Feghost made some posts. It's a long story. And the memory is fuzzy, but luckily there's a bunch of videos out there that explain it. In 2019, I fed a story where I sexually assaulted 2 trans women to my friends, namely Ponder Sprocket, Chuuli, and Clown Teeth. In the midst of this, one of the victims I made up ended their lives, and for 2 years, the aftermath of those events played out. I never let them know the story was false. And it was a lie told by me on alt accounts. I was erratic. I was irrational with a lot of my reactions to several social instances. Yeah, see, this right here is an excuse. This sentence right here, blaming your mental health, is a severe excuse, and I will never forgive you for this. And you should never be forgiven for this. They believed that they had aided in the suicide of a trans woman, which took 2 years for them to find out was never real, because Chuuli outed me in a video I made and rushed apology confessing to all my lies. I abused my ex-friends emotionally and broke their trust, plainly said. That's the gist of what I gathered from the video that are out there. It's a lot to digest, so I suggest watching. Where are we? I suggest watching the videos from Chuuli's channels first and gather information from there. I've done a lot of thinking, and I think it's worth to put forward my thoughts and hopes for the future. You failed miserably. I hope that over the past year, it shows that I'm choosing peace over any other action. If you chose peace, you wouldn't have made a response video and then do a whole, like, cope comment. But, you know, fuck me, right? I hope the people I've affected can see through the storm ahead, and I hope they can get the closure they need to live better lives. A lot of my actions in the past were short-sighted and brought a lot of hurt with them, but hopefully, looking into the future I have had recently, all of this pans out well, and the loose ends I've left behind in this BS hurricane can be severed without my involvement. You shouldn't have done anything. Yeah, he did that. They did that to Chuuli as a minor. I don't even care. This is ridiculous that you even made this video. I sincerely apologize to everyone I've affected. You all deserve so much better. And the fact that anyone tried to stand behind me was a testament to how loose the morals were in this community. Hiten. Thinking back, it would have been better had I not done and said the things I've done. But it's far too late to say. I wish I could impart some healing words to help. But from what I've observed and what I've seen and understand, I'm better off remaining in the care of professionals who are better equipped to assist me. I'm pretty sure the professionals would have told you not to upload a YouTube video and then multiple cope posts. I'm pretty sure the therapist would have told you not to do that.
Feghost sounds like me back in 8th grade, and it's my turn to read the Westing game, and I'm just phoning it in.
True. Let's see here. Far removed from the corner of the internet. Thank you for your time. None of this has gone unappreciated. Yeah, kill yourself, unironically. Like, just fucking end it now. All right, now we have a very long video. How Hiten and the SCC ruined my life. Ooh. Now we're getting to the big stuff. Now we're getting to Hiten. Hiten. All right, let me get Hiten, you monster. I know what you've done. I know the things that you've said to people. I know the actions that you take against people privately. I hate you. And I'm going to watch this in video. And I'm going to see how you handled treating Chuuli and others this way.
Hello everyone. It's been a long time since I've uploaded. This video is late. It was supposed to come out in like May and it's almost September, but who really cares?
Hold on.
Life has not waited for me at all this year, so unfortunately it's taken this long. To anyone who's mad at me still making this video, and in particular everyone who took every chance to write fan fiction about my life and abuse every time I spoke the truth, in the words of a great stallion, fuck y'all, I ain't gotta clear my name on a motherfucking thing, but I'm finna get this shit off my chest and lay it to rest. Let's go.
I'm not gonna lie, Chuuli kind of killed it right there. Like, that was a great intro.
Look of Heten's voice used to read text that she has written. I condemn all usage of an AI replicated voice to frame.
Why? Why do you condemn AI voices? Bro, AI voices at least are funny. Hold on. Here's one good use of AI, chat. One good use of AI.
Wake up,
all right. Here, I'm gonna just leak my DMs with Core. This is one good use of AI.
Here it is, the video
Man, these people took my kids from me, then they closed my bank account.
I'm not gonna play the rest of it. I'm not gonna play the rest of it because I'll get banned. But come on, that's funny AI. Like, shut up.
Anyone for words they did not speak or type.
I'm gonna get banned. I'm gonna get banned if I play the rest of that.
As a brief trigger warning, this video is going to discuss topics of sexual assault, suicide, abuse, victim shaming, abuse apology, and many
Who is this aggressive black? Not aggressive enough, in my opinion.
Instances of sexual victimization of a minor. So if any of that is triggering to you, please don't.
Nezzy tried to call this video irrelevant because Chuuli used AI for Heaton's voice. Yeah, that's not how that works. 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 You can't call something irrelevant because somebody used voiceover work with AI. That is not a thing. Does my stream become irrelevant when I play this song?
I still can't get my kids back. With all of the money and fame, I still don't get to see my children. They can see my Twitter, but they don't see how I be feeling. So I became a
Okay, not gonna finish the rest of that. I'm way too close. I'm really, my pause game's on point.
Don't feel pressured to stay.
My pause game's on point. Does that mean that this entire stream is now null and void because I played the Kanye West AI song? That's crazy.
Another disclaimer, the main subject discussed in this video has already stated that she will not.
Your eldritch creature is tired, my lovely legionnaires. This is the end for me. This is pathetic. Hi there. Making one more quick post before everything resumes at usual pace. I've been told the video is in the works on me, and I want to make something clear. I'm not watching it. Why would you even acknowledge it then? Why would you? You're gonna watch it. I know you're going to watch it, Hiten. You are a mentally unwell individual that will 100% watch it. 100%. Jesus.
Not be watching this video, as she thinks it would just harm her health and she wants to respect that she was asked to leave me alone.
Yeah, Omegon is really killing me with these Nazi allegations. I'm not helping him.
I'm actually totally fine with that.
I didn't read the rest of that. At this point, this person is a detriment to my health and safety. I've said more than once that they have every right to be angry about what I said forever. And that remains true. I've clarified, apologized, and moved forward. Yeah, you've done none of these things. If they don't want to believe it, that I can't change their mind or feelings. However, I'm not going to self-harm and expose myself to their hatred of me. Ooh, that did not age well. I'm not going to respond further. I was asked to leave them alone, and I'm going to honor that request.
As she thinks it would just harm her health, and she wants to respect that she was asked to leave me alone. I'm actually totally fine with that decision because, as you'll see, I don't want her talking about things anymore since she can't be truthful. And as far as I can tell, she's actually been doing a good job in keeping her nose in her business where it belongs. I did write a lot of this script to address her in second person because that's just how I wrote it, but just know that she will not be watching this video according to herself. Do not...
Synthetic Teapot, Omegon calls me like ChrisTheNarc when he's reading out my tweets or clips.
Prod and poke at her anywhere to watch this video.
It's a solid meme. It's a solid meme. Hannah's the one that started that, which is crazy.
I'm not saying you can't talk about the situation at all, but do not provoke her. I'm making this video because I want my story to be known comprehensively and for that information to be immortalized. Otherwise, if you have not kept up with the situation from past old videos or need a refresher, let me just give you a brief summary. Starting in 2019, when I was 16 years old, and for 2 years after, I was emotionally abused, gaslit, threatened, and emotionally blackmailed through suicide by a former YouTuber and my friend at the time, Feghost, also known by their real name Liam or by their current aliases Billy and Jelly Skelly. Feghost made me and 2 others by the names of Clown Teeth and Pondersprocket believe that we helped get a mentally ill sexual assault victim arrested who would later kill herself in police custody. We did not know that she was a victim of sexual assault at the time we were trying to get her arrested, nor the extent of her apparent mental...
Why is ACC lore so cursed? Because all these people cannot live real lives.
Health issues. During that time, we antagonized her for the hurt she was causing and lies she was spreading about our friend. Of course, only for us to be told by Feghost themselves that one of those lies, that being that she and another girl who also committed suicide were sexually assaulted by Feghost at a house party, was true. After this period, Feghost regularly displayed suicidal ideations and would even threaten to kill themselves, as shown in my original video. They also decided to check in with me regularly in private to make sure I wasn't telling anyone about the story. Being made to believe I had a hand in one person's suicide, I did not want to do anything that would upset them until over a year later in 2021 when I was freshly 18, when the memories of the story I was told made me so uneasy that I confided in Clown Teeth about my feelings and how uncomfortable I was knowing what I knew about Feghost and how they continued to act. When they found out about this and confronting me did not go well, they relentlessly hounded Kylie for a month about my suspicions, made me out to be the villain, said that I was talking shit about her, and even tried to pit Ponder.
Yeah, let me see here. Hey, B, I don't know what's been going on, but on Friday I made a dumbass tweet that really worried some people. Big mistake. Really dumb. I'm all right now. I took a bunch of painkillers at work like an idiot. I tweeted it out right after I realized I took too much, tried to explain to Icy, and I didn't mean to worry anyone. See, this this is why I don't believe these fucking things. That anything Feghost says out of their fucking mouth. Okay, we already know all this.
It's me saying that
I'm scared that Chuuli might be planning something behind the scenes and out of my purview. Jesus. So basically just totally guilt tripping somebody and then saying this shit.
I might be plotting something. Wait for it. After finally leaving me and Clown alone after she essentially begged for them to calm down about me, I once again kept quiet until November, when I told another YouTuber that I was close friends with at the time what was happening. Everyone cut Feghost off, and on December 5th, 2021, I posted my video, Feghost Needs to Leave. 2 days after the upload of my video, Feghost uploaded their own video proving that the story they told us about the assault, the one that they harassed me and my friend over and tried to pit my friends against me for believing, was a lie. The girl that we had antagonized and helped get arrested was a Feghost sock puppet account.
It's just hearing it this many times is crazy.
As was the Twitter account that tried exposing them. When I found this out, I was possibly more angry in my life than I ever had been. I had posted a comment on Feghost video telling them that I wanted their social media presence entirely removed, which included deleting their Twitter and YouTube. Feghost started leaving old DM groups that we shared, which I continued to kick them out of and posted about, and I celebrated when they deleted their socials. This is—
Which video? Which video? This video? The truth about Feghost? Does anyone have that video? Does anyone have that video? Because I will gladly platform that video.
Own video proving that the story they told us about the assault, the one that they harassed me and my friend over, and was a Feghost sock puppet account, as was the Twitter account that tried exposing them.
You see how Jar responded to the image of his avatar with black? He's still claiming it's his roommate. Lol. Classic. He doesn't like... By the way, just sidebar. Okay? Sidebar. Where is the DMs that I sent to certain people? Okay, here. Sidebar, just a robot derail. Jar did not like the blackface thumbnails that I have made of him. Well, Mishi made, because Mishi's the GOAT. I asked Jar, what do you think of all the blackface thumbnails made of him? And he goes, I think it's very offensive. I never put black paint on my face. I make fun of black people or spread misinfo about me as a person. Or people are doing to make fun of my roommate. Then that's even worse. No, I'm making fun of you, Jar. I'm making fun of you. I'm making fun of your history of people accusing you of having blackface, Jar. And I responded with Kanye Motown. You know? Just a quick derail. Just a... beautiful picture of Kanye West with the biggest smile imaginable, because that's the same smile that I had. That's the same smile that I had when I was told this. Just letting you know.
When I found this out, I was possibly more angry in my life than I ever had.
Yeah, hot take. I don't care either that he did blackface of an avatar. I just think it's really funny that it annoys him.
I had posted a comment on Feghost video telling them that I wanted their social media presence entirely removed, which included deleting their Twitter and YouTube. Feghost started leaving old DM groups that we shared, which I continued to kick them out of and posted about, and I celebrated when they deleted their socials. This is where things take a shift, as at that point, another commentator by the name of Hiten made a thread about me and how much of a terrible person I was. I'm just gonna let the thread play out right now, so we can all hear exactly what was said.
I want to talk about this Feghost thing real quick, because
Oh my god! Look how this tweet starts. That's great. I want to talk about this Feghost thing real quick. Yeah, Feghost, the person that lied about sexually assaulting people and suicide and all that shit. Yeah, we're going to talk about this thing because this has escalated to a point that I'm not comfortable saying nothing.
Because this has escalated to a point I'm not comfortable saying nothing. Dulu's video is bad. The constant claims of manipulation while actively showing them gaslighting him.
Okay, I just got permission. Wow, you guys are not going to like what I'm going to show you.
Into believing he was a worse person than he was.
Nobody's going to like what I'm about to show.
Is vile and disgusting.
It's going to make you feel sympathetic for somebody that you don't want to feel sympathetic for.
Watching them actively cheer on the downfall of someone they admitted to knowing was emotionally fragile and going into the comments of him telling his side of the story of what is admittedly interpersonal drama that they instigated and telling him to disappear is reckless at best. You going into private chats and bullying him, then going into the place where he is trying to clear up his side of the drama is no better than him shadowing you in calls.
That is so fucking stupid. That is a stupid fucking argument, Hiten.
It's bullying someone you know is mentally ill into—
Oh my god, it's bullying someone you know that's mentally ill. Yeah, I'm sorry that the mentally ill person lied about murder and rape. I mean, it's suicide and rape. I'm sorry.
Isolation, and that's dangerous. It makes sense that you were recording Spoctor's sub count dropping for Penta if this is how you act. You didn't do this because you cared about victims. If he hadn't personally slighted you, we wouldn't know about any of this.
No, this edging is worth it. Trust me, chat.
If anything, this was Clown's story to tell, not yours. You don't get to play the weeping tragic victim.
But Chuuli was a victim of Feghost. They lied to Chuuli and made them feel guilty about what they thought was contributing to a fake suicide. So Chuuli is a victim of that person.
For supporting your friend through a hard time, just like I don't get to do so for helping my friends deal with your bullshit when you do this to friends over a small tiff. I feel bad for Clown.
Hiten in the Spoctor video, who the hell are you to tell me about how I should feel when I was backstabbed and betrayed? Hiten here, Chuuli is a monster for being happy about Feghost leaving.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
I feel bad for Feghost. You're a manipulative, spiteful bitch.
Oof. We're gonna have... We're really about to go nuclear. Fuck it, man. I've been given the keys for the nuclear option. The nuclear football, man. That's crazy.
Who wants to win a fight, not help a victim. It's real rat bitch behavior, and I'd like to say
It's real rat bitch behavior coming from Hiten? Oh, Hiten. Hiten, the statement alone with what I'm about to show is going to show you are the biggest rattest bitch of them all.
Disappointed. But in order for that to be true, I'd have to be surprised. TLDR, this is going to get messier. And you'd better reel it the fuck in or there might end up being actual blood on your hands this time. Dial it the fuck back. Quick amendment because I do want this to be clear. If what Feghost is being accused of is true, then 100% this should be known, called out, and atoned for. This just isn't the way to do it. Open harassment of someone who everyone admitted to knowing is unstable, isn't it? I'm pissed at Junkie for ruining my commentary career, fucking up—
I'm pissed at Junkie for ruining my commentary career. That's great. That's great.
Several relationships and kickstarting several years of paranoia and fear, for example.
Paranoia and fear over Twitter and you just being a shitty person?
I'm not going to tap dance on Twitter about his numbers going down and people breaking friendships with him.
Why wouldn't you want to tap dance on that? Like, if you don't like the motherfucker, tap dance away. Tap dance away. Get your best tap shoes on and just go crazy.
When my original video came out, the extent of which Feghost built their lie and forced it on me while I was a minor wasn't public knowledge, because I didn't realize that would be important at the time, because I thought it was true. But you know what? That doesn't matter, because nothing in the world could have made Heten's thread and the things she said about me understandable. What level of fucked up do you have to be to hear a story of a grown adult lying to a minor about sexual assault and suicide, and then claim that the person lied to was the gaslighting manipulative bitch and wasn't a victim? And that if
That is a crazy kind of stance to take, Hiten. That's an insane stance to take. That is the dumbest stance I've ever heard. Hey, there's this person that was like, let's do a super extreme example. Hey, there's this person that raped 5 women. How come you're mad at the guy who raped? The women were asking for it. I can't believe the women came forward and told their story about their rapist. That's crazy. These women are gaslighting the rapist. God damn it, Heten.
They don't stop talking about the person who lied to them, then they're going to be responsible for that liar's suicide or any other bodily harm. Do you understand how fucking sick that is? And to then try and bring up a mistake the victim made when they were 15 years old as a means to try and character assassinate them? That, in particular, by the way, is really funny, and I'm just going to be a bitch here because this look back has been over 2 years in the goddamn making. Coming from a bitch who was participating in the collective bullying of Princess Elizabeth as a 19-year-old. And for those of you wondering, yes, this does mean that at the age where I was coming forward about the abuse I dealt with for 2 years and getting shot on by my old community, Heten was beefing with an autistic 14-year-old on DeviantArt. And
that's fucking funny. Oh god, Heten's priorities are just in the best place, guys. Beefing with a 14-year-old on DeviantArt, amazing internet footprint.
Honestly, Good for her. I'd rather her be a dick online at that age than dealing with whatever the fuck was happening to me. Glass houses, bitch. I don't know what to tell you. Anyways, yes, I recorded Spectre's sub count going down as a 15-year-old when he was falsely accused at the time of being a sexual predator. I also publicly apologized for doing it when I was 16. Here's something weird though, because I don't know what it is with Hiten having such a problem with people.
This is so dumb. Oh, just wait, Noid. Just wait. Be patient.
People doing and saying mean shit.
Be patient. I need to build up to it.
The people who are believed to be sex pests. Maybe look into that. Anyways, I immediately responded to Heten's thread, pointing out the disgusting behavior she displayed and how she had no grounds to make the claims about me that she did, which then led to Hiten deflecting and making even more.
Since you're looking despite having me blocked, yeah, we don't talk because you tried to push me into divulging someone else's personal mental health info because they wanted to be right in an argument.
Called her stalked because she brought up herder days.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
Unfounded claims about me, which we'll go into more detail at a later point. After a quick back and forth, Hiten stopped talking about me, but as you'll see,
ACC lore rots your brain. Oh, just wait. I'm gonna rot it even further, brother.
Was far from the end of it. Because after Heten's thread, and after I responded, several people started repeating the same talking points that Hiten did, which included random people in the community directly parroting Hiten and putting very triggering things in my mentions, like that I don't actually care about what Feghost did and that I'll be to blame if they kill themselves, or others telling me to grow up and stop treating the situation like a game, and that I was a toxic piece of trash, so fuck me. It also included several creators, small and large, like Artemi Musha, an old commentator, who posted a tweet thread about how if I wanted his sympathy, I was gonna have to mind my manners with Feghost.
What the fuck?
Basically admitting that he and the others in this community care more about the optics of how a victim deals with their abuse than the abuser in question's actions.
That's actually the most retarded thing imaginable. Now, this is the thing, right? If there are allegations out there that are not substantive and there's not enough evidence to work with it and it looks like a fuck up of epic proportions or totally false allegations, like the Saberspark stuff at the current moment, unless there's real evidence that comes out against Sabersparks, basically those people maliciously put together all this shit, right? Then you can go against the person that made the allegations and just like rip them apart, right? In Feghost's case, there was evidence, significant evidence. They admitted to these things, and how the fuck isn't everyone supposed to be shitting on the abuser? If there's that much evidence, shit on the abuser all day long if it's concrete as fuck. Like, what the fuck?
Musha would even later go on to take time out of his own video detailing abuse he had gone through to posture about how much of a better victim he was going to be than me, and called me disgusting.
Rachel may have pages and pages worth of unsettling baggage, but she is still a human being at the end of the day, and nobody, least of all me, should wish or hope for harm to come to her. For this reason, in light of recent events, I am obligated to mention that I firmly and explicitly refuse to take victory laps around the situation, even on the off chance that everything does go the way I hope it will. Especially not if Rachel is drawn into an emotional and mental low point because of this. I've seen the tactless way that Dulu acted after calling out Feghost's manipulative behavior and instability.
This is so retarded. Dude, the guy that made this video needs to be fucking institutionalized. He's too retarded to live. He can't even breathe. How does he go to the grocery store? How does he breathe without thinking about it? What the fuck is going on here? What do you... Yeah, that's crazy. Somebody's excited that the person that treated them like shit's gone. Oh my god.
Feghost stuff even years later is actually insane. Feghost is disgusting.
Yeah, true. Bro, is it possible to be banned for making super chats? It depends if you're adding, like, slurs and shit, Pooh. Like, if you add the word shit or, like, fuck or anything, like, no, they don't let you do it.
And having seen the repulsive defenses people have made in their favor after Dulu was called out for this tactlessness, I do not wish to reenact that mistake.
Another person who chimed in at the time was Manga Common, a channel with over 100,000 subscribers at the time.
Now, apparently Manga Common, I don't know if he believes this or not anymore, okay?
Who, while was much tamer in the things he said about me, still used my abuse situation to complain for half a thread about how I blocked.
Yes, I could go remind me to care more about the situation. I honestly don't really care. Chuuli wants to block me, fine. I'm curious as to why, but I don't really care. Why would you even tweet about it then?
Blocked him, which, Jesus fucking Christ. Also, after admitting to not having watched my video because he didn't care, still went out of his way to unsubtly pry people into giving him screenshots of my outburst so that he could then talk about how egotistical I was coming off. I honest to God despise this type of behavior because of how cowardly it is. Like, you want to involve yourself in a situation that has
I wrote Chris is short and tried to send GoCato a super chat too. Can't send anyone a super chat. I don't know.
nothing to do with you to throw your 2 cents in, but not do any of the work that should come with doing that.
Imagine if Mama Max was in the ACC, it would actually be 50 times worse than it is now if Max had anything to do with this fucking shitty community.
and present yourself as someone who doesn't care. If you actually didn't care, you would have shut the fuck up after condemning Feghost instead of using it to bitch about how the victim blocked you before going around to snoop for more things to comment on.
I can't even be mad at that. That is actually true.
Think you're being slick, and you're not. You're just being a nuisance. There was also notable FCK member and groomer enabler Nezzy Monster who
Holy shit, Chuuli. God damn. God damn, Chuuli. It's right. It's so true. But like, god damn.
Very, very discreetly, not really, tweeted that day insinuating that I was simply waiting for the opportunity to treat someone like garbage and didn't care about the safety of others like I stated.
Avi Haltman was in her ear, and they were okay with that.
Despite me being arguably the most harmed and vulnerable subject of Liam's abuse. I love having to point that out because you fucks hated me so much. Which is also funny because now
she's just straight spitting through it. She's just straight spitting.
That Nezzy has been in the hot seat for damn near a year for enabling a groomer and lying about that groomer's actions and their knowledge of them to others in the community, has switched to the defense that they were a stupid 19-year-old and obviously shouldn't be held to the same standard as today. So where was
That's my favorite deflection from fucking Nezzy Monster. It's my favorite one.
Not compassion and understanding for me when I was 19 and had a single outburst on Twitter, especially when I didn't even do anything actually wrong. I should note that I called Nezzy out on this on Twitter recently, and instead of apologizing, they simply had another enabler of shit behavior in the community, Avi Haltman, block me. Bitches act like accountability shot their parents in front of them, I swear to God. So as you can guess, that day was awful. There were a few people, not creators, who stepped in to defend me and try and get these people to empathize with how angry I was, and I really do appreciate those people. I thank you very, very much for trying to help me in that situation. Despite those few though, the only public things creators said about me were condemnations of me, while the greater community stayed completely silent.
This kind of like sucks because I wish I was in this community at this time now. I kind of wish I was there. I would have rode in the battle. I would have rode in the battle, bro. I would have been like, what the fuck are you all doing? Like, that Chuuli's inherently right. Like, what is wrong with all you people? Like, I would have made, holy shit. I would have lost my mind if I was in this moment. If I was there during this time, I would have lost my mind. I would have started screaming at people. Like, how the fuck are you going after this person?
On the way I was being treated, because most of them agreed with it. Just 2 weeks later, Hiten was tone policed for her junkie video by Spockter, and every single person who was silent when she did it to me jumped with their pitchforks to defend her like they all suddenly decided that tone policing is wrong, actually. Love that.
Is that legal to send porn to 15-years who had nothing to that? Okay, I want Toasty to die. Can Toasty die? Can Toasty die? Can Toasty die?
Dirty when everyone didn't jump to their defense over their beef with Spockter.
Yeah, they're called a hypocrite. This is the thing about Hiten that I hate, like, significantly so. The things I'm going to show you later is why I genuinely want to, like, put Hiten in the ground. Like, I don't want Hiten to ever feel like they're safe ever again. And the other factor is that they are the biggest fucking hypocrite in this community. Like, which is crazy to say because everyone in this community is a fucking hypocrite, but there's something about Hiten.
Never mind the fact that Heaton's popularity was bolstered by this, and she became known for being tone policed when she had no problem doing the tone policing earlier that same goddamn month. This made me feel absolutely horrible, leaving me to wonder why no one had a problem when it was done to me enough to speak up about it, and wondering who I could even trust at that point.
Because you were considered toxic, Chuuli. You were considered a toxic variant. It's kind of like how Scientology does their things, you know? Hold on. I need a bit of water. I've been talking for 2.5 hours. I need some water. Damn. You know what's bad? Is that, like, I have a Stromboli in the fridge. After I got my eye test done for the DMV, I went and I was like, fuck it, I'm going to get a Stromboli. And it's just sitting there. And it's the only thing I'm thinking of in the back of my head right now.
It was practically no one. In early 2022, I found out that Musha made that video where they publicly shamed me to bolster their own image as a victim, and no one had a problem with that either. Many of you know that 2022 was a rough year for me, mostly for reasons outside of the internet, but I just want you to know that all of this nonsense was happening at the same time that every other facet of my life was on fire. So, you know, horrible all around. So horrible, in fact, that in September of 2022, I quit YouTube as a hobby, passion, and source of income for me that I made a lot of connections with because I just felt so unwanted and hated by the way people talked about me and the abuse I endured. And a month later, Hiten decided to respond to comments asking her about why she thought it was okay to talk to me like she did, and not only lied about the things I did in my abuse situation, but ended off by claiming that it was abuse I endured. And a month later, Hiten decided.
My issue wasn't with her anger. It was literally doing the exact same thing she was getting angry at him for. What the fuck are you talking about? Did Chuuli go around lying about raping trans people and then them committing suicide so that they made people feel sympathetic to them and then tell them not to tell anybody? Did Chuuli do anything like that? I'm sorry, what? She was mad he followed her into private calls and make her feel unsafe, and that he was claiming she was talking about him behind his back, only to then show herself following him to private calls to make him feel unsafe. That's fucking insanity. And talking about him behind his back. Well, yeah, he lied about somebody dying and raping people.
Decided to respond to comments asking her about why she thought it was okay to talk to me like she did, and not only lied about the things I did in my abuse situation, but ended off by claiming that I was an aggressor in the
wait a minute. And talking about him behind his back. She and Clown have every right to be angry with what happened. They do not have the right to stoop to his level. Stoop to his level. Stoop to his level. Again, did Chuuli fake rape and suicide? That's not stooping to his level then. It is, in fact, possible for you to be a victim and an aggressor at the same time.
Shit Feghost put me through. Fast forward to March of this year, and the Rosa call was re-uploaded and caught a lot of people's attention.
Oh, my favorite call.
The Rosa call, for those wondering, was a voice call in the now defunct server called The Senate that happened on January 31st, 2023, wherein a disabled woman responsible for not banning a
This is what I stuck my nose into this fucked up community, man.
predator in a friend's server was verbally abused, called slurs, misconstrued, and sexually harassed for nearly 4 hours. The owner of the server, who also controlled the call, was YouTuber Lio Convoy, who was an, at the time, self-proclaimed predator hunter. He did.
Yeah, I'm glad Lio's not doing. Lio, please don't go back. be pure, buddy. Be pure. Keep making your Transformers videos on me.
Apologize for that call, but however people decide to take it moving forward is up to them. As for me, I had known of this call's presence.
The Senate is maybe the worst thing that has ever been created on the internet. Like, I think the Senate is worse than Kiwi Farms. No, I'm kidding. The Farms isn't like a horrible place. Yeah, they dox people and shit, but like the Farms is funny. I'll admit it is funny. It's funny. It's full of very funny people.
For a while, because my friend Ponder Sprocket had brought it.
I just want Keffels to watch that clip and just be like, I knew it! The commentary bros are Kiwi farmers. I don't got an account, bitch. I scroll sometimes.
Up and told me how much of the Senate server was shitting on her for speaking up during it, but I didn't actually know any of what was actually said. I did know, however, that Hiten was part of it playing defense for the call's behavior, though again I didn't know exactly what she said. Thankfully, another YouTuber, Omnia,
Can you bully Kai Weiss for 4 hours? Thuman, I need to find it. But I don't think you were told. I had a moment where we were bullying Kai Weiss, and Smaggle called into Kai Weiss and called him the F slur. I need to send that to you. Kai did not appreciate that. I didn't tell him to call Kai that, by the way.
Made a couple of videos going over the call in detail, and
I hate Omnia so much. I hate Omnia. Hate Omnia. Hate Omnia. I hate Omnia.
The second one included clips of what Hiten said.
I think the insults, like, is where we're drawing the line. The ad hom, I think, is ridiculous, because in a normal situation where this is a normal kind of debate, I would agree with you 100%. I'd be like, yeah, that's too far. That's this, that, and the other. This is not that, like, very transparently. This is a person.
We all need that clip. It's somewhere in my members only content. I'll dig through it one day. I'll find it eventually. It was me and Leon. I don't even think I timestamped it, or it's in a title. I literally have to go back and literally look it all over.
Person who openly faked a panic attack while being confronted about actively letting pedophiles occupy a space and who pretended to cry on live stream about it. Like, I don't. This is the thing.
There's like 20 people. No. There's a lot more people. In the Rosa call alone had like fuck tons more people.
Where I'm gonna have apparently one of the hot takes of the room and say, listen, there is a point where yes, a calm conversation can be had.
Duh.
I have no problem with character assassination of someone who actively downplayed the grooming of children, and I think the idea that saying things that are incredibly mean to them.
Thuman can be friends with Omnia, and I don't like Omnia. That's fine. I don't give a shit. Dude, there are people that I'm cool with that absolutely hate people I'm cool with, and vice versa. And I'm just like, okay. You found the Smaggle clip? You found it? You found the Smaggle clip? Makari, you are now getting mod status. Also, what are you doing tonight? Let's play some Monster Hunter. But like, I need to show you guys. I need to show you guys the Smaggle clip. I think Makari found it. I didn't even know. I need to show you. Holy shit, Makari. How'd you do that?
Like, calling them a whore and stupid is...
Hi, Chuuli. Chuuli. There's some more stuff about certain people that you don't like. Wait, somebody uploaded it?
Wait. Can I hear him?
Okay, so I am restreaming Kai Weiss crashing out, and he goes in to, like, argue with fucking Kai.
Your fucking manic energy is just out of control.
Or you just can't handle me. Or you just can't handle me.
I don't know who the fuck you are, dude. I barely remember you from...
Then why are you here, Smaggle? Why are you here?
Why are you here, Smaggle?
I don't know who you are. Chat, hold on.
The only reason Smaggle went in there is because I told him. I was like, Smaggle, go in there. go in there and cause some chaos. He's crashing out.
Hold on, chat. This nigga said, I don't know who you...
Hold on, somebody said 2 minutes. Somebody... Oh, no, Chuuli. This is keto content. Where... 2:30 in Discord. All right, I just need to show you when Smaggle calls him a slur.
Call up one bitch, because I don't need to worry about bitches, bro. And I don't be calling them bitches. You need to work on them.
Wait, you don't need to worry about bitches? Are you gay? Are you a fag?
Yes.
I did not tell Smaggle to do that. Okay? I did not tell Smaggle to do that. I didn't tell him. I didn't tell Smaggle to do that. I didn't do that. Here you go. There's the clip. I did not tell Smaggle to call him the F slur, okay? I did not do that. I think
the fact that that's where the line's being drawn is insane.
When I heard the way this woman was defending the group insulting and ableist, misogynistic harassment of a woman with...
I love that Chuuli comes in. I love that Chuuli comes in, and the first thing that she is witnessing is me, like, gay-hopping fucking Kai Weiss back in the day.
Autism severe enough that she needed a caretaker at the age of 30 during a point in time when she was still completely backing the revolting things she had said about me for celebrating my abuser leaving her platforms. I was completely pissed, to say the least. And you know what? I felt the same way about her video on Spoctor, where she complained endlessly about having been tone policed by him and how horrible he was for doing that and not seeing her as a victim. Wow, that's crazy, Hiten.
What? Bro, Hiten, I swear to God, the more and more I keep looking into Hiten and the stuff that I'm about to show you later, that is going to be really dark, okay? I'm going to be real. There's moments in this where it's dark, but because I'm me, I have, like, zero fucking sympathy for Hiten in this moment that I am going to show you soon. Hiten is nothing more than, like, a vindictive... in my opinion, they're on par with Hopeless Peaches at this point. Like, they are the Peaches of, like, the SCC community. They are another Peaches that manipulate people to make them feel sorry for them, but is an ultimate hypocrite, cry bully behind the scenes, and weaponizing their mental health to hurt other people. Heaton's nothing more than a fucking degen, bro.
Honestly, that video is one of the worst things you can listen to when you're aware of how she completely stood by the way she treated me and would even defend her behavior in the comments when confronted, as previously mentioned. It highlights her hypocrisy in a blinding light and shows her absolute refusal to empathize with me as a human being, you know, despite the fact that she was able to sympathize with the grown-ass adult that abused me with ease from the start. Seriously, if you took a shot every time she leaves a criticism against Spoctor in that video that could come ramming into her headlight-lit fuck-ass deer face with the same force and validity, you'd need to call poison control by the end.
You have a lot of fucking nerve telling people how they're—
I love this so much. If anything, this was Clown's story to tell, not yours, dude. Chuuli is literally a victim of a schizophrenic that lied about raping trans women and suicide. She was involved in this. That is not a story that Clown needs to tell. That is a story that Chuuli is able to tell. What we need is Smaggle and Hiten to get in a call together. Where's Smaggle? Someone ring the dinner bell. It's dinner at 5. What time is it? Oh, he's already eaten dinner. Perfect. Smaggle, where are you?
allowed to feel—
I need you to get in contact with somebody named Hiten.
and react to something that ruined their life? Or is it just different when you do it? You're saying that a victim has no right to take an aggressive, angry tone with someone who hurt them. Rules for thee and not for me? Great. You, a fucking outsider who knew jack and shit, does not get to choose the tone I take with people who hurt me, just as I don't get to do that for you.
She should have didn't know the part of the story was that Jess also allegedly killed herself, and this was on us and weighing on us for years. She seemed legitimately surprised when I broke everything down and filled her. Jesus Christ.
You are literally telling victims that the people who commentate on their pain are more justified to anger than they are.
That's fucking stupid. That's not what anyone's trying to fucking say. Like, that is so retarded, Hiten.
It seems like he always goes in emotion first and brainwaves third, but laying out this in front of me, it seems like nothing but malice. So he lies again about not knowing the context. He doubles down on his statement that I took the wrong—
Like, I know this is just about like Spoctor and shit, but like I'm gonna keep a buck here. It just sounds like it just sounds like this criticism can be interlaced into anything that Heaton's done ever for themselves, and it's really funny that Chuuli put this in here.
Tone and implies he didn't even see me as a victim. Great. Glad to know that Lily's Garden ads in a FurCon video were more important than you giving that victim a voice. This is Keaton.
That victim of voice.
Victim blaming and tone policing, and I'm tired of you pretending that you're a better person when it's—
God, with all the Jesus Christ, Chuuli, you just like brutally fucking molested her live on camera. Fucking hell.
Not looking like that's true either. I'm exhausted. I'm tired of having people who hurt me have the last word, though, so here I am.
So yeah, it pissed me off that she took 2 years to even realize that the way she talked about me was wrong in any way and dish out 2 tepid apologies that rival the Notes app apologies of the 2010s in terms of thought and sincerity. More on that later.
You know what I would kind of like describe it as? It's like somebody trying to say, hey, you know, how come, and I said this before, Chuuli wasn't here, but I'll repeat myself. The way that Heaton's talking about the Feghost stuff, let's take it to its natural extreme, right? Hey, this guy raped 5 people. Why are you mad at the rapist as the victim? These victims are just gaslighting the rapist. He didn't do anything that bad. He just raped 5 women. What's wrong with that? Like, why are the victims mad? You know, like that's the kind of fucking stupidity we're dealing with Hiten right now.
Later. So what did I do? I put her on blast. And in calling out her hypocrisy, I wanted to test something by seeing how Hiten would react to being hit with the same energy and vitriol that she repeatedly put out at her targets. I hit hard, and I hit a lot. And Hiten immediately folded.
These spaces are so volatile and sharing freaking DMs. Can someone generally harass is absurd? Yes.
Locked her account and posted a passive-aggressive tweet with some questionable content about how she'd be lucky if she didn't end up in the hospital, followed by—
Yeah, this is them trying to weaponize their mental health like Hopeless Peaches. I'm starting to see some similarities between a fat fucking British whale and Hiten.
A passive-aggressive send-off saying, take your W, I guess. This was a wild reaction coming from someone who's made—
It's not wild. This is the thing, Chuuli. It's not a wild reaction because this person just weaponizes their fucking weaponizes their mental health like every 12 seconds that they can. I'm going to really emphasize that soon.
Her YouTube career doing epic ponage on the people who wronged her, even boasting about how she'll always be able to outscream anyone. Guess actions speak louder than words? Musha also made a brief reemergence during this time, comparing me to several sex pests, and maybe even alluded to wanting to tell me to hurt myself, or worse, before getting ethered out of existence, ending by giving off an even more passive-aggressive exit than I'm sure Hiten could ever hope to give. However, before he did that, he responded to Clown Teeth when she defended me and said that he didn't like her bringing Ray's name into this. Dumbass, that was you who did that. But actually, I'll let...
This is before the game she plays? Oh, Chuuli. This video is going to age like fine fucking wine. You don't understand, like, the things I've been sent. This video is going to age like a fine fucking vintage wine from the 1930s. This thing is going to be the most well-defined video of all time.
Clown teeth get her lick back on that later. Spoilers! But yeah, very normal behavior coming from these people. Anyways, after silence for 20 days from Hiten, she released a statement in which she begins off by saying she won't be making any excuses for behavior, as she then proceeds to lie about me, her actions.
I'm hitting the nuclear option today, boys.
And even blame my original video for why she was so grossly misinformed about my abuse. That is why we're here.
I don't know how there's like a misinformation of the abuse when Chuuli's video was pretty straight and to the point at the time. I don't understand that.
Today.
I don't understand how you could say, oh, I was just misinformed. It's like when Desi Monster's like, I was 19 at the time. Yeah, bro, come on, shut up. Shut up. You knew what you were doing, and it blew up in your face, and now you're pretending you didn't do it. Shut up.
I'm going to react to Heaton's document point by point and debunk everything. I will say this right now. I have more proof than I will be letting on.
Well, Chuuli kind of maybe knows what I'm about to show.
I'm choosing not to show all of it publicly out of respect for some of the people involved. However, if anyone wants to continue lying about the private situations that I have proof for, I will post what I have. I am not one to just throw private screenshots around like it's nothing, but when someone is publicly lying about private events, that is enough for me to violate that privacy because they are violating the public's
trust. Yeah, that's literally no misinfo.
However, this is the one chance I'm giving for things not to go there. I'm not playing around. If the lying continues, I will make a...
I am jingling keys in front of all of you. I want to see how many of the Cat Slayer people show up so I can really start jingling those keys because a lot of them are going to be
Pinned to comment linking to any tweet I post with any proof that needs to be posted that I have. I'll even label the links and have that shit organized. Hand to God. Anyways, on to Heaton's document. The document starts with Hiten addressing a situation with someone who I don't really know or keep up with, and as far as I can tell, that person's been defending themselves just fine. So we're going to skip over that part and go straight to the part of the document where she talks about the Rosa Senate call that had blown up in recent times.
Second is the Rosa call, where people are getting the idea I said that it was okay to tell her to die, slut-shamed, or call her slurs. I don't know, because I literally said the opposite. I specifically said in that call I disavowed calling her slurs or going that far. What I condoned was the pet...
My God. Condone, like, how do you, who gives a shit if you call someone a slur? Bitch, cunt, Luke, who cares? Who cares?
Your insults.
One of the insults you specifically cited as being okay in the clips I posted was calling Rosa a whore. That is very blatant slut-shaming. Rosa is also...
Is Rosa actually a whore or what? Like, if they're a whore, they're a whore.
A victim of SA, which, again, no one in the call knew.
Oh, they're a victim of SA? Yeah, no, okay, that's crazy.
But that's why you shouldn't slut-shame and use insults like that in that manner towards someone. I'm not talking about friends calling each other sluts and whores and bitches and whatever. That's an entirely different ballpark and is not at all what's happening here. The slut-shaming was deliberately malicious and was meant to demean Rosa in a sexual and misogynistic manner. Rosa was also called fat and made fun of for her living situation and needing a caretaker for her disability, both of which...
I do remember that. They had a mental disability. They also had like a head trauma thing, yada, yada. I remember.
Were discussed while you were there listening. It's in the video. I did the math on the timestamps. Do not test me on this. You did not condemn any of that. All you wanted to do in that call was defend your right to insult people who you think deserve it, with slurs and calling family members being seemingly the only things off the table. However, I would like to set the record straight that I did not ever say that Hiten defended the use of slurs, because I know she didn't, because I listened to that call and I know what I'm talking about. However, I should also make note that slurs isn't the only way to express bigoted sentiment, as there's a lot in that call, even without the slurs.
If you want to get mad at me, sure, but I have the hot take to this day that a pedophile enabler doesn't deserve my civility.
Keep this bit in mind because we're going to be coming back to it in detail later on.
I think when someone is a danger to children and allows multiple to be groomed in their presence, ambivalence to calling them ugly or stupid isn't a high crime. In that full call, I see Ponder and Harley's side, and we end up shaking hands in the middle. Not only have I never condoned the call since, but I also...
Fucking Harley, dude.
was one of the moderators who called for blood sports to be removed from the Senate, and was the only mod to put forward that we stop using slurs entirely after that call.
My God, you're such a hero, Hiten. Oh, you're such a hero. You're preventing people from calling people slurs. Oh, good job, Hiten. You're such a hero.
Hiten, If you don't want people thinking that you condone an event that you publicly took part in and defended at the time it was happening, you need to publicly retract your defense of the event and condemn it. It is insane to me that this is not clicking for someone who openly and loudly complained about people who wrong her, one of them very publicly, for not retracting and correcting one of their statements about her. This isn't rocket science. She then goes on to show proof of her denouncing the use of slurs in the Senate Surfer, which I'm not going to interrogate because, again, I never claimed the contrary. After that, she moves on to the main focus of the document, which is me, and how she handled my abuse situation with Feghost.
Finally, I want to talk about Chuuli. I want to open up by saying again that the things I said.
Oh, this is the document in of itself, right? Like this is the document that is being referenced. Okay, so I don't need to actually go through this whole fucking document. Thank Christ, I don't have to go through all of it.
Wrong. I am not going to make an excuse for them. I never have, and she reserves the right to be mad at me. I'm not saying she can't be frustrated by that thread.
She can't be frustrated by that thread. What she doesn't have the right to do is lie about my intent and paint me as a monster. You are
disabled to be able to handle this situation.
Like, wait a minute. You are though. You are a monster. Like.
Fun fact about Hiten: she hates slurs so much she don't care even if you can say it like a black guy saying the N-word or autistic guy saying the R-word.
Man, she's gonna really hate me.
She doesn't have the right to do is lie about my intent and paint me as a monster to others.
I think it's hilarious that Hiten spent 2 years lying about me, my intentions, my actions, painting me as an aggressor in my own abuse, turning me into the villain of my own abuse, and had no problem with that until 3 people consecutively came to her and told her that she fucked up. But I spent a couple of weeks talking about things she actually did with a lot of proof, as we'll get into, and suddenly I'm lying about her intent and painting her as a monster. Okay, we'll see how those statements hold up.
So here's the thing. I did apologize for those things.
I did apologize for those things. I feel like the apologies were not legit and they were kind of half-assed, or they were basically walking back on all that shit because they were getting shit and proving that they were wrong. That's probably what it was. It wasn't a genuine heartfelt apology. It was a, well, fuck you, you were right, fine, I'm sorry. Like, it's like one of those things,
Twice. Once publicly and once in private.
I want to see the private one. I want to see
her intent and painting her as a monster. Okay, we'll see how those statements hold up.
So here's the thing. I did apologize for those things twice. Once public.
So I'm on here real quick and talk about the old Feghost thread now that I've talked about to the people involved a little more. TLDR, I don't stand by it anymore, and I was in the wrong. It wasn't the best headspace. It came in way too hot and fast. That's not an apology. That's an excuse. That's not apology. That is an excuse. That is not an apology. That is an excuse. That's not an apology. That is an excuse. That's not an apology. You already lost me.
Publicly and once in private.
You already lost me.
The private apology came first. It was expressed that they wanted the original thread down, and a public apology made, so I did.
I think it's a little weird that she's bringing this up as though it's some kind of reveal when I've been transparent when all of this blew up about the fact that Hiten apologized. And my response to the first apology is literally my pinned tweet. I guess you could say that I never explicitly called the second one an apology, and that's fair, I guess. But I did talk about the contents of both apologies.
I didn't even need to read the rest of that shit. The second the public one was just like, I was in a bad headspace. Done. Not even done. 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 You lost. You lost, kid. It's over. You're fucked. You're raped.
Publicly already and directly showed them. A few people, like Musha, have criticized me for carrying on a situation that has already been resolved with this whole thing, which is just code word for she apologized, so shut up and move on. When I made it very clear in my public response to her one and only public apology that I was not happy with how she minimized all her horrendous actions towards me as just some out-of-pocket behavior, because it was insulting. And before anyone jumped...
So... Okay, dude.
me for being too critical of Heten's apology. I'm not really interested in taking into consideration how other people, some of whom participated in the public shitting on me and still haven't apologized at all, feel about how I talk about the person that did the absolute most to lie about my abuse, make me the villain of it, and sympathize with my abuser, only to then delete her thread and issue a 3-tweet long apology that doesn't mention my name once, where she spends 2 sentences...
it's not even just mentioning your name. It's literally an excuse right here. They're not even apologizing.
...retracting what she said in the vaguest way possible after 2 years. years. That's straight up not good enough, especially when the first apology you dropped off at my door through Aaron was prefaced with you talking about all the things you didn't want to do for an apology. We'll get into why I hated that apology in more detail later because she brings it up, but newsflash guys, basing your apologies for the harm you did to others on your convenience is wildly inappropriate. I never accepted Heaton's apologies. In fact, the aforementioned pinned tweet ends with me saying fuck you to Heaton and everyone who ever sided with her. So how anyone got the idea that things were resolved after I publicly denounced her apology is wild to me.
Why did it take a year? Simple. I didn't know anyone had a problem. Chuuli and I have blocked each other. Safe to say I don't like her.
You hold on. Ow. You run in these spaces though. You hang out with like all these people, Heaton. I don't believe it for a single goddamn second that you had no idea what was going on. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
And she doesn't like me. Once again, I respect a boundary, and when I'm blocked, I don't circumvent it to watch the people I don't like. If I blocked you, I wouldn't want to see you. Simple as that.
I also don't believe that. I also don't believe that Heaton doesn't check people that they blocked. That is such horseshit. You're a part of the drama community. That's a total lie. That is total cope.
However, nobody ever reached out to tell me where I crossed a line at the time, so now—
now it's everybody else's fault. However, nobody told me why I was wrong. That's my— it's all your fault. All of you pieces of shit that didn't tell me that I was wrong and that I should have looked into it. Oh, I didn't look into it, and you guys are the assholes now. Fuck you. What's up, Akumu?
I didn't know anyone
Naturally,
had a problem.
I didn't think I did.
I'm gonna say this next part, and I'm gonna try not to sound like a total bitch, but this needs to be said. Heaton, if no one really did come to you like you said, which did not happen, we'll get into it in a minute, there's a reason why people do not approach you, and that is because of how you are. In private and in public, you will twist people's words, make things about you that are not about you, ascribe intent that is not—
Okay, what's going to happen next is because Akumu showed up, Heaton is immediately going to say that I'm like an alt-right Nazi troll, and she's right. But like, listen, Heaton, baby, you ain't gonna get away with it. I'm telling you right now. Better than you have tried.
Not there, talk down to people, and be an absolute chore to deal with. I think the argument that we had back in 2019 that you pushed me to post by lying about it proved that a lot more than whatever the hell you thought it proved. In that argument, you—
Dude, that line, you're gonna take this accountability. I fucking watched that video and I was like, absolute death.
started by telling me how I felt about the topic at hand. And when I told you to stop and clarified that I was just asking to hear about other—
Is Heaton fat? I feel like Heaton looks like Hopeless Peaches, but without blonde hair.
Solutions, because nothing from what I had heard at that point convinced me that they would work, you just condescended me with, well, you've never been in this situation before, I'd imagine. Like, Heaton, neither had you. No one in your life had a giant platform that entirely centered around and profited from actively suffering from the most deadly mental illness in the world. And when I asked you to elaborate on the possible solutions for this situation, you started screaming at me about how I was demanding you divulge—
Wait, what is this? I can't! Because it's not my place to tell you about someone else's mental health and blank situation without their express consent. What? Are you kidding? Are you kidding right now? If you're being told, hey, this person's a liar, and they lied about rape and suicide, how crazy are they? And your response is, I'm not going to tell you anything. It's crazy.
Personal stories about self-harm and suicidality, even when I was directly telling you that I was not asking for that.
Yeah, Heaton's retarded.
And I know that this argument happened literally 5 years ago, but given more recent arguments I've seen that I choose not to disclose right now, take that with what you will, I would be lying if I said these trains aren't still present in the current day. You also straight up don't get to say that no one ever told you.
I also need to stop— okay, sidebar. I need to stop corrupting normies to like lolcows. I need to stop. It's a problem. God, this poor person that I've been talking to was just like, oh, what? Telling me about crazy people. And then I was like, hey, you want to really see a crazy person? And now they're like, I'm too invested.
Anything. No,
I need to stop.
You were confronted, several times even, publicly about your tweets and actions towards me. You just deflected and dodged and lied whenever you were called out, much like you still are. You don't get to say, but no one ever told me I crossed a line as an excuse for why it took this long, when that is exactly what I told you when I initially responded. Since the beginning, from when all of this happened, I called your threat about me victim shaming. I called you out for telling me I'd be responsible for Feghost killing themselves. I called you out for lying about my intentions.
I'm gonna be real, if Feghost fucking popped it in his skull at the time, I really wouldn't, like, lose sleep over it. But, you know, that's just me.
Comparing me to a serial—
That's just me. You're a lot more emotionally put together than me, Chuuli. I would just be like, well, another one bites the dust. Fuck.
loser. And I told you didn't know me well enough to make the character adjustments like you had. And I told you to stay in your lane. And what did you do? You completely ignored everything I called out and deflected, saying that the reason why you don't talk to me anymore is because I tried to pry private mental health information about one of your friends out of you, which was a lie about that private argument that you probably didn't think I could argue. But surprise, I
dare you talk about the past person who loves swinging. Yes, that's literally all they do.
could, and when I proved to the public that you had lied about what happened in that argument,
Funny enough, I actually have one of Akumu's tweets here.
did you fess up and apologize? Did you retract anything? No, Hiten. You accused me of stalking you and said that if I said anything more about you shit-talking...
Did I give Diorio more info on that cuck dude? No. No, I gave him the cuck video and he did not watch it because I warned him about the porn in it.
me, then I would be block evading to harass you. Then fast forward to October 2022 when you were directly confronted about the tone policing in your comments of the video where you bitched for 40 minutes about being tone policed and having your victimhood denied by a public figure. And instead of reflecting about your actions, you lied about me and claimed I did things that straight up didn't happen and ended off by saying that I stooped to Feghost level and was an aggressor in my own abuse.
Yeah, I don't understand in the slightest how they stooped down to Feghost level when Feghost lied about rape and suicide. There's no level deeper than that. You can't get to that level. You have to be completely narcissistically insane. Like, you can't, you have to be on another fucking mental health wavelength of the most insane shit imaginable to even think about doing that in the first place. Like, I don't think anyone will ever go as low as Feghost that I've ever seen in my life.
So you want to come on here and be all like, well, no one told me. Hiten, you're insufferable to deal with. And you have been every single time you've been confronted about your actions in this situation.
So based, so fucking based, so based, so based, so based.
Which is probably why you're surrounded by yes men, half of which are probably too scared to confront you about anything you do, because this is how you are. It should not be the responsibility of other people, especially other victims like Clown and Ponder, to make sure that you aren't being a disgusting human being.
So basically, what I am gathering here is that Ponder and Clown and the rest of these people that were kind of like dealing with Hiten in these moments, they were hurt. They were the Tard Wranglers for Hiten. So if Hiten stepped out of line and then said, "Guys, what do I do?" Basically they would be like, "Oh, it's okay, Hiten. Don't worry about it. You know, you just made a mistake. You made a mistake, Hiten." Like, you had cow handlers, dude. You had farmers taking care of the cow. But now the cow's out to pasture. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm hungry.
Seriously, how fucking...
That's such a gay fucking line, dude. That was the gayest shit I've ever said.
old are you? And also, if I'm being honest, you don't deserve a private confrontation for being a horrendous piece of shit in public.
Yeah, I'll never understand how not liking Feghost is to the equivocal level of what they did to these people.
You deserved to be put on blast publicly, which is why I did it.
A few people have asked why it was sent through Aaron and not directly. Well,
great question. Here's a response. Let me see here. Oh, it's because Chuuli blocked me. That's probably what it is. You still make the apology public and actually mean it, motherfucker.
earlier on, I had been told that I was asked not to be present for the Feghost call in the Senate by Chuuli. Naturally, I assumed this meant that she didn't want to be around me. So I respected the boundary and sent it through an intermediary.
I sent it to an intermediary. They had it signed, collated, and I made sure that it was taken care of, you know? I made sure it was taken care of. It was collated. Everything was taken very, very clean. I had my lawyer send it over as an apology.
I knew we could both trust. It's also why I haven't attempted to make contact since. When people express they don't want to be around me, I don't put myself in proximity to them.
That doesn't sound right. That sounds not real, but okay.
Hiten, that's not what happened, and you...
Also, I don't believe that, because, like, if everyone hated you and you didn't want to be around these people, why would you keep talking shit about, like, Akumu and people in general that wronged you, or, like, you know, that hate you, and you continue to engage with them? You know, Hiten, you know, I feel like you're lying there.
Know it. First of all, the screenshots don't align with the timeline you gave us. I find it really weird that she tries to paint herself as someone noble that's just trying to respect my boundaries because I had asked for her not to be present in the Feghost Senate call, and that's why she sent it through a third party, when that apology was sent to me through Aaron over a month before Feghost even asked Lio for a call in the Senate. And that is because the timeline is wrong. Because Hiten is lying. Hiten did not...
Oh, that's rough.
Send that apology through Aaron because she didn't want to disrespect my boundaries. She literally explained why she did it the way that she did in the beginning of her apology. I don't know why she's acting like we can't read the words she herself typed out that very obviously contradict the story she's telling. A very big thing that's missing from here is that Hiten will later talk about how 3 people, that being Lio Convoy, Aaron Tempest, and Pondersprocket, approached her this year as in after both the private and public apologies. That's not how that happened. You see, how the story actually goes is I approached Lyo on September 18th of last year while Ponder, Clown, and I were working on our Feghost video, which is still in progress. And I asked him if he could record a snippet denouncing the things said about me the day Feghost video dropped, like he had in a call prior to all of this where I explained the Feghost situation to him. He asked for proof, and I sent it to him, which included Heten's tweets. He also asked why I wanted his take in particular, and I was honest and said it was because of his standing in the community, which at the time was very sturdy. Lyo did not make a recording at the time, and instead went to Hiten to talk to her about her tweets. I had mixed feelings.
Oh, that's gonna be rough later.
About this, but I've since learned that he didn't make one at the time because
rationalization behind this weaponized empathy on behalf of Feghost when people who have done less get none. That includes people like Feghost dragged into his freak shit. Great question, dude. Great question, homie.
Hopeless motherfucking Peaches made it.
I'm sorry. Every time I hear Peaches' name, I just have to laugh.
Their life goal to make
like how was anyone like scared of Peaches or like respect Peaches? Like, don't get me wrong, I thought the Coyote Lovely video was good. I reacted to it. I've brought it up before. I thought it was a good video. But like, there's like this whole air of like people were kind of like respectful of Peaches but scared of Peaches, but like didn't want to annoy Peaches to make her suicidal. Like, how the fuck did anyone care what this fucking bitch is saying? It was a confrontation because I wasn't happy with what I read. Okay, fair. So you brought it up to them and told them that it was complete bullshit. That what they were saying was wrong. Got it.
Sure that Lyo and the community didn't trust us in the slightest because
they're just scared of her breaking the buffet table.
we just use him. So, you know, the very reason why I felt I should ask someone with a stable standing in the community in the first place. Wild that they would say that about me, given their history of events. These fucking people, man. Anyways, I don't hold anything personally against Lyo for that. And to talk about Lyo for a second, actually, I am extremely disappointed in him this year. Because on one hand, I do not approve of practically anything he's done since the Cat Slayer, Senate 2.0, whatever the fuck we're calling it, has been created. I think I was pretty evidently upset in the chat of Streamline Workshop and Mali's stream about him over what I was seeing and hearing. But I also want to address that Lyo has done good things for me. The Feghost call being the most obvious instance of that. But also how he defended me in the Cat Slayer when the server was really mad.
This part's changed. I've learned since to trust Lyo. Yeah, no, I understand that. I saw your most recent video, Chuuli, which very good video. You went through like complete utter horseshit. These people that treated you this way were just complete monsters. Nezzy included. Like just fucking Christ, man. I really hope the therapist like watches all these videos made on Nezzy and just drop them as a fucking client. It would be awesome.
At me and spreading a ton of false information about me.
Look, I think it just needs to be recognized, and everybody's talking about how, well, Chuuli's wanting, sympathy in droves. I don't think that's what Chuuli wants, and frankly, even if that is what they wanted, this full...
So far, from like all the times I've seen Chuuli do anything, and Lyo's right here, I don't think Chuuli wants sympathy. Chuuli's just telling all you people that all these people fucking suck and they all should die. Like that's essentially what it is. It's not being like, feel bad for me. I appreciate your sympathies. No, it's like, fuck you. Fuck these people. Fuck this group. Fuck Hiten. Fuck all these people. That's like really it. I seriously doubt Nezzy is keeping it 100 with this therapist. No, they're lying to the therapist. Like Doodle Tones is lying to theirs. Or like anyone else that says that they are using their therapist on the internet. Yeah, okay.
Grown adult dicked with them when they were a kid, harassed them, stalked them, gaslit them, got them to believe they did horrible things when they had literally nothing to do with anything because it wasn't real, and then got dogged on for essentially victory lapping when Feghost was running away from everything. Like, yeah, I think Chuuli's due a little more than a bit of sympathy. Like, that does something to people. Like, I don't understand why this is a difficult concept. I think there's some...
That's the most base thing Lyo's ever said. His takes on Smurfs are retarded, but like that's the most base thing Lyo's ever said.
Leniency to be given. I think that here's the problem when it comes to interpersonal things, and Lord knows I struggle with this too. I mean, obviously.
Okay, the reason that they get mad at Chuuli for calling out Feghost and Avi and all these people is because they were close friends with them, and they believe internet friendships are real friendships. That's it. That's literally it.
How many times have you heard me yell, "You're X age? How do you not know?" Chuuli, from what I can tell, from what very little I do know, is they probably had to grow up pretty doggone fast. They're going to be more competent at 19 than perhaps other people would be, maybe even perhaps more than I was. So I think that it's not fair to compare yourself to somebody else at that time frame. I get what Chuuli's saying, but not everybody has the same equipment. So I think that there has to be some nuance there. I think that in situations like this, there has to be a wider range, and there also has to be a lot more
I looked away though Boogie was talking. That is an insult to Lio, dude.
mercy
When is Boogie gonna die of cancer?
and grace shown. But that's also
Just kidding. He doesn't have cancer.
my personal opinion, having dealt with a lot of stuff like this. Now, what I will say that I think needs to 100% come to a stop here is everybody immediately wanting to be negative or dog on Chuuli without understanding where Chuuli's coming from here. Because you got to keep in mind, they dealt with a lunatic for a while.
Well, Chuuli, it's because they all like. There was like that weird period where Lio was like the pedestal of like the adult of this entire community, which I still. To this day, Lio should not be the adult for these people and let them all crash and burn on their own. like he should just do that. That was my advice to him in private. It's my advice publicly. Stop being the adult for these people. Got him really deep down. I don't think it applies to them. So people are like, why not laugh when the world is thrown around? Yeah, that's fair.
And then when they finally start taking the power back, they get dogged on by no small part of their own community. That had to be extremely isolating. So no, I don't blame Chuuli for being angry.
So on one hand, I'm thankful for those things, and I don't want anyone to say that I'm not. But it almost upsets me even more because then I know that this man who was doing what I would consider, in very brief terminology, pretty bad things, is also capable of demonstrating such well-articulated, sweet, unapologetic empathy towards me to a crowd who doesn't want to empathize with me. So that's where I'm at right now. I can give credit where credit is due, but I also don't support Lio being in charge of things that carry weight and can have an effect on other people. Because
it's fair. Listen, fair. Even back then, kind of fair.
Evident to me that
Lio, please just do me a favor. Make a really good Transformers video. Make a video reviewing the Transformers movies. I want to see that. I want to see Lio do that.
he's not capable of handling these situations properly. So anyways, back to Hiten, our main star. Fast forwarding from September to November 5th of last year, I am just trying to...
Lio's gotten better. He has. He's gotten better. He hasn't slipped up yet. I'm a hawk, dude. Like, I'm a hawk. I'm waiting. I'm kidding. I'm not waiting for Lio to slip up. I feel like he's doing a lot better. There's no reason for me to like do that. He's been nothing but very nice. Not the Bay films, the most recent one, the one that didn't do well in the box office, even though it was a banger movie.
Enjoy my life. I just turned 21. I was getting ready to see Doja Cat in concert for her Scarlet Tour, which was amazing, by the way. And out of nowhere, I get a message from Aaron Tempest relaying Heaton's private apology. I immediately did not like this.
Bro, I couldn't imagine like seeing that's like me going to like a Tom Petty concert and then some dude DMs me. It's like, hey, this person that hates you wants me to give you their apology. I'd just be like, fuck you. Like, eat shit.
Apology for several reasons, so let's get into it.
Hey, I asked Aaron to send you this because I really don't want to get into a call if I can just sum it up here. Neither of us like each other, and neither of us need the stress.
Okay, that is not an apology. That is not a start to a good apology, buddy.
I know we're only 2 sentences in, but I'm going to be honest, this is a really shitty way to preface an apology, and it's really...
Oh, yes, it is! It's such a bad way, dude. Hey, I hate you, you hate me, fuck you, but I'm sorry. Yeah, that's totally a normal apology. Totally sympathetic. Totally apologetic.
Insulting that you think you can just come on here and tell the public that you sent this apology out of respect for my boundaries when this is literally how you started the first apology you ever sent me.
It is literally a hostile apology. It's like, you know what? Fuck you. But I'm sorry.
For the 2 years where you were continuously disgusting in the things you said about me and the abuse I faced. The fact that you thought you, as the person who did the harm, could come up to me and just go, I don't want to get into a call because we both don't like each other and we don't need to. As the person apologizing and just drop it off at my doorstep without any kind of public retraction, or even asking if there was anything I wanted you to do to help remedy the harm you caused, it really just showed me how much you meant this apology and cared about accountability, which is barely at all.
It's done.
She then went on to apologize for... insinuating that Feghost didn't hurt or victimize me, and actually
no, you don't. Okay, I hate this. You can't. No. Oh, I didn't really no.
With me for the one and only time during this entire debacle, talking about how she should have known better than to downplay my pain as that's something that's happened to her. But we'll see as I'm about to talk more in detail about how long that lasted. After this was sent to me...
Oh, thank you, Just a Retard, for $2. You know you're my favorite YouTube channel, Just a Retard.
I knew I didn't like it, but I also didn't want you to just react right out of the gate. I wanted to wait and see if she...
Heaton said I sounded whiny, by the way. Heaton's entire persona in life, their soul, the thing that makes them who they are is whiny. Everything about them Their voice, probably face, probably hair, probably the way they go out and have a beer with their friends. They're probably just whiny, like all the time. I would hate to be IRL friends with Hiten because I'm pretty sure I would make her cry at the bar. If they were just like, this sucks, these people, blah, blah, blah. I'd be like, Hiten, nobody gives a fuck. No one cares. I'm trying to enjoy my beer. Can you stop bitching? Like, I wouldn't be happy to have a beer with Hiten.
Had the good sense to correct what she publicly said about me.
Yes, I know Jar is going to get Boblax on the podcast with him, and I am 100% going to watch that.
I asked anyone I had talked to about Hiten if they had said anything, and I found out that the reason why Hiten apologized to me was because Ponder had been in a VC with some SCC people and candidly talked about what Hiten did without naming her. Aaron Tempest, who was in that call, was able to figure out just from the description of victim shaming that it was Hiten, and when asked if that's who Ponder was talking about, had it confirmed to him by her. Aaron basically immediately left the call, and the next day I ended up with that apology from Hiten. So a month went by and nothing. No retraction. All of the threads still up. Come to find out that that's because she still stood by the rest of her thread. The claiming that I gaslit Feghost, the tone policing, the guilting me by saying that if I kept tweeting then Feghost...
Jar, invite me to your podcast, dude. I feel like me and FPS Diesel would be a great duo for you to have on your podcast. It can't go wrong at all. It definitely won't be that. Don't think about it too much, Jar. Let me on.
might kill themselves and it'll be my fault. Yeah, she stood by all of that still. And I know that.
I'm not shocked that he doubled down on some retarded shit.
Because that's what she told Ponder when she found out that Clan and I had asked her not to be present in the Feghost Senate call. Yeah, remember how she...
Yeah, I don't know how somebody forgets literally everything that they've ever done. It's kind of pathetic. Is your mind like really... This is the thing, right? Like with YouTubers that cover commentary, you need to have like an okay memory. Like you can't just be like, after 2 years, I don't remember anything. It's like, dude, you guys weren't doing live stream content. You were making prepared videos and tweets and statements like that. That makes sense for you to go back and rewatch and rehear what you said. Me, I have hundreds of hours of live stream content. I don't remember everything I've said in a live stream, but I at least clipped them out and I can watch them back. Like, you should be able to do that.
Said she heard about that and just naturally assumed that we must not want to be around her. Well, that didn't happen. Hiten immediately contested that request to Ponder, demanding to know why we were trying to go above her and just being exactly how I described her earlier. And that is what led to the third confrontation about her thread and what finally made her take down the entire thing and issue a public apology. So Hiten, how are you going to sit here and say that I'm lying about your intent? Hiten, you're lying about your intent. Even when you speak your truth about what your intent apparently is, it's so easily disprovable because you would have to be a time traveler in order for it to even be possible. My truth and the truth about what you did and why you did it comes from your literal words that you speak and type. If you don't want to be painted as a monster, do not fucking act like a monster. Especially if you're going to then claim I'm lying when I go off about what you have said and your only alternative for your reasoning is either literally physically impossible or stupidly unbelievable. I'm gonna go ahead and move on now and let a decent chunk of...
Oh wait, hold on.
There's a lot that he.
I didn't mean to show that. We might not get to the Jar abortion video today. Okay, I'm removing it from this, and I'm probably just gonna drop what I have after this video. I'm just gonna drop it all. We're gonna read it all.
So I'm just gonna let her do all of that before interjecting again.
In regards to the comments about tone policing, I've made it no secret that I don't like victory lapping, but I have to make clear why. I
don't know why you wouldn't like to victory lap. If somebody's a piece of shit to you, victory lap the fuck out of that. Victory lap the fuck out of that. Okay? The absolute fuck out of that. Take your dub. Jump up and down and go, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. You could do that. Also, yes, Jar made a video about abortion. Okay? Can we get over it?
I like the idea of dancing on someone's downfall publicly because I feel like it's disrespectful to the people who were victimized and turned something very dangerous into entertainment for bystanders.
You're a fucking idiot. Hiten, you're a fucking idiot. You make YouTube content about predators. You make entertainment about the predators. Were all your videos demonetized too, Hiten? If they were monetized, you allowed comments to go and uploaded a public YouTube video, you made entertainment. Stop pretending you're doing anything deeper than that. You're not the cops. You're not doing anything with that. You're making a video for views and entertainment purposes. Christ, you are not a fucking investigator. I hate when people do this. It's like, I can't believe that people cover these horrible topics in such a manner. Yeah, it's the internet, baby. Get over it. Get over it. Rarely covered predators, but they covered drama, no? And when they did cover drama, that was their biggest videos, no? They made entertainment content about Spoctor or whatever the fuck, or Junkie or whatever. They made that video. That is entertainment to the audience. Shut up.
If Chuuli wanted to celebrate, they were more than allowed to. I just wouldn't have done it publicly.
So then why are you trying to tone police what Chuli's doing?
We're allowed to disagree, but I don't like it. Never have. Didn't like it when people did it for me either, as a matter of fact. Knowing what I know now, I understand it. I personally wouldn't have done it, but condemning it publicly was not correct on my end as well. I also thought, and still think, that
some of the horror things, okay, excuse me then, I am incorrect, but they still made content on Spoctor and others, no? Content involving drama. Like, can we just boil it down to that?
Plotting at people who are unstable is dangerous. As someone who has not only been that unstable, but has been surrounded by the aftermath of that instability, I don't condone it. Not when Chuuli does it, and not when Lio does it either. I've told the old man I'll never push those things.
Hiten is razor fist, but woke. Yo. Holy shit. Oh! Oh, what an insult! What an insult to either party at that point.
Because I know that if something happens, the suffering that follows is on my hands, and I can't take that. Agree to disagree if you want, but having spent most of my life surrounded by the aftermath of suicides that have been both painful for the victim and the people around them at the time, I'm a little more cautious than most.
I fully respect that someone may have reasons for not personally wanting to do something or refusing to condone a type of behavior, but what confuses me is that that was never the issue here. No one had a problem with what Hiten personally refuses to do in her situations. I'm sure most people didn't give a shit. Where the issue lies is how you tried to control what I was allowed to say to someone that abused me, and how you did that. Like, it's interesting to me that you talk about how you think victory lapping is disrespectful to victims, despite me being the youngest victim of hers, but forget to mention that the only way your standards would be applicable to me is if you didn't see me as a victim. Which is exactly what happened. Also, to be frank,
I can't keep up with all the pronouns. I thought Feghost was a man or a woman or whatever. Please don't say demonkin. If you tell me that Feghost identifies as an animal, I will laugh at you directly to your fucking face.
I have my own doubts about this whole paragraph. I'm not going to doubt your experiences, but I am going to doubt the stability and consistency of the morality you say stems from those experiences.
No, I'm not going to make it members only. It's probably just going to stay up and I'll have a thumbnail for it.
Because you have allowed, endorsed, and even done everything that you're saying here is horrible and that you would never do. Yet it's...
Yeah, that is true. Like, literally, Hiten just describes themselves in there.
Clear to me that you either intentionally are trying to categorize your actions as something else or are so biased that you can't even see what you're actually doing. Because I will say this right now. It is ridiculous to speak about this as though there was only one way in which the way you talk about someone online can turn the damage they did into entertainment and push them into a negative or potentially dangerous headspace. And you are too grown to...
I just call Feghost they, them, because they came out as trans after the exposed video, but I immediately weaponized it against me, so I think it's cap. Yeah, that's kind of like how Peaches did it, where it was like, oh, my name's Aaron now. After they got fucking bodied out. And they were just like, I'm trans, I'm trans, I'm trans. It's like, dude, it's not going to save you. You're still an individual person. Shut the fuck up.
To be using personal trauma as a morality compass that everyone else needs to follow. Like, Hiten, you insinuated that me simply putting you on blast on Twitter in the mean way that I did was gonna...
This is not an April Fool's joke. I'm locking this account. I'm probably not going to be streaming this week. I've cracked. I tried to be strong enough that I can't fucking take it anymore. I'm exhausted. If I'm lucky, I won't end up in the hospital this time.
Gonna land you in the hospital. So does...
Oh, I am the worst person to cover ACC drama because I find that shit hilarious. Oh, God, I don't care. I don't care if you think I'm a fucking monster. That shit's funny.
Does that mean that no one is allowed to do Twitter callouts or even just directly call someone out in a mean way? If that's the case, then you're definitely in the hot seat, considering that's, you know, the reason why your channel ever got as big as it did. I also feel the need to point out the wild absurdity that Hiten is talking about how she's extra cautious not to do things.
Why advertise that? Sympathy. Sympathy. Sympathy, sympathy, sympathy. Why would they post about self-harm? because they want you to feel bad for them. They want you to stop criticizing them. I hate when people do that. It doesn't make it better. I don't feel sympathy for you when that happens. I don't. I genuinely fucking don't. Like,
she think might put people over the edge because she just can't handle how it would feel if anyone was pushed over the edge, and how she hates victory lapping so much because it turns trauma and hurt into entertainment, all while modding for the Senate server, as in the server that recorded and
that's such a good point. Holy shit.
Published pieces of shit, and sometimes not, getting dunked on for other people to watch and listen to, with the owner even referring to those videos several times as drawing background noise. Is that not literally turning others' trauma into entertainment? And
it literally is. It literally is. Almost like one for one. But now, to be clear, a lot of those Senate calls were like shitting on like crazy evil people. Not all, but a good, the ones that are famous, right? The rest of them, however.
I'm not even saying that inherently needs to be a bad thing. I was legitimately helped by Lyle through the Senate server when he allowed me, Ponder, and Clown to jump Feghost when she tried to lie about us. That call was publicized, and I'm gonna be honest, was pretty goddamn entertaining, but it's still turning trauma into content for others to consume, is it not? You also state that you think prodding at unstable people is dangerous and that you would never do it, but again, your descriptions are too vague, because like realistically, what counts as prodding at people who are unstable? Because at face value, that certainly sounds like it can apply to some of the things that you have defended, like the Rosa call, and you know what, let's go further, because that also sounds very applicable to your videos, like this one. How are you going to say that you think prodding at emotionally unstable people and...
I'm pretty sure this is the video where it's like, you're gonna take accountability.
victory lapping on their excommunication is dangerous, and then make a video titled Good Riddance with a thumbnail of you looming over the cowering people you're ostracizing, wherein you continuously scream into your microphone about them, tout how they'll never be allowed back into the community, and even out new accounts that one of them is making.
Tippy makes an alt account because of course she does. She wants to take accountability after all. Keyblade then leaks his DMs with Susie to a private server. Tippy joins in on trying to paint her as Two-Faced, of course.
You've arrived. That's rough, brother.
Tippy has another alt. If none of you can be adults willingly, fine. I will make you be an adult, and you will take the accountability in the way that you should be taking it, not the way you want to take it.
Leon, how do you feel about this? This isn't a pedo. This is just somebody that sucks. Leon, question. How do you feel about hearing what you just heard? Is that something that you would put in your video, talking about accountability in the way that you would state it? Or does that sound like a child trying to explain it? Mind you, this is a grown woman, man, whatever the fuck they are.
No hiding, no running. You are done. Good riddance.
You are done. Play it back. Leon wants me to play it back. All right, I'll play it back. I need to know what ruined Leon thinks of this. Just listen to this very carefully, Leon.
She does. She wants to take accountability after all. Keyblade then leaks his DMs with Susie to a private server. Tippy joins in on trying to paint her as Two-Faced, of course. Tippy has another alt. If none of you can be adults willingly, fine. I will make you be an adult, and you will take the accountability in the way that you should be taking it, not the way you want to take it. No hiding, no running. You are done. Good riddance.
Hey, Leon, Leon, how did you...
So you're...
These people take themselves too seriously. Pipe down, Lemon/sir.
You're allowed to do all that and then defend yourself by being like...
Can I get the call?
I forgot about this tip, Ramal.
All right, I need to know. Yeah, we'll bring in Leon for his take on the Hiten thing. It's my accountability buddy. It's Leon. Leon, how'd you feel about that rant?
Bro, that shit sound gay. Who the fuck is that?
It's just some fucking tard.
What's the point of that? Like, what's the content? I gotta make you be an adult. Blow it out your ass.
They're trying to make them accountable for a drama, dude.
Accountable for what? Who fucked the kid?
I don't. Was that a kid fucking story, or was that just them being idiots? Somebody even remind me. I don't know. I'm asking the chat. They know more than I do on that one. Was that video about like two people fucking a child, or is it just stupid interpersonal drama?
I'm gonna make you fucking hold yourself accountable while I sit crisscross applesauce talking into a microphone.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Miles away, maybe even a country away. Like, cool. Like listen, I don't know what this is in context to. I just got here.
Yeah.
If two motherfuckers are fucking a kid, who the fuck on the internet? This is gonna sound terrible. Who the fuck on the internet gonna stop them? Cause you sitting there saying, "I'm gonna make you do it," while they pinning a kid to the wall.
So I was told one of them aided and covered up for a predator. The other one was just a simp for that person that covered up for the predator. So,
wait a minute. Repeat that.
All right. So the two people that you heard the girl talking and like the accountability shit. One of them apparently aided a predator. So they like helped cover up for a pedophile. And then the other one was a guy who was just really, really obsessed with the other person, like just blindly defending them.
Wait.
But they didn't rape the kid.
Wait. So one of them was running defense and the other one was a fan of the pedophile?
No, one of them was one of them was like friendly or a fan of the person covering for the pedophile.
Oh, so one defending a pedophile and the other one is defending the defender of a pedophile?
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all fucking gay.
Hiten, more like Hitler.
This is great. All right.
Listen,
what?
Controversial hot take for the world. Fucking
Another
kids as a grown adult is wrong.
Yeah, it's so controversial, man.
I know, generational hot take. Stone me for this
generational hot take moment.
but man.
But that.
So wait, the one who's saying I'm gonna make you take accountability, that's the one that's defending a pedophile?
No, that's the one trying to criticize those two people about defending the pedophile. So they're screaming, "I'm gonna make you accountable." How's that gonna work?
I don't know, man. Seems like they're gonna sit there and just
make a YouTube video and make a YouTube video. They're not gonna care.
No, they ain't make no fucking YouTube video.
Well, they made the YouTube video screaming about accountability.
Did the motherfuckers make a video responding saying, "I'm gonna keep defending this pedophile"?
I don't fucking know. It's just retarded that
I was
they
about
even
to
said
say,
that
I was about
sentence.
to cry.
I wouldn't be shocked, dude. With how this community operates. Okay, here. Let me explain something to you, and you're gonna snap with this one. So there's a group of women, right? They're working a story. This guy comes to them and says, "Hey, I raped 2 trans people and one of them killed themselves," and they get involved with it, and they think that they contributed to that because they like called out this person about like the story, right? And they think they contributed to helping kill this person. The person that told them this story lied about it. Didn't actually the person that committed suicide wasn't real. They're not a real person. They were an alt made by the guy that brought the story to them and made them think for 2 whole years that they contributed to the suicide of a trans person. How do you feel about that?
So nobody got raped?
No, but the guy totally just lied about like all of it.
Why the fuck would you lie about? Why would you?
No, not rape. Excuse me, not rape. Sexual assault. I'm sorry.
Why would you lie about raping somebody?
Why would you lie about sexually assaulting somebody and that they killed themselves so that you can try and like feign sympathy?
Yeah.
None of it was real. None of it was real.
First of all,
wait, other part. I didn't add this part. So one of the girls in that group was 16. That guy told that story to and made them feel like shit, thinking that they contributed to killing a trans person.
So look, I don't mean to make this racial. It sounds like all of those people who heard that story were white. This is like white.
Nope. You're so wrong. You're so wrong.
I refuse to believe a black person played a part in this.
Well, the women were taken advantage of by this person. I assume Feghost is
white. God damn it. My race. Why my race? This is white people shit. I
feel bad for Chuuli, the girl that I'm reacting to right now. She had to deal with this shit. She had to. Chuuli. Doesn't matter.
Is that the person whose voice this is?
Well, the one they use the clip. The one that I showed you was a clip of a person they're talking about, but Chuuli is like the creator of this video shitting on that person.
No, fuck that. Who is that said, I'm gonna make you take accountability.
Their name is
Stone
Hiten.
that motherfucker.
Their name. Oh, trust me, we're gonna stone them later. I just have to get through this, and then I'm gonna
Public
drop a
stoning.
bunch of shit. Yeah, we're gonna publicly stone this person. Don't worry, buddy. Let me get through this, and you'll see me stone them.
Why is the suicide hotline on here? I'm about to kill myself because of this color scheme. Oh my god.
Oh god. I'll talk to you later.
Wait, one more thing.
What?
Do you know?
Do I know of what?
So you don't know.
Why are you mad about the Kanye Motown AI song?
Listen, I'm not saying anything. I'm not reacting to nothing. I'm not listening to nothing from that dude no more.
What do you mean? The Motown AI Heil Hitler song is a banger. What are you talking about?
So like, I don't get you, bro. You like, hey, I don't get you, bro. Like this, I don't know why people watch you. You
I don't
like a
either.
real racist, bro.
I'm
You
not
a
a racist.
racist,
I'm
you
not a
Nazi.
racist. Shut up. I'm none of those things. Shut the
transphobe.
fuck up.
Excuse me.
Now you're making shit
scrolling
up.
eyes.
You
Scrolling.
should have been called transphobic. You
Scrolling
should have been called
eyes
that.
or whatever the fuck that browser is deems you as a transphobe. How dare you?
No,
Meanwhile,
you
I
should have
am
been
the only
labeled that.
trans ally around
I'm
here.
hanging up.
I love
I'm
my
hanging
trans
up.
people.
I'm hanging up. I fucking hate him. He should have been called transphobic from the start. That clearly B thing was his fault.
Yeah, I just have the hot take that pedo enablers and shit stains don't deserve my civility. But I'm a piece of shit because I included crab emojis. Okay.
Thuman, I am joking. Kanye is a piece of human trash.
Another huge reason as to why I'm bringing this up is that one of the people in the thumbnail, who is also the person whose new accounts she kept exposing, publicly expressed suicidal ideation prior to Heaton's video. And for that matter, everyone else's videos on that fucking situation. She was condemned and publicly chastised for doing that. And her ideation was never really even taken seriously or even acknowledged by Heaton from what I can tell, which is really weird for someone who cared so much about the mental health of a self-admitted sex offender and chronic liar.
Tippy then goes on to sad girl post on Twitter about how sad she is about the fact that she let a predator's dick rider share spaces with—
God, please, this voice just makes me want to fucking put a bullet in my mouth. This is so aggravating. This just... Ugh. How did anyone listen to this bitch? Like, genuinely. How did you get in calls with this person and, like, deal with their voice?
with his victims.
That's even assuming that Heaton even believes in the person's ideation, because as far as I can tell, she has no problem outright denying the mental health of people she doesn't like.
But she also likes to weaponize the mental health of herself. Don't forget that part.
Do I now get to come on here and claim that you're a liar and faking your nervous breakdown because I don't like you, or worse, because you clarified your safety at a later point in time? You know, that thing that you did to Fran, who was a minor at the time? And again, none of this explains why you were so uniquely cruel to me for being a bad victim, because you weren't just condemning my behavior. You were being disgusting. The way that you talked about me, my pain, and my past is only the way that you talk about someone that you hate.
The SEC works in mysterious ways. Yeah, poorly.
This is not what erring on the side of caution and being more cautious than most looks like, Heaton. People aren't generally mad at you because you don't think awful people deserve your civility. They're mad at you because you're a giant, loud, obnoxious hypocrite.
Bruh, so based.
Heaton, you fucking suck, and I would be embarrassed to be anything like you.
Damn!
But you know what? I'm not going to come on here and say that you're full of shit in terms of saying that you think you care about the safety of others in that way. I'm not even going to say that you have to believe that other person.
I am going to publicly say I think Heaton doesn't give an absolute fuck and only cares about themselves and what people think of them, and that they will treat anyone like shit so that they can feel better about themselves because they're a shitty person. That's, I'll say it with my fucking chest.
Ideation. But I will ask that you put your money where your mouth is and either change your behavior to better align with what you say you give a fuck about, or change your outlook on things. Because right now your morals seem entirely conditional. And for someone who touts them as loud and with as much conviction as you, that pisses
Leon, fight with Chuuli in chat then. I don't know what to tell you.
people off.
This year, several people reached out to me. Aaron Tempest, Lyle Convoy, and Ponder Sprocket all came to me and explained the details. Ponder especially. The two of us ended up having a very productive conversation where she explained to me the details of the situation that I had missed. For example, I didn't know that there were two different claimed victims of Feg. From what I'd seen, I thought they were the same person. At the time, I was going off of only Chuuli's video, which, as everyone I spoke to agreed, did not convey the story well, which is why a newer video is currently in the works.
I'm going to try and go over this point and not get so fucking angry over what we're about to discuss. So Heaton here is trying to paint things as though my video was poorly done and poorly conveyed the story of my abuse with Feghost. So poorly, in fact, that it was easy to miss key details, like the fact that Feghost admitted to assaulting 2 girls, not just one, and that both had taken their own lives. So, okay. Let's go ahead and see how I conveyed those details in my original video, which is still public, to see if it would truly be understandable that Hiten missed that detail.
As I said, another allegation made in the doc, as well as the paceman later on, was one of Jay alleging that Feghost sexually assaulted her while making another girl, who we'll call A, watch after trapping them both in a room with them. A was said to have later committed suicide, and the paceman stipulates that Feghost was mentioned in the note, or at the very least the abuse was. Some may think that seems implausible because they think justice would have come of it, but I believe that's an ignorant view to take on the matter, as the sentencing rate for silence is extremely low in both the US and in Canada, where Feghost is from.
You're gonna send me a message, Lio, okay.
Made even worse by the fact that the victims, J and A, were said to have been trans women.
Akumo noticed Hiten.
And who the law is already incredibly unkind to, and admitted to being drunk and not only locking both girls in the room with them and groping Jay, who was drunk and couldn't consent, while the other girl was sober and had to sit and watch, but they also admitted to keeping both girls silent on the matter.
No, Hiten. That detail was not poorly conveyed. You just fucking watched the video on mute with your eyes closed. This is not a valid point. This is not a valid excuse. And you—
It's not an excuse. They're lying. They're lying through their teeth. Lying.
and your friends are the only ones who somehow missed all the important details in my video. Even fucking Jar, shit person as he is, got this detail right in his sick and twisted joke about Feghost lies at my expense and at my friend's expense. And you know why? Because it was clear as day in my video.
Wow, Jesus Christ. You have to weaponize Jar being the retard that he is. He even got it right. Like, that's crazy that we're using Jar as like a bar, right? Like, we're using Jar as like a bar of dumbassery. And if Jar recognizes something that is obvious that no one else recognizes, that means you're just bored. You're just retarded. Like, you're literally just, you're licking pebbles off the floor and you're trying to eat. Like,
oh yeah, Feghost, you know that Ponder won't out people all too well. Like, didn't you make up a story about you sexually assaulting 2 trans women, which pushed them into committing toaster and bath or something? And then Ponder, Dulu, Izzy Hazard, and a few other people just kept their mouths shut about it for the longest time? Yeah, that was a weird thing that happened.
And you know what? Can we go back to what you said the misunderstanding was back in December last year when Ponder and you talked?
She straight up didn't know that a part of this—
yeah, Jar is literally a barometer for how retarded you are. Wait a damn minute, Chris. You're using the Artimate as a sticker. Am I? Am I? I think I did. I did.
Story was that
Thank you.
Jess had also allegedly killed herself, and that this was on us and had been weighing on us for years. She seemed legitimately surprised when I broke everything down and filled her in on the full context of what had been going on. According to her, she thought Jess had been arrested, and that was it. And the only girl who killed herself was the one from the beginning, which would have been on Feghost, not us.
So it went from that you knew there were 2 victims, but only one killed themselves during the time of the essay, to now it's that you only thought there was one person the entire time, and that the one person who was essayed was the same person that got arrested. Hiten.
How do stickers work? Okay, here, Akumu, I'm just going to show you. All right. Since I like Akumu, I will derail for a minute, because I need like a solid second to like talk about something else. So you're going to go here. Okay. Actually, no, you're not going to go here. You're going to go to earn. You're going to go to memberships. You're going to go to levels. You're going to change all that. And then badges. You're going to use badges, stickers right here. That's where you update this stuff. So like, I still need badges for all of these months. I've been so lazy about that. Okay. Like incredibly lazy.
Come on. None of what—
Oh, Lio sent me a message. Oh God, there's 3 of them.
So I want to give you a perspective from somebody who had to come in and look at this without, like, I guess the emotional impact of this.
Okay.
Because I was just trying to figure out what actually happened.
Being objective.
So I have been told multiple times, Chuuli's first video was bad, it was horrible, didn't say anything. I actually had a conversation with Hiten last month where she threw that back at me. I'm like, no. Because now I have the chat that they had in Cloud Palace when all this happened. I'm like, that's not what happened. The video wasn't bad. It didn't give out or fail to give key details. The problem is, what happened was Chuuli starts the video, or at least shortly after starting it, and goes over some of the interpersonal conflict involving Clown Teeth and Feghost.
Mm-hmm.
And these morons focused on that.
Oh, God.
Instead of actually focusing on the actual thing of importance. Like, what? That's like you going to a good restaurant, focusing on the freaking free bread instead of the nice steak in front of you was asinine.
That's great.
And when she put out a second video, they went over that one too, and somehow they still came out with the conclusion, Chuuli's just being a big old meanie. Oh my God, spare me. And you know what really bothers me? Like, genuinely pisses me off about all this?
Okay.
When it comes to dogging people and being verbally cruel, I'm much worse than Chuuli in certain ways.
Sure,
she
buddy.
spits better game in terms of that. She's a lot more clever in how she talks about it. But I've been a lot more visceral. They haven't said nothing to me.
Well, yeah, they're a bunch of idiots that like thought that you were their surrogate father, dude.
What Hiten says about her actions regarding my
But thank you, Lyle, for your input.
abuse story are honest. I believe that 100%. She either doesn't remember them genuinely or she's lying on purpose, both being very concerning. With that, I'd like to unpack some of your other lies about my video, like the gaslighting claim. Where the fuck did I ever gaslight Feghost in those screenshots? I can only imagine that the part she's referring to is this part where I show myself trying to explain to Feghost that it doesn't matter if she intended to manipulate.
That's not even like remotely gaslighting. It's just literally explaining, hey, you are manipulating whether or not you are aware of it. This is a form of a manipulation. And Feghost is like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
My friend Clown or not, because at the end of the day, she tried to manipulate Clown surrounding a situation that had nothing to do with her. I even tried to tell her that a lot of manipulative people don't know that they're being manipulative and that I was just trying to give her the space to recognize her behavior for what it was and change it. And that's it. That's what Hiten touts as gaslighting. I am not joking. I did not do.
That's not even remotely close to gaslighting. I don't even know how the fuck you even come to that conclusion that it is considered a gaslight in general.
Anything else that could even be perceived as that. I did not grab 3 of my—
This chick sounds like erudite. Are you talking about Hiten? I hope you're talking about Hiten. I don't think Chuuli sounds like erudite at all.
Friends and tell them that—
The same thing with my Nezzy video. How dare you be mean instead of the problems with the Twidlongers? That's the thing, right? So this community, and obviously Akuma's dealt with it longer, Lio, Chuuli, and fucking Thuman and everybody. But like, as an outsider that has literally just stuck his nose into this, I want to say we're coming up on a year. The whole idea of like being mean in this community just doesn't seem like something that anyone will accept when it is warranted and justified. And they will look past shit because they think their friend is being horribly made fun of or horribly criticized, and will look past the important stuff because they don't really give a shit. They only care if it's people that they hate getting shit, instead of just sitting down and going, okay, well, even though I hate this person, I need to hear them out. They will never do that. They will never do it.
I sexually assaulted 2 girls and give a one-man show acting out the part of my own fucking victims, and then make those friends feel like shit for no longer being comfortable
Everybody's okay, Leon. Everyone's okay. Truly good people.
around me later down the line and accuse them of talking shit about me and hurting me when they believed that lie. That was Feghost. And I didn't jump onto Twitter and tell you, hey Hiten, you need to back the fuck off of Junkie. You're not a victim. You're an evil bitch who wants to take down Junkie, not help the people he's hurt. Your video about him sucks. You gaslit Junkie. Don't you know how emotionally fragile he is? And you're putting him on blast to thousands of people? If he kills himself—
Oh my god, Truly's just eating them alive now. Jesus.
It's gonna be your fault. And then turn around years later when people call me out and say, I never defended Junkie. What are you talking
I told a troll I didn't care if they died, and people call me an aggressive black woman. I don't know how you guys get called that when I am sitting here literally saying, hey, don't cut for attention, cut up next time for like half of these people. I don't know how you're all being called mean when you just tell them I don't care if you die or not. I'm literally telling people to cut themselves. Like, I don't care. Like, that's fucking evil and mean, right? Like, what the fuck?
about? Stop gaslighting me. No, Hiten, that's you. Now, for the talking shit thing that she loves to bring up, Hiten, she's talking about in 2021 when I vented to Clan about how uncomfortable I felt with Feghost, with what I knew and how they were acting. Hiten, at the time that happened, I believed Feghost had sexually assaulted 2 trans girls, something that they regularly checked in on me with to make sure I wasn't saying anything. Of fucking course, I was going to confide with one of the only other people that knew about that situation to express how uncomfortable I was with it and how I was being villainized for that. Why are you more focused on me talking behind a sex offender's back as though that makes me some kind of hypocrite when it doesn't? Feghost explicitly lied about me and twisted facts to pit people against me when they went to other people. I didn't do that. So again, why are you more upset about me talking behind a sex offender's back than the fact that I was having to deal with the sex offender in my friend group? Why?
That's... Jesus fucking Christ. How did anybody, like, stick by Hiten after this? Like, genuinely. How do you, like, sit there and, like, and go, yeah, you know what, Hiten, I'm just gonna keep, you know what, Hiten, I'm just gonna forgive you for this. I'm like, how do you do that? How do you sit down with all this information and, like, genuinely look at it and go, you know what? Heaton just made an oopsie. No. Heaton's a malicious actor, dude.
The fuck do you care about how a sex offender feels about what I say about their acts of sexual misconduct, period? Hello? Is anyone realizing how wildly inappropriate that is? You're gonna say all this horrendous shit about my abuse, and then 2.5 years later, when the fire is on your ass, you're gonna say, oh, well, it was all just a big misunderstanding, and then blame it on my video for not being well done? Seriously? No, Heaton. You said those things about me and pulled that interpretation from my video because you weren't paying attention, because you hated me and you weren't seeing the situation for what it was. So you know what? Way to go. In an attempt to use my original video as a scapegoat for why you were so misinformed on this situation, you outed yourself as a fucking idiot and made the truth of why your threat about me was so specific and—
I wish I knew all this lore before me and Beckett watched the fucking, the call with Jar and Mally. I wish I did that. I would have said a lot more fucked up shit that would have made Linlin write a whole video about how I'm a neo-Nazi. Man. I missed out.
dead set on making me look like a fucking demon, that much more apparent. Congratulations. And no, there is not a new video in the works because my original video was bad. When Feghost revealed that she had lied about everything for 2 years, it changed the hue of all the abuse and manipulation that she had put us through. It is now necessary and would do us well, as the victims, to elaborate on just how deep the events of her abuse went, because it would show how she was manipulating us, draining us, and trying to pit my friends against me for her own personal gain. For you and your friends, like Musha, to twist that into an excuse for why you were all so stupidly misinformed about my trauma is just disgusting.
So, when it was explained more clearly, I realized immediately I had done wrong and went to remedy the issue. Ponder proofread my public statement, and I took down the original thread at the request of her and everyone else.
Did Ponder actually go over this apology, the second one, the public one? Like,
involved.
Girl, what the hell is going on here? You initially said that last year you sent me that private and public apology, which are dated as November and December of last year. However, now you're saying that Ponder proofread your statement, even though you say she only came to you this year. Hiten, you have the screenshots with the dates listed in them. You have the DMs of when the people confronted you about the issue. What the fuck are you doing? How are you expecting
Yeah, I do know, Lyle.
anyone to believe any of what you're saying when you can't even get the timeline straight with the proof you yourself are using? Now listen, I know that she's wrong about the timeline because I was there for all of it. All of it had to do with me and was directed at me. But other people don't know that. Why did you release this document with such blatant flaws?
As a matter of fact, the criticized line in the public apology about my mental state was Ponder's suggestion to make my actions clear.
Bruh, no way. I hope somebody clarifies this because, like, stand for my arrival, worm. Like, I fucking love that monologue. It's so good. But, like, I weirdly don't believe that Ponder did that. If Ponder did do that, Ponder got taken for a ride. And to be honest, they shouldn't have cleared the whole, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? They shouldn't have cleared the whole, like, oh, like, well, bring up your mental health. That'll explain that shit. And it's like, okay. I don't know how you're going to blame Ponder for this. When you ask Ponder for help, like, you're just throwing Ponder under the bus here. What does Leon want? What do you want, Leon? What? If you're asking me to play Repo, the answer is no.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't believe this. This doesn't sound like something Ponder would do. If this really did happen, I would not condone that. I know that Ponder and I have different sensibilities and different boundaries, but still, I don't believe this bet.
The Black Brigade. You have your own unit. You guys created your own community now.
Asked her about this, and she said she doesn't remember ever saying that, and I'm gonna believe her over the woman who's taken every opportunity she has when talking about my abuse to lie. Moving on.
I've also been told that I defended Feghost, which also never happened.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you fucking did. Oh! You're accusing Chuuli of gaslighting when you're gaslighting in your own document? Yes, you did. Yes, you did, you stupid bitch. Are you kidding? Are you joking?
Even in the original thread, I said that what she had done was unhinged and terrible. I've never said otherwise, and I do not know where the claim that I said otherwise is coming from.
You never...
Okay, Lyle, send me come on.
Okay, so, yes, Ponder was in a call, and that entire thing was discussed.
Okay.
However, two things here I want to make very clear.
Sure.
Number one, Ponder is Chuli's friend. Ponder is not Chuuli.
Right.
And as such, how an apology is structured per what we would assume, Ponder would instruct, does not inherently mean it's what Chuuli would want.
Right, or anybody,
Secondly,
really.
talked to Ponder about this call. At that point, she was burnt out when that came down to it.
Got it.
And when you're burnt out, you kind of just go with the flow.
I personally don't think that's enough of like. I understand where you're gonna go with this, Lyle, but like, let me just be realistic here. Like, even if you're tired and somebody's like, "Hey, I'm gonna use my mental health to like deflect," or like, "I'm gonna use my mental health and bring it up in an apology," I don't know. Sorry,
it made it clear. I think that should have been voiced.
It shouldn't have been brought
At the
up.
end of the day, the apology has to be to Chuuli, based on Chuuli's parameters.
I didn't
I
defend
agree.
Feghost. Also Hiten yells at Chuuli for getting upset at Feghost, claims she was gaslighting Feghost, ignores that Feghost is a creep, etc.
True.
Not off friend of Chuuli's parameters, because here's what actually did stick with me, and I've brought this up multiple times. I did it in Heaton's chat, I've done it in Cloud Palace, I've done it everywhere else. Or not Cloud Palace, SEC Courthouse. People ran to Ponder during all of this going down.
Because
like making
she was like the
requests
mom or
or
whatever.
demands that she quote-unquote get Chuuli in line, as though Ponder is magically Chuuli's.
There were people like demanding that Chuuli be put on a leash by Ponder. That is crazy. You people put way too much fucking stake into content creators.
Caretaker. And I'm kind of sick of people acting like that. Ponder is not Chuuli's caretaker. Their nanny, their court-appointed attorney, they're a friend. They should not govern what Chuuli does, and it's asinine, and I hate it.
Yeah, that's just absolutely a ridiculous thing to do.
Defended Feghost?
I literally I can't believe that people would like just keep running the Ponder and everybody making it their fucking problem when they have nothing to do with it.
Fucking kidding me? Hiten, you were a full-on abuse apologist in your original thread. You denounced my video, said that I wasn't a victim of Feghost, said that I gaslit her into thinking she was a bad person, described her as mentally ill and emotionally fragile while calling me a manipulative, spiteful bitch that was playing weeping tragic victim, brought up a mistake I made as a fifth.
Okay, get that color on a leash. Yo. Holy shit.
15-year-old to paint me as
Holy shit.
having always been a bitch for a long time, said you felt bad for Feghost, likened me to Rachel Mills, a serial abuser and sex pest, spread their narrative uncritically, and told me that bullying them off of their platform.
I'm the token white person, the black ball, can I? Come on, let me in. I like, dude, legit. I fuck with the cookouts.
Forms was just as bad as me being stalked as a minor.
Leon will try and say I'm not allowed in the Black Caucus, but like, come on, bro.
So that I kept silent about SA. And now you want to say that you never defended Feghost and have no idea where that claim is coming from? This is why I don't buy your apologies. You refuse to be honest about what you did, and it makes it seem as though every apology you give, you have no idea what the hell you're actually meant to be apologizing for. Even though I literally unblocked you when I called you out in April and put all of your transgressions against me on blast, publicly. You have no excuse. And then you want to be like, oh, well, in my initial thread I said that what she had done was bad. Like, oh, what? So now you can reference specific things you said in your thread? Now when you think you can use it to defend yourself? But now when it comes to being specific about the myriad of ways in which you were disgusting and lied about me, I don't care if it would have made your apology too long, because it just goes to show how much you treated me like shit. And guess whose fault that is? It is.
It's literally just Heaton's fault. Like, everything about this is just Heaton's fault.
Absolutely ridiculously revealing to me that ever since you made your thread, you have been incredibly vague about the things you said, and have only gone into specifics when you're defending personal stances or trying to pretend that you actually did see how awful Feghost was. The one time you condemned Feghost at all in that thread was at the very end for one sentence in an
If what Feghost is being accused of is true, dude, there's proof. What do you mean what Feghost is being accused of is if it is true? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Bro, they showed proof. What do you mean by that?
addendum that you added after the fact. You can yap all you want, your actions still revealed your true feelings.
I also didn't speak about Chuuli in 2022 because of an argument in a Discord server about a YouTuber drama from 2019. Anyone who has been around me or my content knows that these are values I've always held regarding anyone. I didn't like jar-
Last time my lily white ass was invited to cook out my mac and cheese casserole dish came back lick clean. That has to be some good mac and cheese casserole.
Our victory lapping on my behalf regarding Junkie or Spocter. I don't like the comments about pushing someone unstable from Lyo. These are not-
I never did. Leon's literally just lying. We have race arguments while we're playing Repo. He's lying. I've never called him a slur during Repo or Helldivers. You can't find that.
not things exclusive to Chuuli and never have been.
Can we see how you reacted on Twitter or in your videos to Jar and Lio doing that? Because the only time you have ever publicly talked about either of them doing that, from what I can find, is this tweet about Jar. I want everyone to look at these two reactions.
Hey, for the fucking second time, people didn't listen. Stop coming about me a junkie. I don't care what Jar, Spock, or anyone says. I don't give a shit. Okay.
And see if they can find any differences in how she reacted to Jar versus how she reacted to me. You cannot talk about me how you did, make me the villain of the entire situation, deny my victimhood, and say you feel bad for everyone involved except me, and act like this wasn't personal. It was.
Shake you asking them No, Leon starts it, dude. He always starts the race conversations. I'm just sitting here living my best life with all my privilege.
You made that
I'm sitting on a bag of money being a white man.
So fucking clear. You felt bad for the self-admitted sex offender and chronic liar, no questions, because they have mental health issues, but not me.
No, I asked you to sing the Alabama song. Okay? Different.
Because I guess I posted too many crabs on Twitter. And I said that you made it that way because of the hatred you had for me because of that argument in 2019, because it was the first thing you immediately brought up and lied about me with in an attempt to justify why we no longer spoke to each other. So yes. Maybe the actions you say you didn't like were not exclusive to me, but the way you talked about me and the morals you pushed onto me absolutely were. And I am so tired of you acting like that whole thread wasn't you acting out your grudge and hatred on me now that you're getting flamed. I don't know what to tell you. You showed your ass in this situation and yet you still want to act so flabbergasted on where people are getting this from.
I've said time and time and time again that I'm a flawed individual, and I know where my weaknesses lie. It's why I always consider myself open to criticism. One of those is an issue with impulsivity that I have been
Stop, dude. Stop. Stop. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Stop. I've said time and time again that I'm a flawed individual. I don't care that you're a flawed individual. Who gives a shit if you're flawed? Who gives a shit if you have schizophrenia? Who gives a shit you have BPD? That doesn't give you an excuse to be shitty to other people. Holy shit. I don't care. Work on it. Work on your impulsibility. Go and see a fucking therapist. Do something in your life other than being on the fucking internet, you dumb fucking bitch.
actively trying to curb, and did so by taking my time to have everything in order before
I hope she goes to the fucking hospital.
I responded to everything.
Holy fuck, man.
Is that what you call this document? This document is you having everything in order. Seriously.
Unfortunately, bad actors continue to try and gaslight me.
Literally, I'm just hearing this. This whole sentence is just Chris Chan yelling at the trolls. This whole sentence. Literally. This whole sentence that is about to exit her mouth is literally this. It is literally this.
This does not even deserve a captain's log introduction, because this is dead serious. The inside and outside tour I did a few months ago of my house, everyone on the internet, my mother and my father are angry at me and blaming me. It's my fault. I admit it's my fault. I want everything about my house off the internet.
That's literally how I just like picture this whole sentence.
Alternatively, if Hiten can't
this
do
whole
therapy,
sentence is
the
just
Losio
Chris
God
Chan
advice
yelling
is
about his
always
house
on
in
the
Green
table.
County. Like that whole sentence right there just made me think Chris Chan yelling about his house in Green County right now.
Into believing I said things I never said, or ascribe intent to me that I never had. But also, unfortunately, there's not a lot of veil when it comes to me. I'm a direct and honest person, so you can usually assume what I said is what I meant, good or bad.
No, you aren't, Hiten. No, you are not. You have lied so much about me in just this document.
Is that Mike from PA? Yes.
Never mind the multitude of times you have since the beginning. You have been proven to not be truthful with how you talk about me and your involvement in what I've been through. I don't care if it's malintent or reckless disregard. It's fucked up, and I'm tired of it. And I'm tired of you. You want to end off this shitfest of a document by being like, you can really just assume what I mean most of the time because I'm just so honest. When everything I've said about your intent and actions is based on words that you've said. But instead of just apologizing for those
just blame BPD like Bo Black's true.
Things, you're lying about the
You might
timeline of
as
events
well.
and how
You
you
might as
acted
well.
in them.
You might
Telling
as
people
well.
that I'm a bad actor, that I'm lying about your intent and painting you as a monster. I have not lied about your intent and painted you as a monster like you have done so to me. The only person that has lied about me and painted me as a monster and tried to pit my friends against me like you is Feghost, okay? So how dare you be like, oh, I'm just too honest, it's a fault. Fucking act like it.
I absolutely refuse to have people tell me that I am something I am not ever again, but I am also willing to admit that—
See, if Chuuli was truly an evil person, she would just have edited Chris Chan yelling about Green County behind this.
that I haven't been an angel.
Like literally, it's just like fading in, and all you see is Chris Chan going off the internet. Like it would just be that. It would just be that. It truly was truly evil.
Never pretended I was. That's that on that, I guess. Back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Hiten, you need to never do this again. I legitimately don't understand how someone can act like you. You see, despite the fun I have...
It's a narcissistic trait. It's incredibly narcissistic about how Ethan handles it. Show the boogie knife clip? Yeah, that's another... Oh, God. I'm going to get so much shit for this. Where's the knife clip? I need it, boogie. It's only XQC watching, but fine, whatever.
This cancer, bro. Now I can fucking make tons of views, and I can.
Here we go. This is how Heaton's gonna respond to everyone criticizing them now.
Fucking.
Like imagine, like after googling knife, do not do anything with that knife. No, no.
No, he wants me to. He told me to, right?
He wants me to. Chris told me to cut. Ah!
No.
This is Heaton. This is Heaton tonight.
How much better than eating a sandwich, Destiny?
Put that away right now.
Fucking piece of shit.
Okay.
On Twitter, finally getting to put Hiten on blast for all of her bullshit. Feghost abuse of me and my friends and the shit that you did to me is pretty painful to talk about. And it's certainly not fair for me to have to come on here and talk about it because you refuse to tell the truth. Yes, you're allowed to respond to the allegations I put forth.
Literally, like you have no... Chuuli knows.
Against you, but when you do nothing but lie about my abuse and not respond and deflect and put blame onto me, it's totally reasonable for me to say that's enough. Because you refuse to come out here and just admit to and own up to not only your role in doing the things that you've done, but lying about your involvement in them and causing people to say disgusting things about me over your lies, then yeah, I have the full right to say that I don't want you talking about this anymore. And I'm glad that you've been sticking to that. And I hope it stays that way after this video comes out, because Lord knows I'm tired of you and I'm tired of your friends. That's why I don't want an apology. But God save your soul, you better fucking remember how to give one if you ever think about crossing a bitch like me again. I do not want to hear a single peep out of you. Especially because your document had the same effect that your original thread did in 2021, where now people are acting like I'm just a crazy bitch for still being mad at you and calling you out. Going as far as to speculate that I must be letting paranoia from Feghost abuse take control of me, and that's why I'm acting up. Some people from the Cat Slayer, and back when it was the Senate, and another server known as the Supreme Court, in particular, have said things that are remarkably similar to things you said about me and caused others to say about me in 2021. Like the idea that I'm just obsessed with being right, obsessed with Hiten, wondering and puzzling why I'm so concerned about this situation.
See, this is the thing, right? I'm more obsessed with Hiten. You want to know why? I feel like you guys get the point. I feel like, did we get the point, chat? Did we get the point of like what kind of person we're dealing with here, chat? Put ones in the chat if you understand what kind of person we're dealing with here, so I could just go to the nuke. I'm just gonna rip the cord. Ones in the chat if we understand how much of a shitty, manipulative piece of shit Hiten is. I'm gonna rip the cord if you guys write ones in chat. I need to see the majority of chat being ones. Do we get it? Do we get it? Do we get how shitty Hiten is? Okay. Okay, we get it. We get it. Okay. We don't even need to go over the rest of this stuff because honestly, it doesn't even matter. Now, I wish to preface from the individual that sent me this stuff. All right, let me give some context here. I've been telling Hiten, this is Lio. I've been telling Hiten that I was in contact with Chuuli, trying to find a middle ground. In reading the Cloud Palace threads about all of it, I saw Yoon, the one from the beginning of the Rin call, being the one that started the Chuuli is vindictive talk and egged Heaton's public post on. I called Hiten and told her this. I told her I planned on lighting Ewan on fire. Hiten just defended them and then told me she wasn't willing to talk about this subject with me ever again. I honored that, but Chuuli wanted to talk with Ewan. Knowing I couldn't facilitate that, she went to someone who could contact Yoon. That person had to go to Hiten to contact Yoon directly. Of course, Hiten wanted to know why, and this is where the convo starts. I am going to grab all of these screenshots now. Boop. 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 We have a lot of screenshots. Like a lot. Okay? Like a lot. So let's go through what I just gave you guys context for first, and then we will take it on for the rest of the thumbnail, the rest of the screenshots that I have prepared here, provided so humbly by Lio. Now, as the context that I have given here, this is a conversation involving Yoon, and Lio and Heaton's conversation involving Chuuli and Yoon. Yoon is gone, deleted everything. I see. Sorry if my responding isn't too good. I'm sick and fought a ceiling pipe leak for the past few days and half while being so. I'm just pissed. I had one request. Now most of my friends are gone, and I was ignored. Again. Your comment keeps getting hidden. I don't know why. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't know why you're being hidden. I don't know who's doing that. None of the mods are doing it. Let's see here. I did not violate your request. No. It was violated for you. For me? Yeah. I had to get involved so you could confront Yoon. I'm not confronting Yoon. I'm not speaking to him at all. So Chuuli could then. That's not something I had any part in. You understand why I assume you were, but yeah. So now another member of my support system is gone. Oh, God. You could have just asked me instead of accusing me. You're involved in literally every aspect of this. If a confrontation between our groups was happening, I have no reason to assume otherwise. I would hope you would at least ask. I've not done anything to circumvent your request, and I won't. I've also done nothing to harm you. We've already talked about this. I hate everything about this. At all times, I do not feel safe with you talking to her. Hiten, have I ever tried to harm you before? That's not the point. This is harmful. I told you that. I told you over and over that I hate this. And I'm so tired of you making me feel like a bad friend for being wildly uncomfortable with how close you are to getting to someone who hurt me so bad. Dude, people that you're friends with are going to be friends with people that you hate. You need to grow the fuck up. You're in your 30s, bitch. You're in your fucking 30s, bitch. Get over it. You're in your fucking 30s, you dumb whore. You need to understand right now that people, as adults, are going to be friends with people that you fucking hate. You're a bad friend. You're a bad friend. Like, you're a shitty friend. I have never implied, stated, or otherwise hinted to even the slightest idea that I think you're a bad friend. Why is your conclusion that I'm making you feel that? Have I ever hurt you? When I'm telling you that I'm uncomfortable and hurt right now, what is it you want me to do, Hiten? I want you to stop talking to, enabling, and taking the side of someone stalking and harassing people I love and care about alongside myself. I want to not feel like I'm a bad person or a friend for hating that people I care about and trust are constantly handing conversations I had in confidence over to someone who hates me. I want to stop losing friends to a vindictive monster who seems dead set on isolating me. Hiten, the friends you lost aren't gone because Chuuli is vindictive. It's because of Avi. Remember, Avi's the main problem here. Not Chuuli. Was lying, freak. Nezzy was a liar, and Yoon was an enabler, dishonest actor. It's not about you as a person. These people gravitated to you because at least I think you're a decent person. I have nobody now. I have nobody now. You're on the internet, you dumb bitch. Just get some friends in the real world, motherfucker. You may not have believed it, but I'm still here. Okay, Lio, here's the part where I'm going to criticize the shit out of Lio. Lio. This is Peach's talking points. All of this shit is Peach's. This is another Peach's. I understand you were friends with them, but fucking hell, man. You had way more patience than you should have. This conversation should have ended like right there. But that's my criticism of Lio. Just trying to be too good of a person to people. You know? Too good of a person. Yeah, this was last month, these DMs, by the way. This is last month that Lio's getting this shit. Didn't mention that part. This is not like old. This is a month ago. Lonely. I'm so lonely. Oof. Let's just see how this goes. I'm not here to deceive you, lie to you, or anything else. I don't. Every time we have this conversation or permutation of it, there's an excuse for her, for them. But it's fine to tear my whole fucking world apart. And I'm expected to keep capitulating to it? Oh. No, Lio, you did the right thing by, like, just cutting this person off at this point. You did the right thing, but fucking Christ. Like, the Peaches red flags were there, like, years ago, okay? Jesus. Literally, I did exactly what you asked me to weeks ago. I stopped bringing any of this up to you and talked to you about it. This isn't about excuses. Even devoid of Chuuli completely, all those people were just plain awful for their own reasons. You and Susie gave her conversations. Doodle Tones mentioned, ring the diaper fetish bell. Ring, ring. I mean, she cut me off, but it is what it is, I guess. But you should have cut her off. You and Susie gave her conversations I had privately. When I was vulnerable and was promised nobody would see before I asked and my boundary was violated at moment's notice. I've already talked to Susie, but I had to tell you that this had just eaten me up from the inside out and I'm just furious about it. I did not. Susie did. So, you didn't ask her to give Chuuli the Cloud Palace? I asked her to give me the Cloud Palace. Did you give her the chat on her? No. That server belongs to Susie. I would not have passed anything without asking her first. I'm also not happy. That was just given away behind my back in general, but that's better than, I guess, /Jen. I don't know what the fuck that means. Wait a second. Why are you following and reposting stuff from Rin?
God, Hiten is more pathetic than I thought.
Imagine being mad at, like, Rin at this point. Like, imagine, bro. I just checked Blue Sky for a reference and saw it. Because of what Avi has done. And due to a call Peaches apparently had with them in 2022 that I was filled in about that pissed me right off. Oh my God. You're still talking to her too? I had to be in contact with Rid to settle what happened last year. I'm losing it. I'm absolutely losing it. Like that's... Just like fucking Sloth from the Goonies. Oh, God. So am I. I'm dealing with illness, blank. I'm not going to read any of that. And now someone I've only ever shown love and care about is accusing me of working against her when all I've done is try to help. Because in the past 2 months, people I called my family. Family? This is the internet, bitch. Family? How pathetic are you in your life that you're calling an internet group of people family? Were lying to me, and you were in contact with people who have been nothing but shy of cruel to me. Well, I'm going to be the most cruel out of this entire group. Just putting it out there. You're not going to make me look crazy. You're doing that to yourself, Hiten. You're doing that to yourself, Hiten. You look crazy. When I read these DMs the first time, I was like, Jesus, this is Peaches coded. This person's crazy. Like, you... And awful for being upset about that. You're also not going to use things you know damn well I couldn't know about to make me feel bad about talking to you about something that's been bothering me. This was a bad time, and I never should have said anything. Message is clear. I'm sorry. Okay. I would never do anything to make you look crazy or awful. I freaking love you to death. Okay. Are you serious? You think saying shit like all I've ever done is try to help, and have I ever intentionally hurt you? When I am telling you flatly that this bothers me isn't claiming that my feelings are irrational? Yes, you are being irrational. If Lio has done nothing, Hiten, to you directly at all, you are being irrational. Just because Lio has helped out Chuuli and helped out Rin with other things that tangentially involves the Avi stuff, which everyone technically had a hand in that, doesn't mean that Lio is attacking you directly. That doesn't mean that Lio is trying to treat you like shit directly. Welcome back, Hopeless Peaches. Welcome back. No, I honestly don't, Hiten. I never claimed you were irrational in any way, shape, or form. I'm telling you where I'm sitting and what I'm thinking. I never once thought you were irrational. I am genuinely sorry if it ever came off like that. Jesus, he's being too nice. God, talking about this is so frustrating because you just will not listen to me. He's literally listening to you. I am reading a gaslight in real time. Did you see that? This is the first time I've seen Lio, like, do this, okay? Let me reread what Lio just wrote, okay? No, I honestly don't, Hiten. I never claimed you're irrational in any way, shape, or form. I'm telling you where I'm sitting and what I'm thinking. I've never once thought you were irrational, and I am genuinely sorry if I ever came off like that. God, talking about this is so frustrating because you will not listen to me. Dude, he is listening to you and telling you, I respect what you're feeling, but there are things that are different. Bro, like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is gaslighty as fuck. This is gaslighty as fuck from Hiten. That's the thing. Exactly, Chuuli. He's not 100% agreeing with them. So that is them not, apparently that's not listening to them. That is crazy. Peach's soul is worse than Magichan. How am I not listening? I'm registering everything you're saying. Please walk me through this. Because every time I say, I feel this way because of this reason, you respond with what amounts to, well, you shouldn't. I don't think he said... Guys, question. One's in the chat at any point if Lio even remotely insinuated the idea that Hiten shouldn't feel the way that they do. From the DMs I just showed you, does anyone believe that Lio was downplaying anything that Hiten was telling them in their feelings? Because I didn't read that. I didn't see a single thing there. I didn't see a single thing. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. And you believe that's an intentional act on my end to downplay your feelings. Yes, Hiten has criticized Peaches for this and is doing the exact same thing Peaches does. Oh my God, this is exactly what I'm talking about. He's literally asking, where do you feel like I downplayed it? And Heten's just like, this is what I'm talking about. He hasn't downplayed anything. Hiten, I'm literally struggling to pick up what you're putting down. I'm asking questions to understand. Do not dismantle. Just forget it. Forget this whole mess. I just feel stupid and angry, and I cannot say I am uncomfortable with you being around these people because it makes me feel unsafe. Unsafe of what? Unsafe of what? Like, you're a piece of shit, Hiten. Nobody acts like you. If you don't have shit to hide and you're not a horrible person, you wouldn't be afraid the way that you are right now. You wouldn't be this concerned. Shut up. in any more ways. I wanted to be honest with you about something that bothered me. I just didn't come here to accuse you of anything. I was just mad and hurt, and now I'm more mad. You did accuse him. Hold on. So they're saying that they weren't accusing Lio. Let's see here. Where is this? Let me pull this back up real quick. I did not violate your request. No, it was violated for you. Accusation 1. Accusation 2. So Chuuli could then. That's not something I had a part in. You understand why I assume, but yeah. So now another member of my support system is gone. Right there. Accusation. You understand why I assume you were. Where is it? Didn't come here to accuse you. Crazy, right? Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh, chat. Chat. We have a lot more to get through. Let's see here. Hiten, I know you're upset. I do. You may not have intended to come here and make accusations, but please go back and read the convo again where you've gotten some rest. I think this is something we both need to have an honest, open discussion about when we both have the spoons for it. Fine. Rest. Okay. Where am I now? All right. More context. Those were right after Avi and Nezzy got outed and ran out. After Chuuli's video on Avi, Nezzy, and Caden came out, Hiten had a meltdown. So, on Sunday night, before I went to bed, this is Lio speaking, their partner reached out to me, saying Hiten would like to hear from me. That's what the group chat dump I gave you came from. It went from friendly chat to interrogation. I was up until 2 a.m. about this, so I chose to stay up the whole night. Even with that, Hiten wanted to have a call that Monday. It didn't go well, led to Hiten freaking out and trying to hurt themselves. So that's the context for all the screen caps in that group chat. This is what I got when I got home that same day, Monday. Here is some more DMs. Let me grab all of them real quick. There's so many. There's so many. There's so fucking many. Where am I? There's so many DMs, guys. There's so many DMs. All right. Here we go. This is apparently Heaton's partner. I'm assuming this is not Hiten. This is apparently their partner. I just need to be upfront. I need you to be upfront with me because I'm at the foot of Heaton's bed while she rests to make sure she doesn't do anything to herself. What does Chuuli want exactly? Wrong DMs? What do you mean wrong DMs? Am I showing something bad? Am I showing something bad, Lio? I feel like I'm doing something bad. Oops. Oops. Oopsies. Why did you put those in there then? Wrong chat, bro. True. He had made it clear. Whoa. Okay. I'm getting yelled at. Wrong DMs. Had to pull that off screen. Why did you even put that in there? It's out of order? What do you mean it's out of order? Oopsie. Oopsie boopsie. Chris is retarded. These are the DMs I had. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, I can't leak those then. Okay, wrong DMs, wrong DMs, wrong DMs. I don't want to put those out there unless I get permission. All right. Let me show this though. When it happened, he had made it clear she needed to be committed. She went to Blue Sky to meme about with I got too silly meme. I hate it. Between that and the week of my vacation, Dio got in contact with Chuuli to see what she needs from Hiten. Hearing that, Hiten sent me the message about harming themselves. I did not respond. Yeah. So, because it comes after the ones I linked to. Oh, okay. I'll read them all then. Fuck it. Let's do it. Okay. Here we go. These are the DMs that we need. We're out of order, chat. We're out of order. We're out of order. All right. I got to fix all this. I was like, why the fuck is this in here? All right, hold on. I want to do exactly where Lio put me, okay? Oh, God. I'm fucking stupid. I didn't think I was going to be able to drop these. I didn't prepare them. All right. I'm going to delete all these for now, just so I can get this up. Yes, Akumu, there is so much more. Let's see here. Open this. Open this. I'm tired. Do what you feel you need to. I just don't want to fuck you, Lio. Like, I don't want to, like, fuck over all of this, you know? There's so much. There's so much. There's so much. There's so much. Oh, my God. There's literally just walls and walls and walls of text. Holy shit. All right, we're going to start here. We're going to start here. We're going to start here. Oh, God. There's so much to do. There's so much to do. So little time. Oh, that's not good. I censored the main thing. All right, sounds good. I really, really, really didn't want to drop this without doing that anything. But hell, fuck it. I guess we're doing it. We already did all that. Where am I? Okay, we're right here. Hi, what's going on? Like, I'm not safe at the moment. Dio is with me. Why not safe? Because of all this. And is this I want to be heard convo or I want solutions one? I mean, there's no solution anymore. It's about as bad as it can be. What's been going on today for you? I mean, coping with it has been atrocious. I'm sick and in pain. Oh, God. I'm in so much pain. 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 Yeah, okay, dude. Boogie moment, boogie moment, boogie moment, boogie moment. What kind of sickness and pain? Stomach problems, headaches, body aches. I just physically feel awful. Can't sleep. Yeah, I know those feelings. Do you want to hear about something very 2000s anime nerd dealing with right now? I don't know. I'm like, let's see here. I've been just trying to not do something stupid. That's why I asked if you wanted to talk about something else. I don't know. I'm just hurt and so fucking angry my body hurts. Question. Do you guys have an Epsom salts? Why are you telling people to get Epsom salts? Maybe. You're such a dad, bro. Like, you're not... Lio is the most fatherly fucking figure on planet Earth. You gotta get some Epsom salts, or maybe take some Advil, kid. Maybe. It'd be in Broken Justin's bathroom and they're asleep. Well, if you can, just try to get a hold of lavender. Epsom salt. Take a long, hot soak, and your body will feel a lot better. Can't exactly do that at 11 p.m. Yes, you can. You can take a bath anytime, dumbass. I meant for tomorrow. What have you tried doing so far to get your body to relax? I took all the meds I could safely take, tried to sleep, and use my heating stuff. Didn't work. I don't suppose you've tried meditation. That's actually a good idea. Makes it worse. Always had. The racing thoughts. Love when I do that. What? How do you hate meditation? Meditation is like the most healthy mind thing that you can do. Like, what are you talking about? Dude, don't bring up lavender to me. Somebody fucking mixed weed and lavender together in a fucking joint. I smoked that, and I didn't like the taste, and I hate lavender now because of it. They said, "Oh, bro, it'll make the weed taste better." Yeah, they were totally wrong. Jesus, college was weird. Makes it worse. Always has. Too many to bring out to control, I'm guessing. The complete destruction of my privacy, safety, comfort, and support system will do that to me. Oh, my God. I mean, 100% transparency. I'm not happy with how any of this has been handled, and I have a shit ton of questions because of what little I know. I'm sus of the whole thing. You can ask whether questions you need to. If I have the answer, I'll give it to you. Do you even watch her video? Which one? The new one? Yes. Do you see the access to the fiend? Do you still have access to Fiendish Cavern? No. Does anyone but Ponder? I don't know. Gonna keep it a buck. I think it's suspicious as fuck. Why? What do you think happened there? I think it's weird that nobody's questioning why nobody involved is allowed to actually see what happened in that server, but she's allowed to have access to every private conversation we've had. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I know I'm late to this, but also it's fairly late right now. Are we sure we want to start this discussion tonight? I believe no access is being granted due to what specific people put Chuuli through. You can head off if you need. I know it's late, but I'll be here as long as I need for Hiten to. God damn it. She gets access to my private chats after what she put me through. Wait a minute. It's a Discord server. It's not really private chats. I'm going to be honest. Like, that's crazy. I need to let you know some stuff because Hiten completely talks out of her ass and ponders role in what Kaden did to me. Okay. Let's see here. I'm only aware of the 2 private chats she was given access to. Neither were given by me. No, I'm here. I just mean in the sense that's like, it's now the time I want to start the discussion instead of during the call tomorrow. Well, there's 2 people it could have been, and you are one of them. What chat, specifically what you're referring to? Chuuli had screenshots from Skeleton War and also been given access to the Cloud Palace. Huh? I also found out that you were recording conversations on my private server without telling me, at the very least, and supposedly you told them that you wouldn't, and you did anyways. None of that came from me. To my knowledge, the only thing she was given from Palace is the threat on her, which, fair. That's a fair thing to fucking throw in there, especially when they were being belittled and lied about and all this shit. It's fair that they get their own thread made on them. What are you referring to exactly? I honestly don't remember recording any private calls. About Kaden and Blaze call. That was Courthouse. The second call happened in Skeleton War. It was not recorded. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought the Courthouse call was after the Skeleton War one. That was done by Susie. This is confirmed in both her convo with you and mine. Nope, the Courthouse call happened first. Yeah, I know. My point is I can't trust anyone, apparently. Okay. The call with Kaden and Blaze and Skeleton War happened while I was at work, on mobile. Even if I wanted to record, it wouldn't have been able to. That's cleared up. So Heaton starting off accusing Lio of doing shit he didn't do. Incredible. Incredible. Let's see here. It's also like it doesn't make sense. I'm not dissecting the logic. All I could do is give reasons. If you had hard evidence that grooming occurred, why can nobody see it? What do you mean? What is this grooming thing? I'm trying to remember what that was. Is there context to that? I'm trying to remember the context. You also kept saying there were DMs between them. Did you see those? Do you have them? Are they... Wait. The grooming was done by Avi. Kaden had grooming behavior. Oh, God. This is about the Kaden stuff? This is about the guy that was, like, sending weird shit in the Discord server with, like, dildos and shit? Is Heaton defending Kaden and Avi right now? Is that what's happening? Am I stupid? Am I misreading this? Also, he kept saying there were DMs between them. Did you see those? Do you have them? The grooming was done with Avi. Kaden had grooming behavior, but he's not been listed as a groomer himself. Just an unrepentant creep. Between Avi and Chuuli, or Kaden and Chuuli. Yeah, she's trying to find proof that Chuli's a liar. They're trying to find proof that Chuli's a liar. Did you tell him what he's being accused of? Like what he actually did? Okay, I need you to slow down for just a moment, please. I do not have the DMs between Kaden and Chuuli, but she did show a list of his behavior and vented to someone else at the time of it happening. And some of it happened on a stream that I did get shown. She's no, Lio, they're definitely trying to prove that Chuli's lying. Unironically, this is what they're doing. They're trying to farm to see if you can get information to see if Chuli's story actually matches up. Because they don't believe it. Just like they did with Feghost. Let's see here. I did get shown. Kaden knew what he did. He was presented in it in a call with Chuuli last year. He knew full well what it was. I have heard this call and confirmed it myself. So you have the one screenshot of part of the conversation that happened in Ponder servers 7 years ago, a stream call, and something Chuuli told you. That's it? Yep, that's them trying to prove that Chuli's a liar. So, it's just what Chuuli showed in her stream post-Hiten video. Yeah. She showed the BDSM infographic, her combo with her friend, and a screenshot of the message where Caden sent the naked dude. Yeah? At the end of this convo, she believes Caden over me. Yeah, sounds like it. No, I was also given more screenshots. I don't have them on hand at the moment, but I do know that Caden lied when saying that stream comment was all he did. How? I also have the call where Caden was initially confronted. I believe that's important too. How? What? I don't follow. How do you know that it was a lie? Because I have evidence that he did it more. He said he only showed gummy penises to her. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh at that. In terms of images, I have more than that. Yeah, Caden was a liar. This is a discussion that happened in Skeleton War that I did not record. I can back that up. I was there for the call. All right. I need to click this. Where am I? Okay, I'm here. All right. Let's start opening more of these. There's so many. So fucking many. So fucking many. Ah, please donate. Don't make me do this for free. I'm kidding. Don't donate. Don't actually donate. This is a joke. This is a joke. Joke. You guys just being here and me being given permission to drop nukes on Hiten is the best thing I've been given all year. All right. Thank you. I couldn't remember who all was in that call. I need to be sure because at this point, nobody. Okay, what? This is what Hiten got about. Hiten goes on about Fiendish Cavern. Okay, I'll pull that up after this. Thank you. I couldn't remember who was all in that call. I need to be sure because at this point, nobody has given me straight answers about anything, and things are getting bad. Jesus. I'm fine with you asking what you need to. I know it wasn't you. Me, Blaze, Kate, and I think someone else. TLIDR though. Thank you, Kabuto. This whole thing is just shady to me. I don't know. Maybe Aaron? I feel like he joined later. I don't think she's lying. I think this happened. I think there's just way more to it. What do you mean by way more to it? Are you talking about like Caden being more? Or like are you saying Chuli's lying about something? What do you mean by more there? A lot of things have been claimed as well that makes things messier too, i.e. that Blaze and Caden had no clue about the accusations and that Caden did more than what he initially claimed. I think, again, it's wild that nobody's talking about the fact that Ponder let a minor in a server that she knew was known for having raunchy discussions. That's not true. That's not true. From what I'm aware of, Ponder was not aware of that stuff. So, like, this is either an overdramatic insinuation or they're trying to make it sound more Ponder's fault than anything else and trying to shift the blame to Ponder rather than Caden, who is a grown adult sending BDSM fucking graphics and dicks and dildos to a fucking kid in a Discord server. Should Ponder have been better about it? Sure, but Ponder did delete everything and like chastise these people. So like they did what they had to do. They didn't cover it up. I don't know what Heaton's trying to get out here. They're literally trying to blame Ponder here. That's how I'm reading it. I give access to a not safe for work part of the server to a minor and did the exact same shit Caden did, the exact same stream, and will not let anyone see the server where it happened. Knowing about the accusations they did, the recorded call proves it. You could also find him complaining about the call after it happened in Skeleton War. When it comes to his other actions, it may be why he reacted so irrationally, something he knew was coming out. Did you show him the other screenshots you have? To my knowledge, there was no not safe for work section in the server until Chuuli was adult. Okay, now you can read the big message Lio just forwarded to you. Perfect. I will grab this now. Just to add some context to what Heaton's trying to insinuate here. The server existed for 2 months before I was added. It was a streaming server with one text chat, one voice chat that barely had any interaction outside of streams.
I get paid tomorrow.
Thank you.
Have a DNRC man.
There was like 4 random raunchy comments made in those 2 months that never got any traction because no one even fucking entertained it. It was not an 18+ server. And when I was added, Ponder made certain everyone knew I was a minor and that porn was banned. And Not Safe for Work channel came after I turned 18. So Heaton's just speaking out their ass here, just completely making shit up. Heaton is completely wrong about how Ponder acted in the call. Ponder did not sexually harass me in the call. I know they didn't. I've seen the clip. They did not. Nor did she not stop when asked, because she never did it to begin with. Heaton has never heard the stream clip, so she talked out of her ass. I fucking hate her. True. Based. Thank you. Thank you, Chuuli, for sending that over. Let's see here. No, I asked him the questions I did and got the screen caps afterwards, but they happened. And Caden is being told he's a groomer for having one. That's my point. Caden is not being told he's a groomer by Chuuli. Did you show them to him afterward? I know what I said. I'm also not going to play this. Well, she didn't say the exact words game anymore. Oh God, stop trying to sound fucking cool, man. You're not tough. Apparently, there was a Not Safe for Work channel in the server as well, and Chuuli made the claim in the server that there may have been other minors in the server besides her. Nope. I was going to see if he was going to try and do another public outcry before hitting them with him. So he's telling the truth. He didn't know. I just said it allegedly wasn't made until after Chuuli turned 18. I flatly don't believe him. I don't believe them, so we're at an impasse. So yeah, they're basically like, dude. So basically, yeah. Heaton's literally just trying to say I don't trust anything people are putting out about Caden. God damn it. That he knew about all of this and been scheming for years. I don't believe he's been scheming for years. I think he doesn't want to take the hit right now and is acting such due to that. Why wouldn't you tell him? Why would you hold out like this? Why would you tell somebody that is having allegations made against them? Why would you tip off the person so that they can do that? That's so fucking stupid. Like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, in the event that there's like a major allegation, right? Like if they got like a groomer or anything, you can interview that individual that is like grooming children into actions and all this stuff. Chuuli, that I am aware of. Now, Chuuli, correct me if I'm wrong. You have never said Caden is a groomer or that he has done stuff with children or yourself in the manner of a sexualized nature to get you to do sexualized stuff, but he presented sexualized material and talked sexually in a server with a minor in it. He wasn't trying to sexually assault Chuuli, but he was doing things that were groomer coded. Correct? He was doing groomer actions. He wasn't grooming Chuuli for the express purpose of getting with them. Correct me if I'm wrong with that. Because that's how I remember it was presented. I'm just curious. I feel like... Exactly. I said he desensitized me to sexual content as a minor and sexually harassed me, but is not trying to groom me into a relationship. Okay, fair enough. But he was doing things that you can call him essentially that by those actions. So Heaton's not understanding what's actually going on here, and it's plainly fucking obvious. I did that off to the top of my dome. Heaton, the fuck are you doing? Where were we? I literally told you why. It's a stupid reason. You're welcome to that opinion. You're literally telling me you had object proof that he was proving grooming behaviors, and you were just going to sit on it. No, Heaton. I have proof. I have proof that I was going to use if he was going to be dumb enough to lie again about what he posted around Chuuli. Here's a question to you. Why heavily focus on Caden? Because I knew him for years and talked him off his roof. Oh, God, who gives a shit? And I'm finding out he's being called a groomer and a pedophile by our community. Nobody's calling her a pedophile. I didn't call him a pedophile. I said he's definitely doing shit that can constitute that, but he's not. I said he desensitized me was grooming behavior because of it. It is. It's not grooming me into doing things for him sexually. Okay, fair. Yeah. And I've had to do that with people who did even worse. What's the point here? And that's because the whole situation was handled like it was a drama and not like a half-ass seriousness about it. Everything is drama. Stop this. It's drama. If you're making it public and you're making a stink about it, it becomes public discourse, which ergo becomes public drama between two people. Christ. Yeah, let's see here. Also, there have been counterclaims that put some things into question. At the very least, need to be addressed. How? How else do you think it should have been handled exactly? Like, you didn't make a production out of it like it. Wait, what? You don't make a production out of it like this. I think it was stupid to not just confront him with what you had and get rid of him if he's that bad. If it's that bad, what they already did get rid of him. Are you retarded? Are you retarded? Why wait? Why would you? What would you have done if he was high? If he didn't? If he did nothing? That Caden and Blaze didn't know about the claims, and they were begging for a call not to be recorded. Because if I caught them lying about it again, I could at least properly document it. You did answer them. Gotcha, sorry. Well, now they're able to claim you blindsided them with shit they had no idea about at all, and nobody could prove they did. I didn't blindside them with anything. You literally just said you didn't tell them what you had to when you had to catch them in a lie. Dude, if you're telling the truth through and throughout of what happened, you shouldn't be concerned about being caught in a lie if you are telling the truth. This is so stupid. This is so fucking stupid. Oh my God, Hiten. You're actually fucking retarded. You're actually retarded. You're actually retarded. Why would I tell someone I was going to catch them in a lie? You shouldn't have withheld information that's serious for that. That's the point. Hiten. With the way they both responded to something they knew about objectively and knew was coming, I need to be able to actually document if they started lying. I didn't record the second call. How am I supposed to do that? Their reaction to something they objectively knew about the damning to begin with, frankly. Even if Caden didn't explicitly groom anyone, he still did grooming behaviors. That's enough for him to be called out on it instead of waiting for him to be caught in a lie. Chew, bro. And you think him lying about what he posted in relation to the severity of is the silver bullet as compared to the other stuff? What do you mean by that? No, I think it was irrelevant that you had proof he was sending sexual shit to a minor. Chuuli was already talking about that, and Chuuli showed the proof. Like, I don't understand the problem here. Sorry, it's late. Let me restructure that. It was already proven that he was saying sexual things to a minor. Yeah, I figured. That's why I asked. And was the if this was now the time to do it. I'm here for Hiten. I don't care about the time. Jesus. Oh God, there's still more. There's still more. There's still more. There's so much more. There's so much more. There's so much more. Please kill me. Please kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Okay. Where am I? Okay, we're here. What? Why is it going over here? I need it to pull up here. Okay. Kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me. There's so many, 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 there's so many DMs, so many DMs, so many, so many, so many, so many. I am gonna lose my mind. I'm slowly losing sanity. I've been doing this for 6 hours. 6 fucking hours, dude. 6 fucking hours. Dude.
Now, 3 people have betrayed Leo Convoy now.
Yep, 3 people have tried to fuck over Lio. Well, I'm glad that he is learning the Peaches playbook. Okay. Here we go. I'm done after this. This is the last I'm gonna show, okay? This is the last I'm fucking doing. I can't keep going. It's fucking crazy. I don't even know if there is any more. I don't even want to cover the rest of that. This is where Hiten kind of like ends for me. This is why I hate Hiten. Here we go, guys. And did you think him lying about what he posted in relation? Okay, we already read that. Then this whole stupid op to catch him in a lie was ridiculous and irrelevant. Bruh. What do you mean? What do you mean? They caught him in a lie when he knew the truth. It's not an op. Waiting to see if someone is going to slip up again isn't an op. Thank you, Lyle. That's so true. But why wait for them to slip up at this point? At the point, why not just call him out for weird behavior to a minor? This is where I'll try to restructure my earlier comment. One moment. We already knew he spoke sexually to a minor. We already knew he posted gummy dicks around her and BDSM stuff. The lie was that he was that was the only image type he posted. Catching him in that lie, if he were dumb enough to repeat it, was due to needing to catch him in the act. so it could be documented. Directly confronting him would likely make him just freeze up or run. I figured he'd rant again at some point and would be the time to deal with it. Oh my God, this is stupid. My head is throbbing and I feel like I'm going to punch a wall or throw up. You're so pathetic, Hiten. Akumu definitely dipped. He's like, fucking Christ, this is gay. While the concern and specifics about Caden, why do you need the proof of him lying about his actions? Genuinely. I already answered this. Same reason I need proof about anyone lying, to prove that's what he's doing. That's basic shit. Hiten, you already knew about the sexual talk, so why now is the question? Good question. Because I think the way this was executed was messy and stupid. Okay. You can think that way. That's fine. Now, what other questions do you have? We're all in agreement that Chuuli was sexually harassed by Caden. We're all in agreement that Caden was creepy as hell for that. Seconded. Then why are you trying to prove that Chuuli is, like, lying, or that you're trying to downplay what Chuuli went through and saying that you believe Caden? And that because you know Caden and you talked him off his roof, that somehow what Chuuli and everyone did in this moment is just completely null and void. That's crazy if you believe all this stuff. You're such a snake, and even in DMs, dude. I'm saying that plain as day. The other shit we can talk about tomorrow. I'm furious about ready to fucking relapse again. Oh, you see that right there? You see that, chat? You see that? This is why I hate Hiten. This is why I hate Hiten. Because they are trying to use their relapse, their emotional instability, their mental health, and weaponizing it in a fucking group chat with two people that care about them. This is why I hate this bitch. Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. Okay, there's something I don't get here, and I may be walking through it. Yay, and I may need to be walked through it. You said you're furious, but if Caden is a creep and has done nothing to do with you as a person or anything, then why are you furious? Great question, Lio. Transparency? I'm mad about about this fucking video. I'm mad about this whole fucking situation. I'm mad that this was supposed to be fixing it, and it got 1,000 times worse. Oh, God. I'm mad that I told you this would happen. It happened exactly how I said it would happen. I'm mad that I trusted you to protect me. What the fuck? Why are you expecting Lio Convoy to protect you? Why are you people, like, using people on the internet as a fucking crutch and then blaming them for what other people do that they have no control over? Protect you. I'm so. You're trying to lay this at Lio's feet when Lio has done nothing fucking wrong in this moment. Holy fucking shit. I'm losing my mind. I can't control people. I did literally everything I could. No, you didn't. You enabled every single bit of this, accusing Lio of basically gaslighting Hiten and making Hiten feel bad, and that he took Chuli's side and not theirs. Gaslighting right here. Grown woman, by the way. Grown woman in her 30s. Grown woman acting like this. For other people, but they were like victims that needed someone to stand up for them. Well, Heaton's not a victim. Hiten is not a victim in this moment at all. Not at all. You were involved in all of it. I told you 1,000 times to stop and that nothing would happen, and you promised me you were taking her down and you were reprimanding her for her shit. When's her video? When's her stream? Wait a minute. I'm trying to remember. Lio, there was an idea of apparently doing a stream or a video, and they're talking about Chuuli, correct? But you decided against it, and Heaton's holding that against you. Holy shit. Weaponizing mental health, weaponizing not being protected because they aren't a grown-up that can handle their own shit, and now weaponizing the fact that her friend didn't defend her the way that they wanted to be defended. Yep, this is Peaches coded. Peaches coded. Welcome back, Hopeless Peaches. I hate to see you go again. Let's see here. I never claimed reprimanding. I told you I speak to her when I had an issue. Just like I do for everyone I can. Hiten was demanding Lyle make a video or stream. Why? Like, I don't understand to make a video on Chuuli or a stream on Chuuli when they've done nothing wrong that I am aware of. Check DMs. Okay, I'll check DMs. I know you, but I think about this. I think the one about the no. Okay, I know. Trust me, Lio. I will show that one. Don't you fucking worry. That's where we're gonna end it on. Also, Lio said no other people promised to do videos on Hiten. I was not among them. Oh, interesting. All right, let's see here. Well, she did. Again, I did not give her Skeleton War logs. I did not give her Cloud Palace logs. I have no recording any conversation with you in secret or even recording in protected spaces. I have not even so much as given her DMs between us. Then I'm going to ask you again. When's her video? Oh, they're trying to ask about Chuuli's video. I want to know exactly when Chuuli is dropping their video on me. I'm a 30-year-old woman that can't handle a young adult making a video on me and how much of a piece of shit I am. God, just, you're fuck. The pathetic nature of Hiten just gets worse the more and more and more DMs I read. It just gets more and more and more fucking pathetic as it goes. You actually want to have that conversation? You are not going to do it, are you? Okay, there's a disconnect happening here. I never promised to do a video on her. I literally have no idea where you're getting that from. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh my God. I am not any of these people you that made you that promise. I then didn't follow up because of Avi and Yoon told them not to. When's your video on Chuuli, Lau? I am aware of that. No, she's asking when my Chuuli video. Okay, my correction. Yeah, why the fuck would they even make a Chuuli video in the first place? Like, what is the point? What is the point? Chuuli has literally done nothing wrong. Again, that to my knowledge. I don't understand why Hiten is trying to reprimand their friend for not defending them over something that they genuinely fucked up on. This isn't like with iDubbbz, right? Here's an example, right? When Ethan Klein asked iDubbbz, hey, can you make like a public statement or something saying that I don't abuse my children and that they don't eat shit off the ground and that CPS is not, you know, I like these people shouldn't be calling CPS on me. That is literally a massive extreme, okay? A friendship of 8 fucking years, content for years, versus Hiten that said a couple of mean things about Chuuli and then didn't really apologize for it. One, I can understand where Ethan Klein's coming from to ask a friend to say, hey, can you say something? Versus Chuuli that genuinely fucked up and is a piece of shit. It doesn't recognize that they're a piece of shit, okay? Totally different outcomes. Totally different situations. Let's see here. Let's pause for a moment and work it out because we're stuck on 3 different pages here. Just give me a second. Lyle, you didn't give Chuuli anything with the knowledge that she would use to hurt Hiten. This is my understanding of what you said. You are also not the one who leaked Skeleton Wars SCS to her. Just need a confirmation that this is true. Correct. We know Lyle was not the one to leak the Cloud Palace thread on Chuuli as well. I've gotten confirmation on this from Hiten. No accusations are being made toward Lyle without leaking of the messages. That being said, logs and private conversations were still leaked, and as such, Heaton's trust towards everyone is shaky. Does that make sense? It's not shaky. It's gone. God, fucking whine yourself to fucking death already. This is pathetic. Let's see here. All right, I amend that statement. Logs and private conversations are still leaked because of Heaton's trust is gone. Yes. All right. I know it's a snail's pace here, but it's important. We're all on the same fucking page here, and you fuckers type too fast. Oh, Akumu, you should stick around, buddy. You should stick around for that last message. Just wait, buddy. Just wait through it, okay? I promise. What message we are going to end off on is going to make you hate Hiten way more fucking than you could expect. Let's see here. Blah, 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 blah. I'm going to preface this statement with a question, and I'd like you to answer if possible. What exactly have you done in this situation? I.e., did you provide her with anything? What did you advise her against saying, etc.? Her being Chuuli. At the very least, I know you provided the call, the Avi call to her / coordinated with her to get him to answer her questions. But what else? I provided her with the courthouse call as well as moral support when talking about Nezzy, Avi, Caden, and Feghost. I passed questions from her to Avi. To give to Avi, I advised her against mentioning Hiten in the recent video in order to maintain full focus on the 3 people in it. I have also regularly pushed back against her assumptions of Heten's intent as a person. All right. And if I may, on the other side of things, what exactly have you done in this situation? What have you provided Hiten? What have you advised against, etc.? I have provided an ear and a shoulder. I haven't been able to do anything else. A month ago, Hiten shut down the topic of discussion, and I honored that. All right. I believe I've done something else, but I don't think she believes it to be positive. What did you do? I actively confronted and ran out people who were regularly lying to and deceiving her and the people around her. Okay, that's crazy. But to be honest, if you're defending a friend and the friend's surrounded by people that are lying and gaslighting them and you want to step in and help them, I have no problem with that. I also believe you're kind of babying that person, but, you know, that's just me. I have one other question. Do you know who leaked the Skeleton Wars screenshots to Chuuli? Yes. Was that person Ponder? Yes. How long have you known that? A few days. Great. So Ponder. A few days. Great. Have you confronted Ponder about having leaked those screenshots to Chuuli? I have voiced my opinion that it was a breach of trust, and I do not approve. I do not know when she did, though. There is some confusion that leads to the idea that they were leaked when the combos happened. I'm going to ask you point-blank question at this point. Are you going to keep associating with them after this? Holy shit. This is the most manipulative weaponizing of a friendship I've ever seen in my entire life. Holy shit. You mean after the leak admittance and after Chuuli published them and continued to lie about me? Yes, lie about you. You're a piece of shit, Hiten. Nobody's lying about you. You're just a piece of human trash. Based on the date of the screenshots and the fact that Chuuli asked about them in her question to Avi through Ellie in 2023, probably around 2 years. Okay, this is where I need to be blunt if you're able to handle it, yes or no. I'm not going to give you a yes or no because the presentation is making me claim I cannot, in fact, confirm. Can you elaborate on that? Not without clearance from Hiten. Fucking fine. It doesn't matter. What happens doesn't matter as long as it's me. Oh my god! Just keep fucking whining about yourself, you bitch. Holy shit. Oh, I feel terrible. I'm gonna go to the hospital. Nobody likes me. I've lost my support group of people that are total pieces of shit. But they're not pieces of shit to me, so I have to find a way to cope for them. This is annoying the shit out of me at this point. I'm starting to get like actually angry. Like I'm starting to get actually angry right now. I'm getting so angry right now. I'm starting to hit a fucking wall, dude. I'm gonna say some shit I'm gonna regret. Let's see here. It's like I said, I should have just fucking died. Oh my fucking god. Oh god. Good fucking grief, dude. Oh my god. This is literally Peaches. Oh, God. The manipulation is just so fucking blatant. No, that is not true. Why not? She'll get what she fucking wants. Chuuli doesn't want you to kill yourself. Hiten. Nobody wants you to kill yourself. People just want you to take accountability. Like you scream that other people should be taking accountability. Just take the accountability with me.
Honestly, first time I agree with Hiten.
Just take real accountability for it, and everyone will move on. You failed to do that twice. Twice. Nobody actually wants you to kill yourself. Hiten is Nezzy and Peaches if they had like a fucking deformed child. No, that's not true. Why not? She'll get what she fucking wants. I don't have anything left. Everyone sure made sure of that. What is everything? Like, did this affect your real life? Did all your friends in the real world leave? Did your family hate you because of this? What life? It's the internet. You did a retarded thing and you look like a dick on the internet. Got called out for it. That is it. That's it. That is all it is. There's nothing deeper than that. Your life isn't over. This is the saddest fucking attempt to manipulate I've ever seen in my life. What do you feel robbed of? My life. I'm just going to refer back to the rant I did 2 minutes ago. Not even a minute ago. I'm just going to refer to the rant. I'm not going to go in another diatribe about it. All of them. Nobody gives a shit what happens to me. I don't want you to die, Hiten. Okay? I care that you still live. But I don't care about, like, how you participate and how you treat people around you. Like, you're just being dramatic as shit right now. Like, you're literally being dramatic. And you're being manipulative on purpose, bro. Like, this is crazy. Yeah, pull up the Tyler, the Creator tweet. How do you get bullied on the internet? Just turn that shit off. Like, let's see here. What paranoid thoughts do you have of me? That you were a part of her fucking support system. You can be a part of someone's support
People who
system.
scream about accountability are the worst at actually taking it.
I know, it's kind of pathetic. But wait, hold on. Wait. Okay, so you do realize that you could be a friend of 2 people that hate each other and be the support system for both of these people. You could do that. If they try to come to you to complain about your friend, that's where you turn around and go, you know what? I don't want to be involved in that. I'm here for you, but I'm still friends with them. I really don't want to get involved between your beef. Either you talk it out or just keep me out of this one specific part of your beef between each other. Okay? Like, you could do that as a friend. And a real friend will say, okay, I get where you're coming from. I won't download that shit onto you. Like, bro, you're the one that did this to yourself, Hiten. That you were going to fucking, that you weren't going to fucking do anything. What were they going to do? Hiten, what is it you think I could do?
4 horsemen of hypocritical beaches that run away when things get too hot. Hiten, Nezzy Monster, Hopeless Peaches, and Doodle Tones.
That is the most realist super chats that have been donated tonight. You can start by not being an emotional support for the person who ruined my life. Wow. 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 What? I don't even know what to say to that. What do I say to that? You're literally trying to guilt trip your friend into stop being friends with someone else over something stupid. You fucked up. You should have owned up to it and just moved the fuck on. Instead, you let it fester and be a wound and not really apologize. You won, Chuuli. Chuuli won. Chuuli won. W's in chat for Chuuli. W's in chat. You could hold her and Ponder accountable for all the awful things they said and did, instead of shrugging after giving them a private talking to that you and I both know wasn't gonna matter. Oh, so now Ponder's getting wrapped up into this. Wow. 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 Now they're trying to drag Ponder into this. Hiten, how am I supposed to confront them about things you're saying are lies or inaccurate when I don't have access to any counterpoints or direct info? You don't need to be her shoulder to cry on for that. That's not what he said at all. Like, what are you talking about? You watch the video and you ask me. I haven't been a shoulder for her to cry on about you. Thank you, Lio. You literally were you were friendly with two people that hated each other. Yes, Lio. It doesn't fucking matter. Hiten, you closed off that avenue a month ago. I respected your boundary. Because every single time we talked about it, you made me feel like garbage. Guys, I have a question to ask. Those DMs of Hiten and Lio talking about the drama. Did you at any point see that Lio was making her feel like garbage? Or was it him asking and trying to figure out what they're trying to say because they were having a schizophrenic ramble and accusing Lio of doing something he didn't do? Which one is it, chat? Like it was all my fault and that I was a bad person for being bothered by you going out of your way for someone who destroyed everything. But it had nothing to do with you, Hiten. It wasn't involving you. It was involving the Feghost stuff. Feghost was a piece of shit. You got involved with the Feghost stuff. You're a part of it. Lio did not contribute to this.
ACC dramas.
Dude. Lio did not contribute to that part of the drama. He talked about the Feghost stuff and helped them out with the Feghost stuff. He didn't give them anything involving you. There's too many people that are like Nezzy and fucking Hopeless Peaches coded. There's too many that you people allowed to permeate in this community. Holy shit. It took you months just to watch the video and you were talking to her the whole time. Yes. About things that weren't specifically about you. You think that matters? Yes! That totally matters. That literally matters. Fucking. Oh my God. It's like. Lio, I would have just stopped the conversation right there. I'd lose my fucking mind. I'd be like, I'm not doing this anymore. 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 Like, you're being ridiculous. You're accusing me of shit for no reason. I wish you the best. I'm fucking done. Holy shit, Lio. I would have lost my mind right there. I'd been like, this conversation's going nowhere. Yeah, Chuuli does deserve mod. I don't know if Chuuli will be watching very often. Also, I should give Akumu mod just so I know it's the real Akumu and that fake ones don't pop in. Because apparently there's a fake me going around saying things in people's chat. So I mod creators that I know. Let's see here. You don't have to mod if you don't want to. And when I did get the chance to watch it and start making notes, we had a call where you shut me out completely on it. How did you expect me to do these things without actual ability to do it? You'd be okay with me talking to people who tried to ruin your life if we were talking about baseball. If I was a part of their emotional support, that doesn't matter. That doesn't fucking matter. That doesn't matter. I don't get this. I don't get this. Bro, again, I can't believe I'm repeating myself a second time. Okay, Lio, you're right. You're going to be a wrench. You're going to be a wrench, buddy. It's about time. It's about time. I'm just modding all you fucks. It's about time, Lio. Let's see here. I just don't get this. It's like Lio's literally asking you, how do you expect me to like go into what your side of the story is if you don't want to talk about it? And then they just completely ignore it. They have no response to it and just go, would you be okay if I was cool with people that hated you? It's like, bro, what? What? Considering how many people already do that, yes, I would. But I don't expect you to be me. If I told you that I had to hear them out so I could know what they didn't like about you. Bro, what? Lio's friendly with... I'm friendly with people that fucking hate Lio. Like, bro, I don't give a shit. That's not my problem. If two people that I know have an issue with each other. This is my philosophy when it comes to people I'm cool with that have issues with each other. I don't give a fuck. Don't involve me. I won't involve myself. You want to know why? Because I'm too close to the situation, and I will not involve myself. I'll still talk to them about stuff. I'll still hear them out on things. But if it's between the two of them, I'm like, yeah, don't tell me about it. I don't want to know a thing. Because realistically, I don't care. Unless that person rapes somebody, I don't care. I don't fucking care. Or they did something like what Feghost did. I don't fucking care. Like, if they're just like, yeah, they're talking shit about me, I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't care. I'm still friends with them. I don't give a fuck if they're talking shit about you. This is forceful adoption. Hiten is trying to become the child of Lio, even though they're close in age. Like, bro, it's crazy. Where were we? Christ, I've already lost track. Because it had been months, and all you come up to me was about how she was the victim and how I didn't trust you that this was important. What do you mean? Chuuli was a victim. Right there. Hiten doesn't believe it still that Chuuli was dude, this is what other way could I interpret this message here? Because it had been months, and all you had come to me about was how she was a victim and how I didn't trust you that this was important. I weirdly believe that Hiten does not believe that Chuuli's a victim still. How else could I interpret that message? Maybe I'm just being bad faith, but fucking Christ, how else could I interpret that? Let's see here. Remind you the dates. This is 4/21 of 2025. This is a month ago. I brought you the factual things she's been through. How am I supposed to counter anything when I'm not told anything? You watch the video and just go based off of that? Like, this is ridiculous. I did. And then you shut the topic out for me. You never needed to talk to her. You never needed to tell me. I kept you updated. You tell me that you're worried that this video would make me hate you. I confirmed that, in fact, it did not. It should have. It fucking should have made you hate her, but whatever, Lio. You're too good-natured. You're too good of a man. It sure doesn't fucking feel like that. How in the world am I supposed to resolve this without talking to the person making the videos? You actually think I hate you? I think you picked who mattered, and it wasn't me. Lio, this is like a crazy ex-girlfriend talking point. Holy shit. This is just reminding me of like my most mentally ill ex-girlfriend ever. Holy shit. That line just gave me like severe PTSD of one of my ex-girlfriends. Oh, that's creepy. Oh, God. Oh, God. I just had like a fucking flashbang moment. I was like, holy fuck. That's what a crazy ex-girlfriend would say. Oh my God. Oh my God. You actually think you don't matter to me? Okay, let's stop for a moment. I don't want that to be that annoying therapist type, but genuinely, I think there's a miscommunication here or something. Someone isn't understanding on both sides. Hiten left the group chat. Oh, okay. Okay, here we go. This is the last DM. This is gonna make my blood fucking boil beyond complete and utter fucking reproach. Okay. I think I still have a few more things. Okay. There's a couple more things I want to show and give context to after this. You are not gonna like what you read here. DM to Lio Convoy. I deleted everything. I cut everyone off. And I left a mark this time. Is that enough? Please. At least tell me it was Innovin. I just need to know it's... I don't know what the fucking word is. I have a picture. I just need to be enough. Need it to be enough. I was told the ultimatum. So either I self-harm... and maybe not have my life ruined, or my life is ruined. I was also told it would be more than a conversation from the horse's mouth. Oh yeah, hold on. There's more. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm missing context. No, hold on. I'm just gonna finish it. And in both scenarios, I have to live with this over my head. knowing that the next time she thinks something is about her and isn't, then she does it anyways. So this is context. When this happened, he made it clear that she may need to be committed. This is from another conversation, okay? She went to Blue Sky to meme about it, and I got too silly meme. I hate it. Between that and the week of my vacation, Dio got in contact with Chuuli to see what she needed from Hiten. Hearing that, Hiten sent me this message about harming herself. I did not respond. Just gonna read this again. Between that time and the week of my vacation, Dio got in contact with Chuuli to see what she needed from Hiten. Hearing that, Hiten sent me that message about harming herself. I did not respond. Let's keep going. More context. This past weekend, Chuuli had a call in the SEC courthouse where I let her speak about how Hiten has been responding to me. A mutual friend heard this and decided to send that to Hiten. She listened to it, heard she was awful to me, and instead of apologizing...
Who's more annoying about therapy BS, ACC clowns or Anissa's husband?
Anissa's husband. Anissa's husband's way worse. I'll just say it right there. She listened to it, heard she was awful to me, and instead of apologizing or even talking to me about it, she sent me this and blocked Lio. I hope it was worth it. You sent a threat to Lio about self-harming. You sent a threat. You sent something that was to try and make Lio feel bad. And when Lio expresses that you treated him like shit, you write, I hope it was worth it. You're insane. You're actually a fucking scumbag of a human being, Hiten. Like, this is disgusting on, like, every fucking level. Last thing. That evening, now, with no reason to withhold them, showed the chat, the DMs I showed you guys. Said mutual went to Hiten to tell her about it. And then I sent him a message asking me to take them down. Said mutual got pulled into a call and got lambasted for that stupidity. I'm not going to put this on screen because I don't want to, like, put this person's name out there. Hiten wanted me to make sure that you knew that she was very angry about the message of that group chat being posted. I'm fairly sure you already understand why she feel angry about this given the context. She did say she would like them taken down. And while I told her I didn't think it would be realistic to expect that to happen, I told her I'd at least tell you. Hiten not only suicide baited Lio, self-harm baited Lio. Even if they do self-harm.
2020 Discord group chat behavior. I hate Hiten.
Even if they do self-harm, they're making that Lio's problem when Lio's done nothing at all. Nothing. The only thing Lio did was vent to a group of people that he felt like Hiten treated him like shit. And a lot of the red flags that Hopeless Peaches gave off were being done by Hiten. All because Hiten was criticized that they had a shitty fucking take and had shitty apologies involving the Feghost stuff and how they treated Chuuli. Gets criticized once and threatens to cut themselves to a friend of theirs that cares about them. And then tries to blame them for it. Fuck Hiten. Fuck the art commentary community. You all fucking suck. Lio, I'm glad you're no longer being taken advantage of by this person. This is a wake-up call, bro. Anybody that does anything remotely like this moving forward, you cut them off in a snap of a wrist. Doesn't matter how long you've known them at this point. I'm gonna be real, dude. Anybody, and this is just advice in general for people that like have people in their lives that do this. Cut them off.
You know what? She should have Persona 3 Ed.
Okay, dude, chill. But like, this is just advice in general. Any person that acts like Hiten, if you see the same kind of actions that somebody like Hiten is doing to you, cut them off. Cut them off immediately. Say, you know what? I don't want to keep doing this. I don't want to keep being friends with you. I don't want to keep putting my time and effort towards somebody like you because you're making me feel like shit for something I haven't done. Do it. Cut them off because they're going to try and take you down with them. All of them. Every person that is like this, you're friends with a monster. That's it. That's it. Oh, fucking Christ. How long have I been going? I need to eat this stromboli. Holy shit, it's 5.5 hours. Oh, God, I have a whole stromboli to eat? It's 9 p.m., dude. I can't eat a stromboli at 9 o'clock at night. You know what? Fuck it. I'm too hungry. I don't care. I'm going to eat that stromboli. Okay. I want to say thank you to everybody that watched today. I know it was a very long, dark, depressing fucking convo. It was kind of funny most of the while because Hiten just fucking sucks. I would like to say go subscribe to Chuuli. I know they probably don't want to keep doing drama content moving forward, but you know their other content. Make sure you check them out. They got fucked over by this community big time, and the people that did fuck them over are now running like rats. Lio, I'm sorry you went through that, brother. I genuinely can't feel. I genuinely feel sympathy for you that you had to deal with this a second time. The ACC really needs to learn that people with mental illness don't deserve you constantly running defense for them just because they have mental illness if they do shitty stuff. Like, if they do shitty stuff to other people and blame their mental illness, that doesn't mean you defend them.
Well, this has been a great stream. See you, Chris.
Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for your generous donations. Shout out Lio for kind of walking me through a lot of this. Chuuli, all these people. Watch Chuuli. It's a lot more woke than me, obviously. I'm pretty sure Chuuli and Thuman constantly disavow. I know Mally constantly disavows everything I say, but I do hope I was able to articulate the points necessary just to show how fucking ridiculous Hiten is. And it doesn't matter where they go or what they do or what fucking VTuber that they try to turn into. Doesn't matter. It will follow them for the rest of their fucking lives. Fuck you, Hiten. Fuck you.
Man, these people took my kids from me, then they closed my bank account. I got so much anger in me, got no way to take it out. Think I'm stuck in the matrix. Where the fuck's my nitrate?